Knowledge is power, but power demands sacrifice. As Harry continues to master the ancient magic of the Rune Stone, new revelations push him beyond the limits of conventional wizardry. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today we continue Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path by Temporal Knight, with Part 4 of this transformative reimagining of The Boy Who Lived. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook based on the Harry Potter universe. All original characters and world elements belong to J.K. Rowling. This story was written by Temporal Knight and is shared for entertainment and to celebrate fan creativity. In this section of the story, Harry's understanding of magic and of himself deepens. But with every new spell and ancient lesson comes new danger. Friendships are tested, shadows grow longer, and the legacy of the Rune Stone begins to unfold in unexpected ways. If you're enjoying this magical journey, be sure to subscribe and become a Grimoire Guardian. And if you'd like to support the creation of more immersive fanfiction audiobooks, consider joining the Wizard Army. Let's continue the path. Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path, Part 4 begins now. Chapter 21. The First Task. Fleur walked into Madame Maxime's office in the carriage a bit confused. The headmistress had been rather annoyed with her pursuit of the two younger Hogwarts students. The fact that one of them happened to be a competitor certainly hadn't helped things. Maxime had ended up mostly ignoring Fleur, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It had certainly made things easier on the seduction part. Somewhat easier, at least. Both were surprisingly noble. So, she was actually having to work far slower than she'd initially planned once she'd learned they would be spending the year together. And there was, of course, the whole life endangerment thing concerning Harry. She sighed absently. That boy certainly seemed to attract trouble from what they'd told her. She and Harry's other tutors had managed to bump his skills up quite a bit in the last month and a half, but she admitted to being slightly worried. He was skilled, strong, and smart, but he was still several years behind the others. Fleur, I have some information to pass on, Maxime said as Fleur sat down in front of the larger woman's desk. What type of information, headmistress? Fleur brushed off her annoyance at still speaking English despite being in the French carriage. She did need to keep practicing, after all, if she was going to try and make this a long-term thing. Hermione would probably pick up French quickly, but Harry could take quite some time to learn. Maybe she should just introduce him to Gabrielle. That would certainly speed up the volume of French vocabulary he'd be exposed to at least. Her sister could talk faster than an auctioneer when she got going. I was invited on a walk last night. Maxime blushed slightly and stared down at her desk. Fleur rolled her eyes. She didn't even need her Vila insight to see that the headmistress was interested in one of the English men herself. The groundskeeper was most likely. Hagrid mentioned Z.E. imminent arrival of several creatures on Z.E. grounds. Maxime continued. Her voice hardened as she looked up to meet Fleur's eyes, sending a shiver of ice down the Vila's back. I advise you to prepare quite carefully. Emily Delacour. They have acquired not just a dragon and a hydra, but a manticore and a true chimera as well. Fleur blinked, and the shiver of ice turned into a steel spike of panic. Her mouth went dry as she stared at the woman, all thoughts of romance gone. A chimera, a manticore, a hydra and a dragon, she whispered. What are Z thinking? I agree. I found a dragon distasteful, but acceptable, and I know you would likely have few problems with ZE Hydra. But a manticore is one of ZE most dangerous creatures after an undo, and then a Greek chimera, to even think of pitting you against some zings that is perhaps the closest zing to immortals that magical creatures can come. Maxime scowled. Go, Fleur. Zay task is in 2 days. I would very much like to not have to bury one of my best students. Fleur nodded numbly and walked out of the room. Harry's friends had been right. This wasn't simply a dangerous, but mostly friendly game. This was a blood sport. She froze with one foot in midair, and her eyes widened. Harry does not know. The next instant she was leaping into motion and bowling aside anyone who made the mistake of stepping in front of her. She needed to find him and tell him. Afterwards, she should probably find Fred and Viktor as well. Viktor Krum leaned against the wall in Karkaroff's cabin on the ship with his arms crossed. His headmaster was passing back and forth across the deck, looking about wildly. Viktor was starting to get worried. The former criminal was relatively hard to frighten, which didn't bode that well at all for whatever news he was working up to deliver. Krum, Karkaroff said abruptly, stopping and turning to his student. I've found out the list of beasts you are all to face in the coming days. A dragon, a hydra, a manticore, and a chimera. Krum blinked, and only his Quidditch reflexes prevented him from sliding down the wall in shock. As frustrating as the headmaster's underhanded tactics were, Krum could not bring himself to berate the man considering the import of this information. A manticore, a 5x magical creature, and a chimera. The dragon might be difficult too, but compared to those... The headmaster scowled. Well, at least the dragon wouldn't prolong things like those would. I do not know that the danger is with a chimera. Krum said, slowly racking his brain for why the cuddly little creature would be considered deadly. It's dangerous because these organizers are insane and importing a true chimera. The Greek chimera. I'd like to say this smacked of the Dark Lord, but even he wasn't this foolish. Between those two creatures, they've already lost 3 from the containment team. Viktor's mouth dropped open at that. The Greek chimeras had nearly all been hunted to extinction. Where in the world had the English managed to find one allowed off the reservation? Karkaroff dropped into his chair and twisted to stare out over the lake, waving a hand over his shoulder. Good luck, boy. I'm glad I'm not in your position. If you die, please be sure to at least give a good showing of Durmstrang beforehand. Viktor walked out, shaking his head. These English were even crazier than he had seen during his games. He was starting to seriously regret having entered this tournament. He had only done it because he wanted to show he could do more than Quidditch, and was hoping to use the excuse to talk to others outside of Durmstrang. Neither goal was remotely worth facing any of those horrors. He scowled, thinking that he'd have to brush up on spells to help with blinding opponents. With luck, that would be enough to get him through the worth of what was coming before they switched to tracking him by scent. Viktor paused with his hand on the door to the library cabin. The other champions should be informed as well. They had been very nice to him and weren't acting like starstruck fans despite his sometimes seeming indifference. Sighing, Viktor turned to head towards the school grounds. He could spare a few minutes to find the others before diving into his research. Fred was sitting down to lunch with his brother Charlie in the 3 broomsticks. Was he technically supposed to be out of the castle? No. Did he particularly care when his long-lost brother was in town for a few days? No. Besides, he was a champion. There was probably a rule that let him leave the grounds for official tournament business, or some such. I still can't believe you actually wanted to enter this thing, little brother, Charlie said, smiling and giving a rueful shake of his head. Fred just shrugged. Well, I figured I had to prove to them, and to myself, that I can do more than just prank people. George and I both agreed that this would give us the confidence to move forward with the shop beyond just the Owl Order catalog. Charlie eyed him critically. And George is okay that you got in, and he didn't... Yup, Fred shrugged. I think he was actually a little relieved, especially after I told him about how worried Harry's friends are about the dangers involved. It's a bit intimidating, but I think I'll be fine. He scowled, completely missing Charlie's frown. Ron, however, is very not okay with this. Did you hear about him screaming in the middle of the great hall about how he hoped that I'd lose a limb or something, and that Harry would be killed? Charlie sighed. I had really hoped that Dad had exaggerated that. He didn't. Dad came to talk with him, too. Ron moped about for almost the entire weekend afterwards. George, Ginny, and I all talked about it afterwards. We've decided that if Ron actually gives a proper apology, we'll accept it, but not forget what he said. Somehow, we all rather doubt that Ron will get over himself before the first task. Maybe whatever it is will knock some sense into the idiot. Even if he does end up apologizing, it's going to be a good long while before we ever do anything as brothers again. He went way too far this time. Charlie nodded. I understand. I chatted with Bill a bit before I got here. We're both behind you three, though we're not cutting ties with anyone yet. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Mom really sent you a howler demanding you get out? Fred's amused snort was answer enough. I can't believe she'd do that. She never checks anything before she has to comment and berates you, does she? Please tell me you guys fought back for once. Sent her our own howler. In reply, we did. Fred said, sitting up straighter and grinning. Good for you, Charlie said, clapping his hand on Fred's shoulder. You know, Dad said Mum wanted to come to the school to talk to you, Ron and Ginny, but Dad put his foot down. Dad? Yeah, Charlie chuckled. That was my reaction too. Mum finally succeeding in pushing him a bit too far, I think. He expressly forbid her talking to any of the four of you until she apologizes to everyone plus Harry Potter. And Shiva, surprisingly enough. I can't wait to get the story of what she did to warrant Dad stipulating that condition. He wouldn't say. Harry mentioned something about her sending Mum a howler too. I would pay for that memory. Me too. The brothers shared a laugh before Charlie quieted down and took a long pull from his drink. Okay, look, Fred, about this tournament. Well, about this task, really? We're facing dragons. Yeah. Charlie's eyes widened at Fred's question. What? You're suddenly in the country for a few days, mysteriously surrounding the first task, and asked to meet me at the pub? Of course, we're going to be fighting dragons. Thanks for the heads up, by the way. Hope you don't mind if I tell the others we got a tip. It wouldn't be very sporting to be the only one who knew. I'd also hate to lose a business associate. Charlie groaned and ran a hand over his face. Yeah, I suppose I wasn't exactly subtle. It's not just a dragon, though, little brother. Word among the guys is that they're importing a manticore, a Greek chimera, and a hydra, too. Fred's eyes widened, and he sat back in his seat. Shite. Well, that sucks. Fire for the Hydra heads. Simple enough if you're fast. I already have a plan for the dragon. I suppose I could blind the Manticore. At least that beastie's only got the one head. But a bloody Greek chimera? They couldn't go for the homegrown horror? Or better yet, the cutesy Japanese one. Fred, no jokes about this. A buddy lost his friend to the Manticore. The chimera ate 2 people while they were capturing it. And Betty came within a few inches of roasting Mike when some arsehole pissed her off on a lark. Can't speak to the Hydra. I haven't heard much beyond it already having 4 heads, which means someone screwed up massively while carting it up. Charlie sighed and shook his head. I'm really worried about this thing. The populace is going to love it right up to the moment that they kill someone on live wireless. Hell, they'll probably still love it even then. Charlie, Fred said slowly, do I look like I'm joking right now? I've been training and coming up with strategies. I have a potions loadout that might even work on the beasties if I can get them to drink the things. I have no intention of depriving the family of my humor for many years. Charlie nodded. See that you don't, Fred. I have to go. See you in a few days, little brother. And you better come out of this thing in one piece. Harry was sitting under a tree near the Black Lake, reading one of the books Hermione had given him. He was trying to figure out if his parcel tongue would be useful on any of the potential reptilian creatures they could use. The main problem was that there were very few parcel tongues who had ever deigned to share the actual limits of their abilities, so none of the experts seemed to agree. He checked Salazar Slytherin's tome they had found in the chamber, but even that was lacking information. Salazar had had a single reference to parcel tongue being a 50-50 shot with a dragon, apparently largely depending on the species of dragon in addition to whether the dragon had been raised near wizards from birth or not. There was also something about the magic of the language imbuing higher sentience on the target in an effort to let it reply that had Harry rather exceptionally worried. He'd consulted with Flitwick, who'd agreed that trying to use Parseltongue for a prolonged period on a magic-resistant creature would likely tire him out very quickly. That was also completely ignoring the question of whether he wanted a hostile magical beast even smarter while it was trying to kill him. He sighed as he set the book aside to watch the giant squid flip some merpeople up into the air and the intricate dives they pulled on the way back down. The task was only a few days away, and he was starting to feel the pressure. Maybe if it hadn't been on Halloween, he wouldn't be so worried. Ari, we need to talk immediately. Fleur called out from a few dozen meters away, running in his direction. Harry started to get up when another voice called from the direction of the Durmstrang ship. Harry, Fleur, V should speak, Crumb said, walked towards the three with a worried frown. At least Harry assumed it was a worried frown. Crumb always seemed a bit taciturn. Hey guys, I got news. Fred called, running up from the entrance hall doors, looking out of breath. Harry stared between the other three champions and closed his eyes. He sat down against the trunk of a tree with a heavy sigh. Let me guess, you all know exactly what we're facing. Crumb nodded. Fred rubbed his neck and agreed, while Fleur just looked between the others. She snarled, and Harry saw a smattering of feathers break out on her neck. You two were just told, AZ. Well, and Ari is none z wiser? Kel Connery, les en foires, ils violent tu Elmir, ou quoi? Fred grimaced. While I can't claim to understand what you just said, I get the gist. I agree it's not giving me a warm and fuzzy feeling inside that Harry was left out. It is disturbing, Crumb nodded. Harry just shrugged. Welcome to my life. Plus, it's almost Halloween, and I haven't had a single good Halloween since before I can remember. If any day is cursed, it's that day. So what's the damage? Fleur took several deep breaths, and her feathers disappeared before she sat down and put a hand on his knee. Fred and Viktor knelt near them as she started to speak. They are pitting UZ against a dragon, a manicore, a hydra, and a Greek chimera. I believe from the number, we will likely have to face one each. Viktor said, hopefully not to the death. I do not believe I could kill any of those. Fred smirked. Yeah, my brother wrangles dragons for his job. It takes at least between 4 to 8 to kill one. I don't know about the others, but I'd imagine they're almost a bad. Harry took a deep breath. I've read about most of those. They're not easy. Do you reckon we'll just have to avoid them and run past them or something? Vi can only hope it is so simple. Crumb shrugged. Fleur shook her head. We might have to steal some zing along Z way. It is Z traditional way to complete Z first task in the past. Harry grimaced. He slowly pushed to his feet. Thanks for the heads up, guys. I'm going to go find Tonks and the others and come up with a strategy. If any of you want to come, you're welcome to. Viktor considered, but shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Harry. I would like to prepare on my own for this, though I think I'll bow out too, mate. Fred winced. I want to talk with George about some things, and maybe talk to Angelina, Alicia, and Katie too. If you want my ideas on anything or need some supplies, let me know. Harry nodded and shook both men's hands as they walked away. Fleur pulled him into a short hug and kissed his cheek. While I will likely use my own methods in this task, Harry, I will at least stay with you until you can speak with CE others. She narrowed her eyes at him. And do not even think about getting Moros due to Z Day. Just because Z Day is bad luck does not mean that you have the right to give up before even trying. Harry gave a small smile to the villa and nodded. He took her hand and started walking to the castle, calling his friends on the way to ask for a meeting with those available. Harry sat down at their conference table in the meeting room. Fleur, Tonks, Hermione, Daphne, and Shiva had been free. The others had all promised to stop by as they were able and add their advice once they were filled in. Okay, Harry said. According to the other champions, we are going to be facing a dragon, a hydra, a manticore, and a Greek chimera. I know the primary plan is still to summon my utility belt, but what else do we have? Daphne gulped, and Hermione's face drained of most of its color, while Shiva grimaced, and Tonks winced. Tonks slowly shook her head and said, well, if you go against the Hydra, the ninja rune would probably be your best bet. That wouldn't be very useful against any of the others, unfortunately. All of them would still be able to locate you by scent, and the Chimera would probably be able to pick you up with infrared from its snake head. Daphne nodded. Yes, stay away from the ninja with them. It's just a waste of time. Perhaps you could try the Parseltongue idea with the dragon and the Chimera. Do I really want to make the Chimera smarter? Harry asked. Aren't they vicious enough as it is? It's better to try honestly. Shiva sighed. It's not as smart as a manticore, thank God, so it's worth a shot, Harry. At least part of it is a snake you have a good chance of talking with it. Hell, turn it against the judges or handlers or something, and maybe it'll be pissed enough you can slip by. Hermione blinked a few times and seemed to rouse herself out of her shock. Harry, the best option is to immobilize both the Chimera and the Manticore somehow. Don't try to fight them. You won't survive. They all turned to her and raised their eyebrows. Hermione gulped and continued trying to fall back into her lecturing voice. The Manticore and the Chimera are both largely speed-based pouncing predators. They are both highly venomous, the Manticore through its stinger tail, and the Chimera through its snakehead tail. If stung/bitten, you will be dead within 5 minutes without antivenom or Phoenix tear application. The lion nature of both also lends each to have extremely good jumping skills, as well as a high amount of strength and agility. The Manticore has the addition of near human-level intellect, and will attempt to either sing or mock the target in an effort to off-balance it. The Chimera, on the other hand, has the capacity to breath fire from the lion head. This flame extends just short of a foot in front of it and cannot be kept up for longer than it can hold its breath. The Manticore enjoys toying with its victims and will likely attempt to prolong any combat. The Chimera simply goes for the kill as quickly as it can. Chimeras are also largely resistant to nearly every form of poison and have a regeneration ability close to that of the Hydra. Even if you cut off a single head, it will grow back within minutes. Daphne gave a wry grin. I'd like to see it survive a strike from the basilisk venom-imbued sort of Gryffindor. Hermione quickly shook her head and narrowed her eyes. No, don't rely of the sword. It's highly likely that even a basilisk strike wouldn't do much against a Chimera. What? But it's the deadliest poison in our world. Daphne said, blinking repeatedly. Harry just sighed and sank back into his chair. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Fleur grimaced and answered before Hermione could. A bezoar is a poor man's Chimera stone. It is powerful, yes, but Z Chimera stone dwarfs it by several leagues. Any rock eaten by Z goat head becomes a stone, and if it uses one up, it will simply eat a noser during Z battle. I would not rely on Z poison. Tonks cursed. Immobilize the legs, then run. I think that's the best you can do against a Chimera. Bloody Greek chimeras. I can't believe they got authorization for this. Harry nodded. What about the Hydra? Just cut off the heads and cauterize them if I have to fight, right? You have to be really, really fast, though, Shiva said. A Hydra's regeneration is one of the quickest around, and the beast itself rarely stops moving its heads. You have about 5 seconds to cauterize the stump before you have to worry about 2 new heads growing in. Fleur nodded. This is my strategy for Z creature. Harry nodded along as well. He could hit that time frame. Probably. Between Tonks and Flitwick's target practice sessions, he figured he had a good chance, at least, and the stealth was primary there anyway. Should we go for cold spells with the dragon? Harry asked. I figure that's probably the easiest way to get around it, if Parseltongue doesn't work. The others all nodded. I will be doing a charm to induce sleep on Z Dragon. A cold spell would have similar results. Fleur said, squeezing his knee. Hermione also signaled her agreement. Dragons are primarily cold-blooded. Sleep and cold would definitely be the best methods, as both would avoid a fight. Perhaps summoning your broom would also work. Harry, as much as I hate how you fly, I admit that you would likely be able to outmaneuver most breeds. Shiva scowled. I really can't state enough how much I dislike that strategy. Tonks shrugged. The girls got a point, though. Harry and Crumb would both have a good shot at avoiding it in the air. Dragons have bulk and speed, but they corner for shite. Okay. Harry sighed again and ran a hand through his hair. Okay. So, dragon. Cold spells primary and flying secondary. Hydra. Stealth with the ninja primary and cauterize secondary. Manticore and chimera. Immobilize, distract, and run. Shiva and Tonks both looked at each other, then back to Harry. Shiva slowly nodded. I think that's the best plan for you, Harry. If you have good aim, you might be able to spike the last two to one of the walls, or just go with the freezer. Hermione turned to Fleur. Fleur, do you need any further help? The older girl shook her head. No, Hermione. I have a plan, and I can afford to practice this on my own. You should all focus on Harry. We will, Daphne said firmly. Don't worry. We have no intention of letting the mad scientist get himself killed. Mad scientist? Harry asked, raising his eyebrows and chuckling at his friend. Hey, you people have exposed me to enough muggle media that I've picked up a few things. You are totally a mad scientist. She crossed her arms and huffed. The others smiled, though the good mood didn't last long. Harry turned to Fleur and gave her a quick hug. Fleur, you should go and practice. I'll be fine, and I have to start working on this stuff too. She got up slowly and stared at him. Make sure you do. Harry, I expect you to come rough sis with few, if any, injuries. Show us all why they made a mistake forcing you into this. He gave her a salute, and, as she walked out, turned back to the others. Okay, let's get started, shall we? The afternoon before the first task, Shiva, Tonks, Fleur, and the rest of the core group, minus Harry himself, all met up in the room of requirement. Harry was practicing a few last-minute things with McGonagall, and they had all agreed to meet in the meantime. Shiva started the conversation. First, okay, everyone is here because they are concerned about Harry. I know we've all been assisting him and ramping up his training and education, but now that he's not in the room, I want to be completely realistic here. There is a very good chance that something could go horribly wrong tomorrow. Everyone nodded seriously. Tonks took over. Each of those magical creatures they have generally takes a team of specially trained wizards to corral or kill. We already know that someone is trying to kill Harry, and I'm willing to bet there's going to end up being some sort of complication or other during the task. Fleur said, nodding. I will likely be one of the Z first to know if something is wrong. I will try and determine any issues with Z field during my task if I go first. You're not worried too, Fleur? Neville asked. I am, she shrugged. But I also have an advantage with my Vila side. I may not be able to truly injure a manticore or chimera with my fire, but I should be able to keep them busy long enough to fly overhead to Z objective. Harry will not have that option. Susan narrowed her eyes at the adults. So what are you planning then? This wasn't just to get us even more worried about our friend. Shiva shook her head and grimaced. No, it wasn't. I wanted to give you all a heads up about something Tonks and I have talked about. If it looks like Harry is going to be killed tomorrow, the two of us are planning to jump down and help him. A few of the people around the table gasped. Notably, Hermione, Fleur, and Daphne were not surprised. Daphne nodded slowly, and said, "From what I can tell, as long as he's put in a decent effort into attempting to succeed beforehand, that shouldn't break any of the rules of the tournament." Hannah shook her head, her eyes wide. "But if you're wrong, and it does, then he'd lose his magic." Shiva nodded. "Better a live Harry Potter without magic than a dead Harry Potter. I didn't fight for 3 years to get custody of the kid just to watch him be killed." Tracy leaned forward. Depending on how those rules are interpreted, all 3 of you could end up losing your magic if you interfere." Tonks smirked, and her hair changed to purple. "Then we go full Muggle. My dad was Muggle-born. Hermione's parents are Muggles. Harry was raised Muggle. We'll get by." Hermione frowned. She sat up straighter and let out a long breath. "If it comes it, I'm jumping with you too." "Hermione, we can't," Shiva started to say before the young bookworm cut off her with a wave of her hand. "You are not the only ones who love him, Shiva," Hermione said softly. "You said yourself, you need a team to take those things down. If he is going to be killed, then you'll need my help to stabilize him while you force it back." "I'll help too," Daphne said, throwing the room into sudden silence. All eyes turned to her. Tracy was the first to say something. "Like hell you will." "Trace," Daphne sighed, "I'm not abandoning my friend. He is as important to me as you are." "You have no idea how to survive as Muggle." Tracy snarled. "I can learn." Daphne responded with scowl. "I faced a basilisk to help you. You think I wouldn't face a bloody chimera to help him? I don't care about losing my magic if it means saving the life of my best friend. I'd do the same for you in a heartbeat." Tracy narrowed but remained quiet. Luna spoke into the silence, no trace of airiness or levity. "I would volunteer my assistance as well, but I don't think I would be much help. I only know 3rd-year spells, which would not be useful in this situation. I fear I would just be a liability were I to try and help." Hannah, Susan, and Neville looked between themselves before Neville spoke for the small group. "I think we're in the same boat as Luna. We've been practicing, but we wouldn't be as useful. Daphne knows a lot more offensive and dangerous spells than we do." Susan sighed. "I know a few from Aunt Amy, but I'm not good enough yet to coordinate with everyone. I just get in the way." Tracy sighed. "You're all bloody crazy," she muttered. "Look, I'd like to help. God, the guy saved my life, but I have no confidence that I can face down a chimera. I'm not skilled offensively like you guys. I'm cocky, but I know my limits. I am getting good with healing spells, though. If you all jump in, I'll help Hermione to stabilize Harry." "Tracy, you don't have to do that," Shiva said, frowning. "None of you have to help. We just wanted to let you know what Tonks and I plan." Tracy shook her head. "No, I can't fight the thing, but I can help heal him. If my girlfriend is going to get herself killed, then the least I can do is to be there beside her helping our friend." Daphne smiled at her and reached over to squeeze her hand. Fleur looked very hesitant. "What are the chances that our magic is forfeit?" she asked hesitantly. Daphne shrugged. "I'd say between 40 to 50%. It really depends on a lot of different factors from what I've read." Before Fleur could say anything else, Hermione defiantly shook her head. "Fleur, you can't help us if we do this." "Hermione, No, Fleur," the brunette nearly snarled. "Vila die without their magic. How do you think Harry would feel to learn that he only lived because you died from a side effect while saving him?" Shiva, Tonks and Daphne can hold it off while Tracy and I get him stable and out safe. We'll be fine. I will not be the one to tell Harry I let you risk killing yourself when we already had sufficient numbers." Tonks nodded in agreement. "We don't have to kill it, Fleur. We just need to keep it busy while we get him out. We can handle this." The French girl groaned in frustration, but nodded her assent. Shiva looked everyone around the table in the eye. "Okay, so we're all agreed then." Nods answered her. "Okay, get some sleep, everyone. Tomorrow going to be a long day." Harry groaned as he shifted in his bed. It took several long moments for him to realize what had woken him up. Blinking, he looked down and saw a brown, blurry shape curled up on his chest. "Mione," he whispered. The brown blur lifted up slightly. "Yes, Harry. I'm scared about tomorrow, and I didn't want you to be alone tonight." He smiled and wrapped his arms around her, drawing the girl deeper into his bare chest. "Thanks, Mione." "I love you, Harry. No matter what happens tomorrow, just remember that, okay?" she whispered. "I love you too, Mione," he said, letting his head drop back onto the pillow. Harry wondered what he had done to warrant so many people caring about him like this. The next morning, Harry walked into the tent with the other champions feeling like he'd eaten a lead weight for breakfast instead of toast. At least he wasn't shaking or throwing up. That was a small comfort, but he'd take what he could get at this point. He had barely been there for 30 seconds before the flap behind him fluttered open again, and Harry found himself pulled into Hermione's embrace. Harry smiled and awkwardly hugged her back. It was made harder since she had pinned both his arms to his side with her hug. "Harry," she whispered into his chest, "you come back, you hear me. You come back. I don't know what I'd do without you around anymore." "I'll be okay, Mione." He finally managed to get her grip loosened enough to free an arm. Lifting her chin up, he leaned down and softly kissed her. "I promise I'm going to survive this thing. One way or another. You guys won't be rid of me yet." She squeezed him tighter and nodded. "You better keep that promise, Harry," Tonks said. Harry turned a bit and saw her leaning against one of the walls of the tent. Her hair was a deep blue today, and her expression was completely blank. "I will, Tonks," Harry said. Hermione let him go, and Harry moved over to hug the metamorph as well. He stood up higher so he could reach her ear and whispered, "I can do this, NYM." As Harry pulled back, he saw Tonks' face had a slight blush to it. She muttered, "Good luck, Harry. We'll be watching out for you just in case." Before he could ask what she meant, a flash of a camera flared from the side. "Ah, young love," Rita Skeeter commented with a sickeningly sweet tone. "Harry, Nymphadora, would either of you care to give a statement?" Tonks snarled, and Harry reached for a rune from his belt before realizing he had left it with Shiva in the stands. Hermione snorted and started forward. All of them were beat to the punch by Fleur, who stepped in front of the reporter. "Miss Skeeter, I do not believe ZE Press was invited to this pre-event." "Oh, I'm sure that was just an oversight," Skeeter simpered, waving the comment off as Bozo snapped more pictures. Viktor stepped forward with narrowed eyes. "You are not welcome here. Please leave and allow us to prepare for our task." Skeeter looked like she was going to say something else when the heads of the schools all entered the tent behind her. Frowning, Skeeter started to leave. Fred got in his own comment before they were out, though. "Hey, Bobo, have a candy. I'm not hungry anymore." He tossed the photographer a yellow-wrapped candy, and the reporters were gone. Fred grinned to the others. Tung toffee. He won't be taking pictures for a few minutes now. The other champions chuckled, and Tonks and Hermione gave Harry one last encouraging look before heading out to the stands. Bagman stepped into the middle of the rough circle with a large smile on his face. Okay, who's ready for first task of the Triwizard Tournament? His response mostly consisted of raised eyebrows. Barreling onwards, Bagman said, Well then, this task is what we are referring to as Face Your Fear. You will each have to get past a magical creature. His smile faltered a bit before he continued. They're a bit dangerous, so take care with your strategies. The main thing to remember is that to complete your task, you must retrieve an egg from the beast. This egg will have a clue to the fourth task, taking place in March. Once you have your egg in hand, simply exit at the either end of the arena, and your turn will be over. Scores will be awarded based on skill, ingenuity, time taken, as well as injuries received. With a large flourish, he brought out a leather bag and held it out to them. Now to choose your beast. Harry, how about you? Umbridge stepped up with her annoying noise. I believe it is traditional for the girl. The way she said that made it perfectly clear to all present the word was both an insult and certainly not the word she wished to use. To go first. Miss Delacour, if you would. Fleur frowned but held her tongue. Behind her, Madame Maxime was fuming, but she also remained quiet. Fleur reached into the bag and pulled out a miniature figure depicting a hydra with its 4 legs, fat body, and 3 heads writhing around. It hissed at her, but otherwise stayed put in her hand. A small number 1 was around its neck. Fleur couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was probably the easiest creature for her to take on. Bagman moved to Fred and Crumb next. Fred drew the dragon with a number 2 on its neck, and Crumb had the manticore going third. Fred looked a little frightened, but nodded determinedly. Crumb audibly gulped, though he also made no show of complaining about his choice. Harry just sighed as he reached into the bag and pulled out the last tiny Greek chimera figurine, completely ignoring the satisfied smirk on the Umbridge's face and her accompanying giggle. He had already expected to get the worst of the lot. It was Halloween after all. Fleur's nerves were on fire after the lots had been drawn. It took most of her willpower to pull her mind towards her own battle instead of concentrating on her young, unknowing suitor's fight. She wouldn't be doing Harry any favors in his task if she failed her own. Squaring her shoulders, Fleur stepped into the arena as the bell was struck. The magical creature standing before her looked quite similar to the figurine left behind in the tent. Its body was relatively rotund and stood about 3.5 meters tall, supported by 4 beefy, clawed feet. The 3 claws on each foot were about 1/4 meter long, and the tail looked to extend nearly 2 meters. There were 4 hissing heads, each neck nearly 4 meters long. The heads also had an impressive array of fangs protruding. Fleur swallowed her fear and raised her wand in one hand, preparing a partial change in her left. Before stepping forward to commence the fight, Fleur glanced around for the egg she was supposed to retrieve. Nodding appreciatively, she found it sitting on a pedestal a few meters behind the Hydra and in front of the arena exit on the other end of the field. She took a single step towards the beast, and that was all it took. 2 of the heads snapped down towards her, and Fleur had to dance backwards, just barely avoiding being speared through the arm by the fangs. She let out a yell of surprise at the speed with which it had moved and instinctively tossed out a cutting curse. The spell, unfortunately, was extremely effective, or the Hydra had next to no magic resistance, as it lopped off one of the heads that had come after her. Fleur's eyes widened, and she hurriedly conjured a fireball to try and lob it at the head. Just before she tossed it, however, the neck snapped back, already bubbling and bulging. Fleur's shot went wide, and another head snapped towards her from the left, forcing her to dodge right. By the time she had brought another ball of passion fire to bear, she was facing 5 heads instead of 4. Fleur glared at the beast and scowled. A stupid mistake. She wouldn't make another. She was a champion for a reason, and she would show this thing just what the consequences of messing with a Delacour were. Jumping forward, Fleur launched another cutting curse from her wand while simultaneously throwing her fireball. The spell connected with one had barely a half second before the flames made contact. The neck stump was instantly charred and cauterized. Fleur grinned as she twisted out of the path of 2 heads and launched a second volley, taking out another head and preventing its regeneration as well. Fleur felt the wind shift more and leaped backwards, narrowly avoiding being eviscerated by a claw from the Hydra's front leg. She danced out of its reach and took a 3rd head. The Hydra apparently had decided it was done with staying put in the center and started to charge her. Fleur's eyebrows rose at the speed such bulk could move, but it was still far too slow. Fleur forced more of the change and felt wings sprout from her back and her face narrow into harsh lines as her Vila nature was brought to the forefront. She took to the air and tossed a fireball at one of the front legs. The Hydra squealed in pain as it twisted. It lashed out with its tail, and Fleur dove back to the ground, now safely outside its charge range. She suppressed the change enough to be able to use normal wizarding magic again, and tossed out another cutting spell and fireball combination. Only 1 head remained. Fleur was content to leave the magical creature alive and simply take her prize, but the Hydra had other ideas. She had barely started to back towards the egg when the beast screamed out and started charging towards her again on its 3 good legs. The final head snapped forwards and Fleur snarled into its face. She snapped off a final combination attack, and the animal fell at her feet, the last neck still smoking. Fleur glared at the corpse for a moment, longer, making certain it wasn't going to get back up and attack her once her back was turned. Finally satisfied, the girl turned to grab her egg and marched out of the stadium, thunderous applause following her. Fred ran one final check of his supplies as he stepped into the arena. Wand, check. Tuntung toffee, check. Exploding elixir, check. Puking pastels, check. Canary creams, check. Slingshot, check. He had a few other goodies as well, though some of his and George's better experiments weren't allowed. Their primary items were always based off potions, though, and as long as he didn't take any himself, there was no rule against using them. It seemed whoever had designed the tournament never expected someone to make a potion that was actually useful in a battle situation without being a pepper-up or healing potion. He was going to make full use of that to both surpass the task and have a bit of fun while doing so. The dragon stared at Fred as he walked forward and snorted, a bit of flame coming out in the breath. Fred smiled as he saw the egg he was supposed to retrieve nestled between the dragon's legs. It didn't look like it was originally supposed to be there, as the pedestal in the middle of the field was empty. The dragon must have decided to protect its egg. Slowly and carefully, Fred walked up to a nearby boulder. He transfigured the boulder into a deer, and before the animal could run away, Fred fed it one of his canary creams and a modified, delayed-acting puking pastel and slapped it on the rear. The deer ran towards the dragon with a frightened cry. The giant reptilian roared at the deer and took 3 leaps towards the animal. The deer finally realized that running directly towards an alpha predator was probably a bad idea and tried to backpedal away. Before either party could do much, though, where the deer had been, there was now a 2-meter-tall yellow canary. The canary frantically let out a shriek of fear and started flapping while the dragon stared dumbfounded at the changed prey. It didn't wait long to decide what to do, though. As the canary managed to take flight for a second, the dragon roared and jumped forward. It snapped down onto the canary and swallowed the thing whole. Fred had managed to sneak almost the entire distance to the egg by this point. Finishing its meal, the dragon sniffed the air and turned to Fred with a roar. It started towards him before pausing and growling low. Fred grabbed the egg and smirked as the dragon started expelling some of the contents of its stomach. Unfortunately, the puking didn't last very long as the dragon shook off the effects before Fred managed to get more 5 meters away from the nest. He still had to cross quite a bit of distance before he could escape, and the dragon started running towards him again. Fred shrugged and tossed his exploding elixir towards the head of the giant beast. It worked almost as well as he had hoped and managed to shock the thing enough for it to open its mouth. Fred took the opportunity presented and shot a Tung toffee into the dragon's maw with his slingshot. He turned to run towards the exit as the dragon opened its mouth to roast the tiny human. Instead of flames coming out, though, a gigantic tongue lolled across the battlefield. The tongue started to roll back up to its normal size almost immediately after, but it was too late. Fred was already running away, his egg held high in both hands as he made his escape. Before the crowd could react at all, Fred cast a quick sonorous and shouted, "The products on display today are all available via owl order through Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes in association with Potter Runes. Get them while they're hot." Viktor stepped into the field with jittery nerves. Just like with every Quidditch match he'd ever played, however, the Durmstrang champion showed no outward sign. Despite appearances, he was acutely aware that he was facing off against a 5x creature that was known to kill dozens of highly trained wizards. The manticore was lounging in front of him with the scorpion tail curled around it. The lion's head rested on the front paws, and the beast looked for all intents and purposes asleep. Resting on a pedestal a few meters behind the creature was the golden egg Viktor was aiming for. He stepped forward, taking care to silence his feet. If the manticore was going to sleep through the task, it certainly wasn't his place to wake the beast up. Viktor managed to make it halfway around the manticore before he felt a rush of air heading towards him. His Quidditch-trained, lightning-quick reflexes saved him as he ducked, letting the stinger of the manticore fly past him and embed into the wall. Viktor dived and barely managed to put up a shield preventing the second attack as the stinger swung back. A soft chuckling sound came from the center of the arena, and Viktor stared at the manticore as it lifted its head and turned a grinning visage on him. "Did you truly think I'd pass up a tasty morsel delivered to my very footstep?" You don't smell very fatty or very tasty, but I haven't had a good meal in such a long time. Shall we play little morsel?" Viktor couldn't help his shudder as the beast opened its mouth and exposed a row of teeth and fangs. With another disconcerting grin, the manticore pounced. Viktor jumped backwards, somersaulting over the lashing tail and swiping paws. He cast a fire whip, striking the thing in its side and earning a howl of pain and rage. Following up his attack with a quick disorientation hex and a dark cutting curse, Viktor twisted out of the way of a follow-up from the animal. The manticore slunk back a short distance, its back left leg limping slightly and bleeding. The stinger was held high and followed Viktor's movements as he tried to edge closer to the egg. "That wasn't very fun, little morsel. I'm not sure that I'm very interested in playing with you anymore. Perhaps I should just move to the main course instead." Viktor swallowed hard at the incongruity of hearing human speech from a lion's mouth, but he pushed the disquiet down. The beast was about to ramp up its game, which meant he had to try his more desperate strategy. Viktor waited for the manticore to stop moving. The instant before it pounced, he yelled out the conjunctivitis, hex managing to get it right into the beast's eye. The manticore let out a roar of pain, and Viktor took the opportunity to turn, grab the egg, and run flat out for the exit. He felt the beast jumping towards him, but Viktor managed to leap across the exit threshold just before it could do more than claw his leg. Breathing hard and sighing in relief at his luck, Viktor nodded to the manticore, acknowledging the prowess of the creature. Turning, he limped forward, holding the egg high and letting the crowd cheer. Harry listened to the commentary and the roars and the screams and the applause and felt himself getting more and more nervous. His occlumency had long since ceased to be of much help. The slight emotional control it lent probably helped prevent him from devolving into a shaking mess, but that wasn't really saying all that much by the time his turn came around. The final gong rang out, and he distantly heard Bagman call his name. With leaden footsteps, Harry clutched his wand and walked into the arena. The golden egg was the first thing he saw, nearly all the way across the field. With wide eyes, he quickly searched for the chimera. The clicking of claws on rock to his right was the only warning he had before the creature jumped for him. Yelling out in surprise, Harry sprang forwards, barely managing to avoid getting clawed in half by the lion's paw reaching for him. Harry quickly cast a shield charm as he rolled. Thankfully, the snakehead tail impacted the shield instead of biting into Harry's raised arm. "Wait," he called out in Parseltongue. "I just need the egg. I have no need to fight you." All three heads laughed at his call. Harry shuddered as the horrifying cacophony of a lion's chuffing, a goat's cackling, and a snake's hissing washed over him. The chimera prowled a bit further away, and the snake head positioned itself over the top of Goat Head, leaving all three in a line, as it hissed a reply, "We care not for what you want, little human. We want a feast. And feast we will." Harry's eyes narrowed. So much for plan A. Time for plan B. Raising his wand, Harry yelled, "Accio utility belt." He risked a glance to the crowd and saw with relief his rune harness fly from Shiva's hands, and promptly dropped to the ground in the front of the stands as it ran into a briefly flaring barrier surrounding the arena. Harry's face went white as the chimera chuffed in laughter again. His eyes went back to the beast. The lion's head was drooling, and the snake's head was weaving back and forth. "So, little human, we believe it is time to eat now." "Shite." Shiva watched with horror as Harry's rune belt smashed into a warded barrier field around the arena. Bloody hell! That's not supposed to be there. Beside her, Tonks swore loudly. Shite! If that thing stops the harness, it's going to stop us too. We're not going to be able to get down to him if that thing gets lucky. Hermione was holding onto the older women's arms tight enough to cause loss of circulation. Her eyes were wide, and all the color had drained from her face. Lucky. It's a bloody Greek chimera. He'd have to kill all 3 heads at once just to slow it down, and cauterize them all to kill it. It regenerates almost as quickly as the Hydra. It's as fast a bloody broom. Venomous, breathes fire, and is immune to poison. It's going to kill him. Daphne leaned forward from her seat behind Hermione and clasped the Gryffindor's shoulder. Give him some credit. Hermione. He's been training. He can do this. Tracy nodded agreement, though her hand clenched painfully on Daphne's knee spoke of her concern. On the other side of Tracy, Luna buried her head into the girl's side. I don't want to watch this, she whimpered into Tracy. The brunette draped her other arm around Luna and pulled her close, whispering, He'll be all right, Luna. He's too darn stubborn to die here. Harry dodged another lunge from the chimera, rolling out of the way of the strike of the snake head. He'd never complain about Tonks' conditioning training again. It was probably the only thing that had kept him alive so far. Harry turned his roll into a springboard maneuver to get back to his feet and put some distance between himself and the beast. He had no delusions about outrunning it to the egg, but if he could distract it, he might have a chance. The thing was far too fast to try and carve anything useful into the surrounding boulders. But Harry took the slight opening he had gained to try some of the spell chains that Flitwick had taught him. He launched everything from a flaming whip to a burst of wind to a freezing stream of ice at the monster. It dodged fully half of his chain, and the rest barely even slowed it down. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as the chimera made a slightly too slow jump, and its front left paw got encased in a block of ice. Harry was about to push his advantage and run to the egg when the chimera simply turned its lion head towards its paw and let out a quick stream of fire that melted off the ice. Bloody hell. So much for that, Harry muttered as he backpedaled away from the beast. He had apparently succeeded in annoying it since the snake was no longer taunting him. Harry desperately tried to think of what else he could try, and as it jumped forward, he remembered the sword. It might not kill the thing, but he could surely slow it down enough to get away, yeah? Reaching for the spot inside himself connected to the sword of Gryffindor, Harry pulled, and a moment later, the blade materialized in his hand. Harry yelled out and swiped at the chimera as it reached him. The sword cleaved the lion's head from the body, and Harry grunted in victory. He rolled to the side and was about to run for the egg when he felt a spike of pain, and the sky flew by above him. Remus and Sirius both growled from the row behind the school kids. Amelia squeezed Sirius' shoulder, but a low noise of frustration escaped her as well. The boy will be fine. He killed a Dementor with that sword. He'll be fine. Harry had just been knocked back to near the entrance of the arena by the chimera after it swiped out with a paw when he tried to get past it. The loss of the lion's head didn't seem to do very much of anything to slow the thing down. The audience watched as the beast leaned to the side, and the goat head reached down to pull a stone from the ground, swallowing it whole. Damn, Daphne muttered. The basilisk venom won't work. Neville was scowling nearby. Seriously? The sword can eat souls now, and it still can't kill the bloody thing. Remus leaned over and responded. Apparently, the Greek chimera is not sentient enough to have a soul. That used to reassure me. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief as Harry shakily got back to his feet, clutching the sword and his wand while wiping blood from his forehead. The chimera slowly stalked forwards again, the snake head hissing at him, and the goat head giving that horrible cackling sound. "I'm going to kill whoever came up with this," Sirius said, snarling. Harry waited until he stopped seeing double before he tried to move around the arena. He had hoped that the loss of the primary head would have incapacitated the bloody thing, but no. The only thing he'd managed to accomplish was to take away its ability to breathe fire. And even that was only a matter of another minute or two, since he could see the head starting to regrow. Harry felt sweat bead while he reconsidered. He wasn't skilled enough or quick enough in his transfigurations to lock the chimera's legs in stone, but now that it couldn't breathe fire again, he grinned. "Let's try this again." Harry shifted into the off-balance spell chain again and ran towards the chimera as he launched the spells. His opponent still managed to avoid the majority of the chain but was again caught by the ice portion with both legs on its right side becoming frozen. The chimera shifted its weight and brought its free paw around to start cutting off the ice encasing its leg. The lion head had gained enough shape that it was able to spit sparks onto the ice as well. Harry didn't give it enough chance to get free as he lunged with the sword and took off the goat head, then twisted to take the regrown portion of the lion head on his backswing. Seeing both heads fall to the ground, Harry let out a shout of victory and tried again to run past the beast. Unfortunately, the snake head had a far longer reach than he had expected and slammed its bulk into his stomach. Harry was again tossed back towards the front of the arena and watched in horror as the chimera still didn't seem particularly disturbed that it was missing two heads. He grimaced and took a second to consider his options. After a few moments, Harry stood again, his shoulders square, his face pale, and his breath shaky. His wand, though, was perfectly level as he raised it for his last option. Shiva looked at the battlefield with a mounting sense of dread. Everything he had tried kept getting tossed back in his face. Harry couldn't get past the bloody beast, even with two heads removed. The snake had just enough reach to stretch to either side of the field as long as it stayed in the center. Harry had obviously realized that with his last attempt. He had stopped trying to get past it and had instead raised a transfigured wall across the narrow space between them, cutting the chimera off from his side of the battlefield. Is he going to try and carve a rune stone? Hermione muttered beside her. That's a bad idea. It won't take long to break through that wall, and it's too fast in general. He'd need at least 3 different primary options to stand a chance. He should just stick with trying to lop off all 3 heads and run. Daphne shook her head. Can't. He'll never get that bloody snake one. It moves almost faster than you can see when it wants to. Watch his reactions. It's been all he could do just to avoid getting bitten by it, much less cut it off. Susan's eyes widened as she peered down into Harry's little corner. Is that a ritual circle? What the bloody hell is he forming a ritual circle for? Sirius took a shuddering breath behind them all, and he said, Don't do it, Harry. Please don't do it. Don't do what? Tracy asked. Tonks' hair had shifted to pitch black and hung halfway down her back, while the hand not being held by Hermione was clenched in her mouth. Shiva just watched silently as her ward made a desperate gamble. She could only pray to every god and goddess she knew of that she'd still have a ward to be right after this was over. Harry finished the first circle and started sending out his spells to form the inner scheme. He could already hear the chimera slamming into the wall he had transfigured. Dimly, he noticed that the yowls from the lion head and the cackling of the goat had rejoined the sounds of rock being chipped away. He wanted to hurry things along, but he remembered the warning from the summer. The ritual had to be perfect, or he might as well just let the chimera have him. He finished the inner scheme and moved to the center of the ritual circle. "Promise me, kid, that you will never do that ritual." Shiva's voice floated up from months ago. "Sorry, Shiva. I don't know what else to at this point." With one last gulping breath, Harry started to energize the animagus ritual circle sections as the book had described. 2 sections powered, and Harry felt like it was going as well as could be hoped. He steadfastly ignored the fact that cracks and chips were appearing in the wall in front of him. He moved on to the next sections. 3 more parts of the ritual were activated before Harry felt the imbalance flowing in the scheme around him. With despairing eyes, Harry started to energize the 6th segment. He was missing a component. His wand kept moving and power kept flowing as he desperately cast his mind out searching for what he was missing in the final 7th section. Cat. He needed a cat. He couldn't conjure or transfigure a cat. That could barely get birds, let alone mammals. The 6th segment flashed as Harry finished with it. Holding in a yell of frustration and despair, he turned to power the last section. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to be stuck in animal form for the rest of his life. He could curl up in Hermione and Tonks' laps. Shiva had said she was a cat person. He got along well with Crookshanks. It'd be better than being dead surely. Maybe Voldemort would even leave him alone if he was permanently a cat. Harry's silent musings were completely derailed as the wall finally shattered and the chimera leaped through the hole it had formed. Harry desperately tossed his power into the final ritual segment, just as the chimera's front paw landed inside the circle. Both opponents froze as the finalized magic lit up the entire ritual circle in bright white light engulfing Harry and the intruding chimera. The crowd held its breath as Harry and his assailant vanished in a flash of brilliance. Luna was crying, and Sirius was clutching onto Amelia's hand for dear life. Daphne had a firm enough grip on both Tracy's hand and Hermione's shoulder that she would likely leave bruises. Neville, Susan, and Hannah had all hunched down into each other. Shiva, Tonks, and Hermione were all just staring blankly at the battlefield. The bright light abruptly fell away, seemingly pulled back into the center of the ritual circle. The chimera stumbled, shaking all 3 of its heads. In Harry's place, there was a large midnight black panther also shaking its head. The panther blinked large green eyes and sneezed into the ground. A hiss resounded from the snake, head of the chimera, the first of the beast's 3 heads to fully clear. The panther looked up at the hissing and gave a soft chuff. Its eyes narrowed and its claws extended. The chimera pounced at Harry, and he leapt to the side. The snake head lashed out, and Harry slashed his claws, leaving deep marks in the scaly flesh as it passed. He didn't waste any time and immediately pushed off with all 4 paws. With a roar, the chimera jumped after him. Harry reached the egg and headbutted off the pedestal, aiming so that it soared out through the open exit. The time it had taken to aim let the chimera catch up, and a paw swiped out to knock Harry aside. The panther felt it coming, though, and twisted, dodging underneath the larger beast. He slashed up above him as he leaped, opening a gash on the chimera's underside. A roar of pain was answered with a yowl of success. The chimera turned to surge after Harry, who was already bounding for the arena exit. Harry leapt through just as the chimera slammed into the wards and fell to the ground, growling in frustration. The panther turned to regard the beast for a moment and shuddered. The next moment, in place of the panther, there stood a very beaten, very tired, very human Harry Potter in a torn shirt and ripped trousers, staring back at the chimera prowling on the other side of the gate. He bowed his head to it and said, "Thanks, I guess. I know you were trying pretty hard to kill me and all, but, well, you really helped me out there at the end. So thanks." Harry gave the Greek chimera one last salute, picked up his egg, and walked off to the medical tent. The silence behind him was as thunderous in its own way as the applause for the others had been. Chapter 22. Fallout. Harry walked into the open medical tent and practically collapsed onto the bed open for him. Despite his dislike of the hospital ward, he had never been so happy to get to lie down in one of Madame Pomfrey's beds. The Medawitch rushed over to him and immediately began casting diagnostic spells while muttering about idiot organizers and their fool ideas. Harry just grunted in agreement. "Harry," Fleur cried, jumping up from her own bed and rushing over. "Harry, you are all right. I tried to go and watch from Z's stands, but Sis nurse refused to allow me to leave Z tent." She cast a disparaging look at Pomfrey, who completely ignored her and instead shoved potions towards Harry. Grimacing, he chugged them and turned to Fleur. "God, that stuff tastes awful. Probably a good thing you didn't watch. I'm already likely going to get yelled at by everyone else, so at least you can't join in on that." Fleur's eyes narrowed. And why would see others be yelling? How bad was it? Before Harry could respond, Pomfrey handed him another potion. "Potter, your physical injuries will be taken care of by the first few potions, and I've healed over the major cuts and bruises. You have rather severe magical exhaustion, however, and that can only be fixed by rest. I imagine you need to be awake for at least another hour. So here is some pepper up. Take it or don't. Your choice. Just remember, if you do want it, you will crash within 6 hours, and coupled with the magical exhaustion, that crash will be quite abrupt." Harry nodded, took a look at the potion, sighed, and gulped it down. He shook his head as steam came out of his ears and turned back to Fleur. The chimera wasn't slowed down by losing 2 of its heads, and I couldn't hit the stupid snake one. I couldn't hem it in since it was too fast and the arena was too wide, so I kinda turned myself into an animagus to outrun it. He rubbed the back of his neck and stared at the floor while the girl in front of him could only blink. On his other side, Madame Pomfrey froze while reaching for a salve and turned back to him. The nurse started speaking very slowly. "Potter, perhaps I should check you over for a head injury as well." He snorted. "Well, it did knock my head into the wall a few times. But trust me, I'm not exaggerating with the animagus thing. You became an animagus to survive Z task." Fleur said softly, sinking into a nearby chair. "Mon Dieu." From the other side of the tent, Fred started laughing. So hard, he fell off his chair. "And I thought my performance would be the most outrageous one. You don't go for anything halfway. Harry, well done, mate. Crumb just looked between everyone else and shook his head. And they call me crazy. The tent flap burst open and Daphne and Luna ran in. Both stopped and cocked a head at Fred, still laughing on the floor, before turning to Harry and sighing in relief. Luna took a flying leap, and Harry barely managed to catch the smaller girl before her head was buried in his chest and her arms wrapped around his waist. Daphne was statelier in her approach, but she was no less gentle in how she pulled him into an embrace. That was extremely impressive, Harry, Daphne murmured. But please don't ever do that again. It would be rather hard to convince my father to allow me to keep associating with a panther. Luna shook her head and said softly, "You'd always be welcome to come on my excursions with Daddy if you get stuck as a large cat. Harry, Daddy always said the blibbering humdingers are attracted to cats." Harry just chuckled. "Thanks, girls. Where are the others? I kind of expected Hermione and Shiva at least to be here, yelling at me for being a bloody Gryffindor." Luna finally pulled back and moved over to sit next to Fleur. Tracy and Neville were helping to calm down some of the others, while Professor Lupin and Madame Bones went to look at the unexpected extra wards. Hermione, Tonks, Shiva, and Sirius were. She trailed off and glanced to Daphne with raised eyebrows and a bit of a knowing smirk. Daphne gave Harry a predatory grin. Well, about that, the four walked towards the judge's box, Hermione trailing slightly behind them and holding her notebook to her chest like a shield. Tonks was out front with her hair back to short and spiky in a flaming red color with orange highlights. It looked remarkably like her head was actually on fire, an illusion made even more convincing as she kept it waving slightly as she moved. Shiva and Sirius both looked just as angry, though they lacked the theatrics. Halfway there, the Delacours and the Crumbs joined them, as did Arthur, Weasley, though all hung back near Hermione. Dumbledore, Bagman. What the bloody hell was that shite? Tonks snarled as she stomped towards them. She poked a finger into the old man's chest, while Shiva scowled down at Bagman. The head of games and sports gulped and pushed back into his seat. Dumbledore just smiled up at Tonks with his trademarked twinkle and grandfatherly smile, firmly in place. "I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit more specific, Nympha." Tonks switched from poking him to grabbing his beard and yanking the man's head down. The surrounding personnel bearing witness all gasped and drew back. All theatrics left Tonks, and her voice dropped several decibels. "Finish my name, old man, and I will wrap this beard around your throat. You and these idiots," she waved her free hand towards the rest of the judges, "just sat here and watched a blatant assassination attempt on a 14-year-old young man from your own school." Bagman held up a hand and said in a forced, light-hearted voice, "Now, that seems a bit harsh there. It was just part of the tournament, after all." Shiva crossed her arms across her chest and took several deep breaths in order to avoid drawing her wand on the man. Beside her, Tonks released Dumbledore and stepped up beside her. "Bagman, can you explain to me where in the rules it states the arena is placed on lockdown as soon as a contestant enters the battlefield?" Shiva asked. When Bagman just frowned, she continued, "How about where the rules state that things from outside the field are forbidden from being summoned?" He opened his mouth to respond, but again was left with nothing to say. "Or perhaps you could explain how not one but 4 5X creatures were the opponents." especially in light of the Triwizard rules clearly stating that anything above 4x creatures are highly discouraged from being included in anything other than cooperative battles due to the risks involved. Bagman deflated completely. That's what I thought. Shiva nodded. Umbridge uttered her annoying "Hem" and stood with a smile on her face. You should know better than to come in here and make threats, Miss Tonks, Professor. Black. Sirius's eyes narrowed to slits at her slight. The Ministry always has a reason for its actions. Sirius stepped forward, leveling his glare on the pink toad. Oh, so this was a Ministry decision. Perhaps you'd like to explain those reasons then before I convene a meeting of the Wizengamot to bring you up on charges. Dumbledore cleared his throat and smoothed his rumpled beard. Now, I believe that might be a bit hasty. We should allow Dolores to speak prior to making any further accusations. The Umbridge nodded politely to Dumbledore and turned back to the others with her simpering smile firmly in place. While I don't feel you deserve to have anything explained to you at all, seeing as the Ministry would like to avoid any unsettling implications, I will attempt to set the record straight. The repelling ward was added just this morning. It was an effort to prevent any potential harm coming to the audience members, of course. Nothing in, nothing out. Everyone kept perfectly safe by the brilliant foresight. Why could you imagine the danger if the dragon had gone on a rampage? Shiva's scowl deepened. Oh, and I'm sure that preventing any summonings was simply a dreadful oversight in that case. Most unfortunate. Umbridge agreed, her grin spreading. Shiva gestured to Hermione. Hermione? The bookworm stepped forward and opened her notebook, schooling her features into a completely neutral expression. The tournament organizers will make every effort to ensure that no discrimination is enforced upon any of the competitors. Exotic forms of magic are allowed, and no protective measures are to be implemented to prevent their use. This includes, but is not limited to, any inherent species-specific magic, ritual-based magic, crafted magic, and component-based magic. The only limitation placed is that the initial task must be started with a single spellcasting implement. Any additional required components may be summoned upon task initiation, and the organizers are to ensure that this is not interfered with. The spirit of the tournament is of priority in these uncommon situations. Section 5:12, subsection C, paragraph 5. Hermione looked up, and a flash of loathing appeared on her face before it returned to her neutral mask. On the subject of the magical beasts, the rules state. That's enough, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said smoothly. I believe we can admit we made a mistake when we erected the ward in a hasty decision to protect the public. Sirius growled, but Tonks spoke before he could say anything. Oh, no, you don't, old man. You are not twisting this to make it seem like you arseholes are the beleaguered good guys being set upon by the distraught family. You yourself have admitted that the likeliest reason Harry was entered into this thing was because someone was trying to kill him, and now you're assisting in trying to do just that. That barrier wasn't put up to prevent the creatures from attacking us. It was there to prevent Harry from attaining his normal means of combat, and to stop anyone else from entering to save a champion in trouble. Umbridge just spread her arms and giggled. A shame that you can't actually prove that now, isn't it? Karkaroff stood and addressed the group. Neither Madame Maxime nor myself were informed of this change until immediately prior to the task. We were annoyed with several of the implications ourselves, but were convinced that it was an acceptable safety measure. Maxime raised herself up as well and bowed to the others. You have my assurances that we did not realize it would also prevent Z introduction of items zruf Z boundary from outside. It was never Z intent to put MSSR Potter at a disadvantage. If this safety measure is necessary in Z future, I will personally ensure that it is merely a one-way barrier. Bagman hurriedly nodded, seizing on the opportunity for a middle ground. Yes, exactly. You're perfectly right. No champion should be inconvenienced unnecessarily, nor should rescues be prevented. This was simply an unfortunate, unforeseen side effect of a last-minute decision. It won't happen again. Crumb's father came forward to stand next to Sirius. I would also hope that this decision to include two of the deadliest creatures in this hemisphere will not be an indication of further complications. Our understanding vast that this was intended to be a friendly competition, not a blood sport. I would not be surprised to see your ministry has obtained a nundu for one of the tasks at this rate, he finished with a distasteful tone. Sebastian Delacour raised his hand from the edge of the box and said, I for one am willing to accept this whole task as being the result of poor decisions. I'd also like to mention that if we should see a nundu or anything equally as foolish during this event, well, that might lead to rather bad relations with France in the future, and a rather exceptionally lowered opinion of all the personnel involved, including yourself, Dumbledore. I would have expected better judgment coming from you, Arthur said, shaking his head sadly. Tonks snorted and turned on her heel, striding out of the box with Hermione following closely behind. Shiva glared at Umbridge for a moment longer. Keep screwing with my ward Toad, and you'll find out why Voldemort keeps running away with his tail between his legs. She turned and stalked out. Sirius smiled and waved goodbye with a decidedly false cheer. Luna and Daphne had returned to their seats in the stands while Harry and the other champions walked back to the center of the cleared field to receive their scores. Harry had had some help with transfiguring his trousers into a something less likely to fall apart as he walked, but his shirt was still mostly shredded. He stood beside Fleur on the end and smiled up at his friends when he caught sight of everyone. Hannah was still clutching Neville, but Tracy caught his eye and gave him a thumbs up. All eyes quickly centered on Dumbledore as he stood and started to speak. Well, this was certainly an exciting event this morning. It is not entirely through yet, as points still need to be awarded. The headmaster paused and nodded down to the champions, his grandfatherly look firm. All the champions performed very impressively, and while we would love nothing more than to declare you all equal, that is not how a competition functions, unfortunately. Miss Delacour, please step forward to receive your point distribution. The scores will be out of 10. As Fleur stepped up, Dumbledore raised his wand and cast an 8 in the air. A slight point deduction for allowing the Hydra to form an extra head, as well as lack of diverse spells. Excellent maneuverability, speed, and accuracy, however. Madame Maxime stood and cast a 9. I also feel that allowing Z Hydra to gain a 5th head was a mistake. However, Z task was accomplished with great speed and skill. Karkaroff hesitated and sighed before he sent up an 8. 0 injuries. Very impressive. Bagman also scored Fleur a 9. Excellent showing, Miss Delacour. Umbridge considered for a moment before sending up a 4. The resounding shouts of disbelief and derision swallowed her initial comments, and Umbridge had to repeat them after. Dumbledore quieted everyone with a cannon blast. You were forced to resort to utilizing your heritage to escape from injury, as well as to finish what you had started with disabling the beast. A more skilled, which would have been able to complete the task without resorting to such desperate measures. And you showed such barbarism by killing the creature when it had already been defeated. Fleur growled softly as she stepped back, muttering under her breath of prejudiced little toads. Harry leaned over and bumped her shoulder. "Hey," he whispered out of the corner of his mouth. "You got Karkaroff to praise you. Everyone knows the Umbridge is evil. Take the win." "Thank you for that, Harry," Fleur replied. Fred stepped forward, and Dumbledore sent off a 7. While you were completely uninjured, there was no visible spellwork either. An ingenious use of potions, but they were borderline unacceptable. Be careful in the future, Mr. Weasley. Maxime also gave Fred a 7. While that was certainly amusing, I would like to have seen more spell work. Karkaroff gave Fred an 8 as well. Same as the others. More spells, boy. Impressive use of resources, and good foresight, though. Bagman shrugged before tossing up a 7. I don't have a problem with the lack of spells, Mr. Weasley. I do think that you showed us an area where we need to improve the rules, though. If Mr. Potter wasn't allowed to bring his rune stones into the arena, those potions probably shouldn't be allowed in the future either. He paused and cocked his head at the redhead. I didn't even know potions could do that. Umbridge gave Fred a 5 to more booze. Flaunting your disregard of the rules and established procedure. I would expect nothing less from a Weasley. Fred snorted as he stepped back, and Harry heard his softly say, "Wait till Percy hears about that comment, Toad. We'll see how much paperwork dealing with cauldron thickness you have to deal with after today." Krum stepped up, and Dumbledore gave him a 9. Truly excellent footwork and spell combinations. A slight deduction for injuries, but overall very impressive. Maxime scored Krum with a 7. A single injury against a manticore. Well done. You really shouldn't have expected it to be sleeping at first, Suff, and you had a free initial shot you passed up, Seer. Karkaroff sent 10 into the air. Extreme bravery against a manticore. A slight error in range, but superb display of skills otherwise. Bagman gave Krum an 8. Well done, Mr. Krum. Well done. Excellent reflexes. Umbridge stood and sent off a 10 into the air with 0 hesitation. I have not seen such a display of prowess and skill in quite some time. Krum stepped back and scowled, saying softly, I did not deserve those 10s. Harry shrugged as he stepped up to get his own scores. Dumbledore frowned and sent up a 6. The crowd's reaction was rather poor to that score, and again Dumbledore had to let off a loud bang before he could speak. While the display of spellcasting was very impressive, you were unable to get past the Chimera until extraordinary measures were taken. I advise more practice in the future, Mr. Potter. Harry snorted at that. You try fighting a Chimera as a fourth-year student, and without your usual primary tools, he muttered. Maxime looked down at him for a long moment before finally sending off a 10. Harry stared with wide eyes as she stated her reasons. You were clearly outmatched, yet kept attempting different methods. Your ingenuity was impressive, as was your determination. A superb showing, monsieur. Karkaroff sighed and sent up a 9. I was impressed by the skill and stubbornness shown as well. The successful completion of a ritual mid-combat was also noteworthy. Bagman stood and sent off a 10. I haven't seen a ritual circle completed since I was in school. Well done, Mr. Potter. Umbridge stood and cast a 2 in the air. Dumbledore was forced to send off 2 cannon blasts before the noise lowered enough for her to speak. Really now, if I could give you a 0, I would, but as you successfully retrieved the egg and did not die, I am forced to award at least 2 points. That was a horrendous showing all around. You were unable to best the creature, it continually outwitted you, and you showed off an illegal transformation to top things off. Stay behind afterward, Potter. Harry narrowed his eyes as he stepped back. Of course the Umbridge was going to twist this. There were probably going to be Aurors waiting to arrest him as soon as the crowd dispersed. Dumbledore gave some platitudes while Fleur grabbed his hand. She leaned down and whispered into his ear, "Don't worry, they won't be taking you anywhere if I have anything to say about it. And even if they do, well, France doesn't extradite its own citizens." Harry started to say something but fumbled for the words. He ended up just turning to Fleur and staring at her with a slack jaw. She chuckled and patted his cheek. "I am just saying, Harry, it is something to keep in mind, is all." He eventually just settled for a stunned nod. Most of the audience started to disperse while Harry and Fleur headed out to the exit with Fred and Crumb following close behind. True enough, as soon as Harry stepped outside the arena, there were 3 Aurors nearby. Scrimgeour, Dawlish, and a bald black man with an easy smile. Harry sighed and said, "Hello. I don't suppose you actually got the full story by any chance." Scrimgeour frowned, but Dawlish spoke up before the boss could. "An unregistered animagus transformation. No further explanations are needed. Come with us immediately, Potter. There's a holding cell with your name on it. Are you daft?" Sirius' voice shouted from around the corner. He came striding up with Remus at his side, and the others close behind. Harry was a bit surprised that Amelia was letting him take point. "No explanations are needed. How in Merlin's name did you pass any of the training? How dare you?" Dawlish shouted back. Scrimgeour stepped between the two, his frown morphing into a full scowl. "Dawlish, do not antagonize the Lord Black. We are not here for him." The bald man came forward and nodded to both Harry and Sirius before turning to Amelia. "Ma'am Director, would you please settle this little dispute? I get the feeling we are missing a key piece of information." Amelia just smiled. "Let's let the Undersecretary make a bit of a fool of herself first, Shacklebolt." Right on cue, the Umbridge strolled over from the direction of the stands. As soon as she was close enough, she started pointing at Harry with a huge grin. "There, arrest the boy. An unregistered animagus transformation. In front of thousands of witnesses. No way out of this one, child. A more open and shut case I have never seen. Such arrogance. Such blatant disrespect for our laws. I'll see you in Azkaban by the end of the night." She almost seemed about to laugh. Before anyone could say anything, Amelia stepped up from behind Sirius and approached Umbridge. "Unregistered transformation? Were you sleeping prior to that, Undersecretary? Or are you just showing how stupid you can be? I am honestly curious." "What are you talking about, Amelia?" Umbridge asked with a sneer. The boy didn't even try to hide it. "Well, considering it was the result of a ritual found in advanced techniques for the forward-thinking specifically designed to force an animagus form, I don't see why he should. Amelia paused and tapped her chin. It's been quite some time since I read that book, but, oh, what was the wording? Oh, I remember. This ritual will fail spectacularly if the enactor already has access to an animagus form. Yes, that was it. So that would make this his first transformation, meaning he has a full week to present himself and register the animal form, assuming he can transform again. Umbridge scowled. We don't even know that was the specific ritual he performed. It could have been a fancy light show. Amelia sighed and turned to the three Aurors. Scrimgeour, Dawlish, Shacklebolt, return to your duties. No crime has been committed. Madam Umbridge. She turned back to the pink toad and shifted her hand towards her wand. You should probably go home, or perhaps you should check in with the minister and update him on your recent sabotage failures. Umbridge tossed her nose in the air and turned stalking off. The Aurors waited a few seconds longer, looking between Harry and Amelia before nodding and leaving as well. Crumb turned to the others and nodded politely. Well, now that the excitement is over with, I think I will go find drink. Well done, and congratulations to you all. Pleasant evening. Fred sighed and clapped Harry on the back. I got to go find Dad and the rest of the family. I should probably also apologize to Charlie for feeding his dragon some of my products. Catch up to you later, mate. Fleur simply stepped partly to the side as Hermione pushed through the adults and barreled towards Harry. He chuckled softly as she almost knocked him over with her embrace, and he squeezed her back. Are you okay? She asked quietly. Harry nodded and lifted her head up to kiss her. I'm fine, Meone. Just tired. Hermione slowly nodded and let him go. Shiva stepped up next to hug him. I feel like I should be yelling at you, kid, she said. Honestly, though, I'm far too relieved you're alive to bother. You realize how lucky you were that worked right. I do, he muttered into her shoulder, leaning his head down for a moment. I could feel how screwed I was by the time I got to the 5th section. I just didn't know what else to do. Shiva, I thought. I've started the meditation stuff that Sirius gave me over the summer, and I knew my animagus form was fast, and I knew I needed speed to get around the Chimera. I couldn't even see that stupid snake had half the time, let alone hit it. I'm sorry. Shiva ruffled his hair and pushed him back to arm's length. Don't apologize, kid. It worked in the end. It was dangerous, but you didn't really have many options. I'm not going to yell at you for surviving against that thing. And hey, a panther is pretty awesome. She smiled and shook a finger at him in a mock glare. But don't you dare scratch the furniture, young man, or you will not like the punishment. Everyone burst out in laughter at that, and the mildly depressed mood broke easily. Shiva slung an arm over Harry's shoulders and turned him towards the castle. Come on, kid, let's get back. Tonks cleared her throat and stepped up to Harry's other side with a slight blush on her cheeks, her hair a resolute pink. Actually, I think I'm going to steal him away for a minute. Party in the Gryffindor Common room, I'm guessing? At the answering nod, she continued. Okay, I'll get him to you guys in a few minutes, then. Harry peered curiously at Tonks as she led him over towards a tree near the Black Lake, and well away from anyone else. Harry leaned against the tree trunk, still feeling his exhaustion despite the pepper up, just another example of how amazingly tired he was. What did you want to talk about, Tonks? I really am sorry about using the ritual. She waved a hand, still looking out over the lake with her back to him. You know that was foolish. It worked, you're alive. That's all I care about. I'm not going to yell at you for that any more than Shiva did. No, Harry, I almost ended up strangling Dumbledore with his own beard a few minutes ago. Harry started chuckling, but trailed off as he noticed she wasn't laughing. His eyes widened. Merlin, you're serious? Yeah, Tonks sighed. When I saw your harness fall next to that arena shield, I glanced towards the judge's box, and I noticed a flash of, well, something suspiciously like triumph on his face. After the task was over, when we were confronting the judges on that damn thing, I kind of lost it for a moment there and grabbed him. I assaulted one of the most important and well-respected wizards in the past 100 years. Oh, Harry said softly. Do you know why I did that, Harry? She crossed her arms and her hair shifted to a dark blue. I saw some bad things while I was Auror, but that was the first time I truly almost lost control completely. That was the first time I genuinely wanted to hurt someone, and it was because he had hurt you. Tonks, Harry shifted and looked down at his feet. I appreciate that, Tonks, but I don't think I'm really worth that. Dumbledore is powerful and important. You shouldn't risk getting on his bad side just because of me. Harry heard her give a rueful laugh. Geez, Squirt, you really need to work on your self-esteem issues. I thought Hermione and Shiva would have knocked that self-deprecation out of you by now. He shrugged, smiling wanly. Still crops up from time to time. Apparently, she muttered, though she didn't sound angry. Harry, I'm sick of trying to fight this, and I'm sick of pretending that it doesn't matter to me. I'm sick of lying to myself and saying that you're just a good friend. Tonks, where are you going with this? He asked, frowning. Why couldn't girls just say what they meant instead of talking in circles? He was far too tired to try and make sense of this conversation. Tonks made an annoyed groan. Merlin, you are dense. Harry was still looking at the ground when she strode up to him, grabbed his head, pulled him up into a kiss. Harry's mind ground to a halt, and, without any conscious input from him, one arm came out to wrap around her waist while his other braced against the tree trunk. He lost count of how long they stayed locked together. Eventually, Tonks pulled back and took a deep, shuddering breath. What I'm getting at, Harry, is quite simple. Is that second girlfriend position still available? Mentally kicking his brain back into gear, Harry shook his head and grinned. Not anymore. Tonks' face fell, and she turned away to stare at the lake with her hair shifting to black. Oh, sorry. That's what I get for taking too long, I guess. Just forget I said anything. And she cut off her mumbling as Harry strode forward and laid a hand on one shoulder. He spun her around and leaned in to capture her lips again. A few moments later, Harry pulled back and smiled again. What I meant, and wham, was that the position became filled about 60 seconds ago. Oh. Tonks blinked. Neither said anything for a short period before both laughed. Tonks' hair shifted to a light red, and she reached out to take his hand. Well, now that that's decided, we should probably get up to that tower so you can hang out for a few minutes before you crash completely. The two walked off with matching shy smiles. Neither noticed the fat beetle flying off the tree behind them. Harry walked through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor Tower to cheers, shouts, and general chaos. The entire place was decorated with streamers, and mini fireworks were going off every so often. Fred was in the middle of the couch regaling First Eyes with how he had gotten through the task and come up with the ideas. Neville was in the corner retelling Harry's efforts to Fleur, who had her arm around a blushing Hermione. Daphne and Tracy were on the couch talking with Ginny, while Astoria bounced around the room nearby. Susan and Hannah were both deep in conversation with Lavender, Parvati and Padma. Shiva, Sirius, Remus and Amelia were sitting with Flitwick and McGonagall drinking butterbeers. Even Sue Lee and Millicent Bulstrode were sitting down with the Gryffindor chasers, Luna and Coco all laughing. Wow. Tonks muttered as she followed Harry in. I expected a party, but Merlin, Hogwarts has loosened up since I graduated. Yeah, no kidding, Harry said. Harry. The room seemed to explode with noise as people realized he had arrived. Harry was immediately swept into the crowd. He was passed from handshake to handshake, back slap to back slap, before finally being deposited on the couch near Fred and Daphne. Looking over the room, he saw Tonks had pulled Hermione to the side and breathed a sigh of relief after Hermione smiled and pulled the metamorph in a hug. Tonks caught his eye and flashed him a quick thumbs up before sitting back down with Fleur and Neville, a beaming Hermione in tow. So, Harry, let's see the panther. Fred suddenly shouted, leaning over Pump's hand. Harry turned to him and cocked an eyebrow. Oh, don't give me that, mate. I got us both free advertising, and only Fleur, and I haven't seen it firsthand. Come on, don't keep a friend waiting. Fine. Harry sighed and stood up. The room quieted, and it seemed like every eye was watching him. This is like the second time I'm doing this, so I don't know if I'll be able to stay in it for too long, okay? Don't get your hopes up. It feels weird. He closed his eyes, concentrating back to how it had felt to change. A few moments later, he felt his body flow and shift, and the floor was suddenly a lot closer. He could see clearly and could feel the softness of the carpet under his paws. Harry chuffed good-naturedly at Fred, who reached out to pet his fur. Harry took a breath and promptly sneezed as his nose couldn't handle the myriad conglomerate of smells in the air. He tried to take another breath and sneezed again, setting off even more sneezes. Less than 30 seconds after shifting, Harry turned back and collapsed back into the couch to a chorus of disappointed groans. Hey, Harry harumphed. You try smelling 100 different things at once and see if you want to keep breathing that shite in. You want to pet me? Fine, but we'll do it outside in a day or two, where I can breathe. The group started laughing, and the party picked back up. Fred leaned over and clapped Harry on the shoulder. Sorry about the task, Harry, George, and I found the little loophole about the potions thing, but it didn't apply to rune stones. If I had realized you wouldn't be able to summon your stuff, I would have given you some of our stock to use too. Apparently potions weren't considered spellcasting implements by whoever made the rules originally. They had their own category. That's probably going to be changed by the time this one's over, but I figured I'd use the ambiguity while it existed to go in locked and loaded. Harry shrugged. From what Tonks said, you did good, Fred. I'm just glad you're okay. The redhead grinned and turned back to the first ties, waiting for his story to go on. Harry felt himself shifted to the side a bit as someone bumped his shoulder, and he opened his eyes to see Daphne beside him. Hey, she said, just barely loud enough to hear over the commotion. Hey, he responded. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. That was rather frightening. Her eyes closed, and she squeezed his leg. I knew this was going to be dangerous, but that was worse than I had feared. We're going to have to take bigger steps, I think. Harry nodded agreement. Yeah, I think you're right. Daphne nodded her head towards Tonks in the corner, still talking and laughing with Hermione. So, you and Tonks are official now. Harry's eyes widened as he turned fully towards his friend. She just smiled and shrugged. I didn't get into Slytherin because I was blind, Harry. Her grin drooped a bit, and Harry thought he caught something akin to regret flash across her face before it was again happy, and she was hugging him. I'm happy for you, Harry. Those two get along well, and are good for you. Don't expect Fleur to give up so easily, though. And I've done some digging. You may need to watch out for a third option from her. What? Harry asked, confused, and finding it hard to follow what Daphne was saying. Maybe the pepper up was starting to wear off. Don't worry about it, Harry. I'm sure Fleur will bring it up herself soon enough if she's going to go that route. Okay, Harry sighed. Daph, would you tell the others I'm going to go and sleep? Madame Pomfrey said the potion should last longer, but I'm already losing it. Daphne nodded, and Harry headed up the stairs to the boys' dorm. He had just enough strength left to kick off his shoes before he collapsed back into the bed. Thinking he should probably take his shirt and trousers off at least, he tried to convince himself to move just a bit more. He gave it up after a minute and just lay there. The door to the dorm opened again, but Harry couldn't be bothered to care. Ugh, Harry, you can't sleep in those clothes. They're filthy. Come on, let me help you get undressed, then you can sleep. The soft voice of Hermione rang through his ears. Hey, Hermione, Harry murmured, keeping his eyes closed. Come on then, she said, sitting down beside him and pulling him up into a semi-sitting position. Harry groaned in protest. Hermione chuckled and maneuvered him so that she could pull his shirt over his head. There. You can lay back down now. You are wearing pants, yes. Yes, Hermione, Harry said, snuggling back into the blanket. He felt her move down to his trousers. So you're not mad about NYM? Hermione paused. NYM? Oh, you mean Tonks. No, Harry, I'm not mad. It would be rather hypocritical of me to be mad when I was the one to push for it to begin with. Still, Hermione chuckled. Harry, I like Tonks, and she is certainly very protective of you. You should have seen her with Dumbledore earlier. She said she grabbed his beard. Harry mumbled. It was glorious. I wish I was that brave. You're brave, Hermione. She had finally succeeded in wriggling his trousers off and pulled his socks down as well, leaving him in just his boxers. Thank you, Harry. Lift your legs up. Come on, get on the bed fully now. You'll get a horrible crick if you sleep half on, half off. He shifted and pulled his legs where she directed and felt her pull the blankets over him. Get some sleep, Harry. I love you. Love you too, Hermione. Tell NYM. And the others, I said night. Harry yawned and passed out while Hermione smiled and slipped back down to the party. Dumbledore strode into his office and sat down at his desk with a heavy sigh. Fawkes watched him absently cast a spell to freeze the portraits and start muttering to himself. The luck involved in that task. One would be forgiven for thinking a higher power had a hand in this. Albus rubbed his beard and peered towards the shelf with his pensive. No, that can't be. Coincidences do happen after all, and Harry Potter has nothing if not the best of luck at the worst of times. Fudge will likely lean on Dolores to tone down her attacks on the boy now. It certainly doesn't help that half the school and soon half the country will believe this was a deliberate attempt on his life. Fawkes trilled softly. Perhaps his bonded, was finally starting to recognize his errors. I will simply have to be more subtle. The woman is a fool to the highest degree. There is still the aspect columns. They are completely foreign, and it will be fully understandable that none of US knew of the dangers associated with their use. Albus nodded slowly. Yes, that will work. Harry may be lucky, but that should easily balance out when his own darkness is his opponent. Fawkes crooned a sad song. Albus was straying dangerously close to unforgivable. The Phoenix had been together with the old man for so long, yet everyone had a breaking point. Albus' issues were mounting faster and faster. Soon Fawkes wouldn't be able to keep making excuses for the man. I wish there was another way too, my friend, Albus whispered as he looked at Fawkes. Today's events only provided further proof, I'm afraid. Even without his crutch, Harry Potter is dangerous. We must act now, before he has a chance to gain even more power and skill. With Barty acting to insert him into the tournament, it could still count as Voldemort's hand. The prophecy will be fulfilled, the Horcrux destroyed, a future Dark Lord's birth prevented, and the way clear to forever destroy Tom. Fawkes could only turn away. How had Albus come to this point? How had he forgotten all his old feelings and beliefs? Was it the disease that pushed him here, or was it simply exhaustion? Did he truly not see how close his thoughts matched his old lover's? I must stay strong and do what is right over what is easy. I must ensure that this is finished. Albus sighed. For the greater good. Fawkes uttered another sorrow-filled trill. Albus' course was set. Now it was only a matter of time before he left his friend forever. Dolores Umbridge strode into the minister's office the next morning feeling rather pleased with herself. Sure, her initial plan hadn't quite panned out, but it had given her another delightful opportunity. That fool boy thought that he could use the rules to escape what was coming to him. Not while Dolores Jane Umbridge was in charge. She sat down in the chair across from Fudge and smiled. "Good morning, Cornelius." Fudge scowled and held up a hand, stopping her. "What the bloody hell is going on at that school, Dolores? Do you have any idea how bad this looks?" She frowned. "Well, I admit the boy surviving without any lasting injuries was frustrating, but I know just how to deal with the Animagus fallout. All we need to do is lose some of the paperwork he submits, and then we can arrest Potter for not properly registering." Animagus? Lost paperwork. The minister leaned back and rubbed his forehead. "I don't care what the brat did. Have you seen these papers?" He tossed 2 folded Daily Prophets across the table. 2 issues, Dolores. 2. A special issue last night dealing with our incompetence. And then another one this morning. Umbridge leaned in to read the headlines. Ministry of Magic endorses deadly tournament was plastered over the top half of the page from last night's printing, and blatant sabotage and rampant favoritism taint first task was printed along the bottom half. The second paper, the one from this morning, was devoted to the headline, "Harry Potter, the boy who cheated?" She pulled back and shrugged. "Well, we will have to lean on her a bit, but at least she got the part about the half-blood cheating." Fudge literally growled. That article is 95% devoted to his love life, and it also makes casual mention of how us entering him into this thing granted him full emancipated adult status. You assured me you had this handled, Dolores. He was supposed to appear the villain, not a gossip topic. Fudge slammed a hand onto the table. Potter has enough allies that he could make real trouble as a member of the Wizengamot. How could you let this happen? Dolores blinked and simply stared at the minister. He what? As if this wasn't bad enough, I've already had visits from the Bulgarian and French ministers, both of who expressed their supreme disappointment that 5X creatures were included in a single combat task and that there was a safety shield that would have prevented assistance from being rendered. Both made clear threats of diplomatic and economic sanctions should any more blatant attempts at sabotage be present. The shield was a suggestion by Dumbledore, though Umbridge said, floundering. He seemed to think it would be perfect for ensuring audience safety, while I realized it would work perfectly to trap the fools inside it. Surely we can just explain the original reason behind it. Fudge scowled and poured himself a drink of fire whiskey. Why do you think I'm still in office? As valid as the excuse is, they have legitimate grievances with the methodology and lack of foresight concerning consequences. I can't even blame this on the idiot bagman, because you quite clearly took credit for it. Fudge leaned back and glared at her. Fix this, Dolores. I will not be taking the fall for this mess. Umbridge gulped and nodded. She hurriedly scampered out of the office, desperately trying to figure out where she had gone wrong and what she had missed. Nymphadora Tonks walked up the driveway to her parents' house as if going to an execution. It probably wasn't all that different anyway. Andromeda Tonks may have been struck from the family for a few years, but she was still very much a black through and through. Ted Tonks was a nice man, all things considered, and he had taught Tonks a lot about humor and how to have fun, but that sword went both ways. Both parents loved nothing more than teasing their daughter until she exploded, and now she had to tell them that not only was she dating a younger man, not only was said younger man 14, but that her boyfriend happened to be one of the most famous teenagers in Britain for several generations. This was going to a nightmare. She checked her hair one more time to make sure it was a nice, neutral purple, and gulping, knocked on the door. Nymphadora, what a surprise! Andromeda exclaimed, pulling open the door and folding Tonks into a hug. She grimaced, trying to avoid flinching at her mother's not-so-subtle needling. Sure, the full name thing had started off innocently enough, but for the past 2 decades Andromeda only did it because she knew she could get a rise out of Tonks. Hey, Mum, is Dad around? I kind of need to talk to you both for a few minutes. Of course, dear. Come in, have a seat. I'll go get us some tea. Andromeda moved off into the kitchen as Tonks went to the couch. Ted, Nymphadora stopped by. Get off that infernal machine and come say hello to your daughter. Coming, love, Ted called back from somewhere in the bowels of the house. He stepped into the living room after another minute, gave Tonks a quick hug, and smiled at her hair. I like the purple, hun, but I think it would go better if your eyes offset it a bit. Maybe a yellow. Tonks raised her eyebrows and snorted. Wouldn't look like a Sith. No thanks, Dad. He shrugged and sat down on the love seat, accepting the proffered teacup from Andromeda. Lucas ruined yellow eyes for everyone with that series. Now, Ted, most people can't have yellow eyes, so that's a fair comparison, Andromeda chided. Tonks groaned and leaned back. Why are we arguing about yellow eyes? Andromeda smiled and patted her leg. Well, because you don't want to tell us why you came to visit us, of course. I didn't say I didn't want to talk about it, she grumbled. Ted chuckled. Oh, Dora, you'd think you could lie better. Well, to everyone else I lie fine. But not to us, he replied with a smile. Now, what has you up and about so early? I'd imagine you should be training with your friend at Hogwarts. Tonks shifted uncomfortably. Well, you know that the first task of the Triwizard was yesterday? Both parents nodded. Okay, and you know that Harry actually did remarkably well considering some attempts at sabotage. I heard rumor that he performed the Animagus ritual. Dangerous gamble, that. I'm glad it worked out for him, Andromeda commented. Tonks nodded. Yeah, agreed. He didn't have too many other options. We talked about it for a bit afterwards. So you're giving him the day off then, Dora? Ted asked. Well, yes, but that's not why I'm here, Dad. I have something to tell you. I wanted to be the one to explain things. You know, before you heard from someone else and got everything all twisted and weird and not cool and got some crazy ideas in your heads and gave him a hard time or tried to forbid me from it, or, yeah, that's not why I'm here. She lamely finished off her ramble. Andromeda smiled. A chill went down Tonks' back. Her mother smiled like that only when she was about to play a particularly good card. Oh, really, dear? So then I assume that this is about your recent relationship upgrade with a 14-year-old young man with brilliant green eyes. Tonks blinked, staring at her mother, and father neither of who seemed particularly surprised at Andromeda's words or Tonks' lack of reaction. She groaned and let her hair shift through to bright orange. Damn it, you already knew. I was hoping to get here before you found out. Andromeda patted her daughter's leg. Oh, Nymphadora, you should really know me better than that. I am a black again, after all thanks to Sirius. I have access to all my old sources. Now, has he gotten you pregnant? Tonks' eyes widened, and she choked on her tea. What? I imagine I'll have to get the wedding plans set up if that's the case. Would you both be okay with the week that the term ends? I'd obviously prefer to wait until he's at least 15, but we don't want the baby to be illegitimate after all, and that would be cutting rather dangerously close. Mother, stop. Tonks yelled, holding her hands over her face and desperately trying to dampen the full-body blush. I'm not pregnant. We've only snogged twice. I'm not shagging him yet. Oh, good. That leaves me more than enough time to plan the wedding then. Mom, please just stop. Tonks moaned. And how did you find out anyway? This literally just happened last night. It's already in the paper. Dora, Ted said with a smile. Andromeda rolled her eyes. Well, take all the mystery and fun out of it. Why don't you? Tonks had meanwhile sat up straight and stared at her father. Paper? Already? That shouldn't be possible. I only got over myself yesterday afternoon after the task. She lifted her wand and summoned the Daily Prophet, which zipped into her hands from the kitchen. Reading through it saw her hair shift into brilliant displays of red, her face heat up, and her hands shake in rage. Skeeter, I'm going to murder that woman. Andromeda casually sipped her tea. I taught you better than that, Dora. Murder is easy. You want payback instead. I think we can do far better than a simple murder. Tonks' eyes widened, and she calmed back down. You're honestly not upset by me. And Harry? Ted shrugged. Well, of course we'd like to meet the young man. We haven't forgotten, though, how he believed in you and gave you good advice for the past 2 years, and how he's done more since re-entering our world 3 years ago than most of your former compatriots did in a decade of being with the Orse. I'm not particularly happy about his age, personally, but, honey, better a younger man who appreciates you rather than an older man who only wants your abilities. Andromeda just lifted an eyebrow. I was almost married off to a man, 40 years my senior when I was 15, Dora. Never forget what family I was raised with. Since I'm assuming you're not playing celebrity, who's who bedroom games with the young man to win him over, Tonks growled low at that, and Andromeda rolled her eyes. I have no real issues beyond advising you to be careful, be prepared for the criticism and the comments, and to make certain that above all, you are all happy with a multiple relationship. Tonks fidgeted. Yeah, about that. I did already talk with his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. She, is rather eager about that aspect, it seems. Oh, good. Andromeda smiled wide. I remember you swearing off boys for a few years after you started off in Hogwarts. Now you get the best of both worlds. Mum, Tonks groaned. Her father just laughed and patted her leg. You guys suck. Ted shrugged. True, we're your parents. We're supposed to get that reaction. Tonks just groaned louder as her parents started to laugh. Harry sat down to breakfast that morning feeling decidedly chipper for the first time in weeks. The mood was not to last, unfortunately. Hedwig swooped down to greet him with the other owls. She initially refused his offer of bacon and instead affectionately nipped at his fingers for a minute. Thanks, girl. It's nice to know you care. She barked and puffed up before turned her head to the side. Well, of course I knew you cared before. She eyed him, and the people sitting nearby stared between owl and human. Oh, come on, I'm fine. And I even get to be a cool animal now. Hedwig barked at that, causing Harry to snort. I'm not going to eat you when I change, Hedwig. I'm still me. Hedwig preened her wing and ignored him. Harry sighed and held out his bacon again. And I'm sorry for almost dying. Happy now. His owl looked up, barked one final time, took the bacon, and dropped the 2 issues of the Prophet she had carried in earlier. Thanks, girl. Daphne reached over to grab one of the papers. I really wish I understood how you talk with that owl, she muttered. Hedwig barked at her and nipped her fingers. Daphne lifted an eyebrow. What? I certainly can't understand you like him. Well, actually, for that matter, I can't understand him like you can either. He's your human, not mine. Hedwig puffed up and flew up to Daphne's shoulders. Harry grinned at the two. She likes you, Daph. Daphne's raised eyebrows garnered several laughs, and Harry went back to his breakfast. Oh, listen to this, guys, Daphne said, sounding excited. Skeeter wrote an article decrying awful mismanagement, unthinking potential homicides, lack of foresight. It goes on and on. There's very little fact here at all, and mostly speculation, but it's actually not too bad overall. At least it slams the organizers rather than the contestants. Mostly. Mostly, eh? What does it say about the contestants? George asked from nearby. Daphne sighed. Well, it decries Fred for using a loophole to cheat on the starting line, though it does mention your owl order catalog. So I'd recommend just taking it as free advertising. It says that Viktor shouldn't have bothered playing with his creature and should have taken it out at the first glance. Fleur is beaten down for being French, being a vila, not showing varied enough magic, etc. Harry is berated for using a dangerous ritual mid-combat, as well as not knowing enough spellwork to get around his beast without resorting to extremes, the typical drivel, I suppose. Certainly not as bad as it could have been. Harry had been looking at his own paper as Daphne talked. He was snarling to the point of practically spitting. Yeah, because she saved all of the worst stuff for this one. The others turned to Harry. He started to read the article out loud. Harry Potter, the boy who cheated, both in skills and in love. Harry Potter is not as innocent as he appears. It has long been known that the young boy who lived is skillful with his rune crafting and experimentation. What has only recently come to light is that he also seems to have a way with the fairer sex. Mr. Potter has been surrounded by the female gender for several years now. Ever since he re-entered our world, he has been in the company of Hermione Granger, Muggle-born. The two made their relationship official at some point the year prior. One wonders just what the Granger girl did, and continues to do, to ensure that Harry Potter remains so attached to her for so long. Not content with just the one girlfriend, though, Harry has also flirted heavily with fellow Triwizard champion, Fleur Delacour. The French girl has been seen shamelessly pursuing our young wizard since the Quidditch World Cup this summer. It's just sickening watching how open those two are about being interested in each other. Pansy Parkinson, Harry's schoolmate, comments. Doesn't he already have a girlfriend? Does he really have to wave it in our faces that he can have anyone that he wants whenever he wants them? Perhaps there is some truth to this statement, or perhaps it goes deeper than that. Fleur Delacour happens to have Vila blood. Could she be enchanting our dear national hero? Could she be seducing him with her charms and her powers that he has no defense against? One certainly hopes not, but the possibility cannot be ignored. To further complicate matters, Harry just last night added Nymphadora Tonks, disgraced former Auror, to his growing harem. This woman graduated Hogwarts in 1991, making her nearly 6 years older than young Potter. They have had several meetings prior to this year, but this reporter has discovered their steamy affair has heated up through repeated personal training sessions in the past 2 months. Just how deep do these sessions go? Just how much has this aged metamorphmagus abused her powers to snare and seduce Harry Potter? Just who has she impersonated to keep his interest or satisfy his fantasy? Even more disturbing, Harry Potter has been taken in by young Bathsheba Babbling, the youngest professor on staff at Hogwarts. Yeah, Professor Babbling starting hanging out with him and inviting him into her office first year. Draco Malfoy, another fellow schoolmate, says. I know she graduated a few years back, but it still seems inappropriate. And she always sticks up for him when he gets into trouble. They've got to have some sort of relationship. It's the only thing that makes sense. Careful investigations have uncovered that Babbling somehow managed to acquire legal guardianship status for Mr. Potter prior to his 3rd year. Just what interest does this woman have for keeping the boy close? Just what sort of relationship do they really have? Inquiries to Gringotts about whether the professor had managed to obtain magical guardianship status as well, which would have granted her complete control over our hero's fate, was met with laughter. This reporter finally managed to find records showing that Harry Potter was legally emancipated September 3rd. Is it coincidence that this coincides with the boys' selection into the Triwizard Tournament? Surely not. Could Harry have entered the tournament solely to escape Miss Babbling? We can only watch and wonder. Keep reading while we at the Daily Prophet follow up on this horrifying story concerning Harry Potter. By the time Harry had finished reading the paper, there were literal sparks jumping from his feet into the ground, and a magical wind was fluttering the floating candles above. When I catch that woman, I'm going to... Harry James Potter, you calm down this instant. Luna yelled without any of her customary detached tone. Everyone stopped and looked to her. Harry blinked at Luna several times before he took a few deep breaths and relaxed his hands. The candles steadied, and he seemed far less likely to strike someone. "Better," Luna said. "Now remember that Rita Skeeter makes her living printing off vitriol, and that you have a ready source to counter these lies. A source that has been growing larger and better respected for the past 2 years. A source that likes and trusts you. Remember that the wizarding world has no such thing as libel or slander laws, so you legally can't touch her." Luna's eyes narrowed, and her voice took on a dangerous undertone. "Also remember that everyone has secrets. It is merely a matter of finding those secrets. We will retaliate. We will not give her further cause to injure us." The Gryffindors were quiet for a long minute. Eventually, Tracy broke the silence. "Bloody hell, Luna, how did Ravenclaw survive you? You're as dangerous as Harry's girlfriends." She grinned like a loon and pulled the little blonde into a hug. Luna blushed and muttered something unintelligible, and people started going back to their meals. Harry shook his head as Hermione squeezed his hand. "Thanks, Luna. I appreciate the reality check," he said glumly. Luna pulled away from Tracy slightly and smiled at him, her dreaminess back in full force. "Anytime, Harry. That's what I'm here for after all." Dumbledore noticed a disturbance by Harry's table and frowned. The magic that boy let off when he was truly angry was worrisome, and it further cemented the resolve he had renewed last night. Things around the young man calmed before Dumbledore felt the need to intervene, however. A little curious, he turned to regard babbling to see why the woman hadn't gone down to check on the boy. Holding in a chuckle, Dumbledore saw her glaring the Daily Prophet in front of her and seemingly trying to cause it to catch fire with her eyes. Cracking a smile, Dumbledore opened his own paper, intent on seeing just what it was that had gotten under the woman's nerves. With a chuckle, he read through the article. While he knew that Harry did have the same magnetic personality so prevalent in Dark Lords, it was obvious that the article was a huge exaggeration. He took a sip of his pumpkin juice as he finished up the amusing commentary. Harry Potter was legally emancipated September 3rd. Dumbledore sat straight up and spit his juice out violently, enough it reached a third of the way down the Ravenclaw table. He clutched the article and reread the last paragraph. Surely it was simply a falsification. Surely this couldn't have happened, not right under his nose. With horror, Dumbledore realized that he hadn't spoken against anything stated at the choosing of the champions. There was in fact a distinct possibility that Harry could have wormed his way into twisting that to acknowledge an updated legal status. With wide eyes, Dumbledore stood up fast enough that his chair was thrown backwards. "Minerva, I will be out for the day. Please handle matters here for me." He ignored the odd looks several students and staff sent at him while he hurried out of the Great Hall. He had to call an emergency Wizengamot session to fix this immediately. Harry watched Dumbledore practically sprint out of room and turned to his group. What in Merlin's name was that about? Daphne snorted, reached over the table, and tapped the article in front of him. Harry just frowned, and Daphne rolled her eyes. "Neville, you want to take this one?" Neville shrugged and said, "Sure." "Harry, you never let Dumbledore know he wasn't your magical guardian anymore, right?" Harry agreed with his friend. "Well, Skeeter just let the cat out of the bag on that. He's probably just run off to try and get that overturned and himself reinstated." Harry frowned. Can he do that? Doubt it, Neville snorted. He'd have to get a 2/3 vote in the Wizengamot to overturn any guardian issues. The headmaster has allies, but not enough to pull favors like that. The real question is if you want to be there to watch the fireworks, or if you just want Sirius and Remus to give you the highlights later. You're Lord Potter, now even if you don't officially use the title. You're entitled to the seat at the Wizengamot. Harry frowned. He opened his mouth to speak, but cut off as Shiva laid a hand on his shoulder from behind. You're going to the meeting, kid. Come on. Let's collect Sirius and Remus and wait for him to call it. I want to watch this thing firsthand. At minimum, it'll take both our minds off strangling a certain reporter. But your classes are being covered by McGonagall. I'm entitled to attend as your legal guardian. Daphne, Neville, would either of you like to come as well? Both of you are far more suited to politics than me. Neville shook his head. Sorry, I promised I'd help Professor Sprout in the greenhouse a little later. I'll go, Daphne said, moving her things into her backpack. Tracy shook her head beside her, but didn't say anything. I'm certainly not about to let either of you take advice from Sirius Black. Remus Lupin might be skilled with defense, but he's certainly not a politician. Snape strode up behind the group as they all stood up from the table. Green grass. Class starts in 5 minutes. I suggest you hurry along. Shiva gave the greasy-haired man a soft smile. Sorry, Professor Snape. Miss Greengrass is going to be attending a Wizengamot session in a few minutes. As her and Mr. Potter's escort, I assure you I'll keep watch over her. Snape frowned and glared at his colleague. She is neither of age, nor are you her head of house. You do not have leave to exit the grounds. Greengrass. Professor, Daphne said, smiling, I am acting as the official legal counsel for Lord Potter. The position is an honor and a privilege. I have no intention of slighting a noble house by refusing, and I doubt my father would take barring me from attending to my duties in any sort of favorable light. If you wish to force this issue, then I can contact him via Fleur to ensure that everything is cleared up prior to whenever the meeting should commence. Snape's frown deepened into a scowl. Then he jerked his chin down in a brief nod. He looked like he wanted to spit out an acerbic reply, but ended up biting his tongue. Ensure you do not dawdle or sightsee Greengrass. Turning on his heels, Snape left in a huff. Harry waved goodbye to his friends and followed Shiva and Daphne out into the entrance hall. Hopefully, the Wizengamot session would be entertaining instead of annoying. Chapter 23, Wizengamot and Witches' Woes. Harry, Shiva, and Daphne met up with Sirius and Remus in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Harry idly fingered his badge. Harry Potter, Fireworks Observer/Instigator, and peered curiously at the woman standing beside Sirius. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Hey, pup, Sirius said, smiling. You got here fast. Dumbledore just called the meeting 10 minutes ago, and it starts in another 15. I thought we'd have to have Remus sit for you. We watched Dumbledore literally run out of the Great Hall after reading the paper. Figured it'd be a good idea to come straight here, Shiva said, shrugging. Hello, Andromeda. I'm a little surprised to see you here. The woman beside Sirius just lifted a corner of her mouth and shook her head bemusedly. Professor babbling, did you really think I'd let my cousin come to an important Wizengamot session without an actual legal advisor? Sirius held a hand to his heart while the rest chuckled. Miss Greengrass, I assume you're fulfilling the same role for our young Lord Potter. Daphne nodded and gave a slight curtsy. That would be correct, Mrs. Tonks. Harry's eyes widened as he looked back at Andromeda. His mouth went a little dry, and he had to fight the urge to run and hide in a corner somewhere. Hello, Mrs. Tonks. It's nice to meet you. Oh, no need to be so formal, Harry. Andromeda said, smiling evilly at him. Call me Andromeda or Andy. After all, it's only a matter of time before you're officially family. Now, isn't it? Harry gulped. So I guess Tonks talked to you already then. She stopped by a few hours ago, Andromeda said with a shrug, chuckling lightly. Remus and Sirius just looked between the two, confused. I asked about when I should start planning for a wedding, but she didn't very cooperative. Harry blanched and started trying desperately to loosen his collar, completely ignoring Daphne and Shiva rolling their eyes to either side of him. You're going to have to talk to Dora. I realize it may be some time off, but really, these things take time. Right. I'll, get right on that. Andromeda broke down laughing and pulled Harry into a brief hug before moving back to Sirius' side and shaking her head. Kids these days are far too easy to set off balance. Don't worry, Harry, I'm just teasing. My husband and I would like to sit down with you at some point in the future, but we realize you're quite swamped at the moment. Shall we all head down? We can talk on the way. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as they all piled into the lift. Sirius leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and said, So I take it you and my cousin are dating, Harry? Harry nodded, trying and failing to suppress the blush on his cheeks. Sirius snorted. Man, pup, James would be so proud. Not even 15, and already has 2 girlfriends. He wiped fake tears from the corners of his eyes, while Remus just shook his head. I was wondering how much truth was in that article. Anyway, try to let me take the lead in this session for the most part, yeah? If you're directly addressed, respond, but have Daphne give you prompts. Marcus may be a bit frustrating, but he taught his girls well. Harry and Daphne both nodded. Amelia is of course on our side in practically everything, as is Augusta Longbottom. I got word from the Abbotts, the Browns, and surprisingly the Bulstrodes, that they'll vote with us as well. The Patils and the Lease don't have a seat on the Wizengamot, but they've both already informed their trading partners to follow along with us. Even if things go utterly off the rails, we should be able to prevent a 2/3 majority to overturn anything. Daphne, can we count on your father's help? Daphne grimaced. I'm not sure. Lord Greengrass votes according to who presents the best case for his own interests. He's never been a fan of the headmaster. So I would say it's likely, however, I would not recommend counting on him. The others nodded. Harry frowned. Could we use this session to bring Dumbledore or Umbridge up on charges? The lift pinged, and the group walked out. Andromeda shook her head. Dora has explained some things to me. Unfortunately, as Umbridge said yesterday, you really don't have any actual proof of wrongdoing. But they rigged the tournament, and with all the other stuff he's done. Harry muttered, scowling. Andromeda just shrugged. He was your magical guardian. While his actions were underhanded and highly suspect, they nearly all had legal justification and precedent. They didn't show good judgment, and we will certainly use that, but they also were not technically illegal. Even the barrier around the task had a legitimate reason. You can't prove the intent was malicious even if we all know that was likely. The fact that 5X creatures would be near casual observers gave them the right to construct safety measures. I'm certain it wasn't Umbridge or Fudge who came up with that little gem of wisdom, since neither are intelligent enough for that. She smiled, and Harry felt a chill run down his back, suddenly very glad that the woman was not directing that at him. However, just because we cannot accuse the esteemed headmaster does not mean we cannot imply anything. They reached the Wizengamot chamber and headed up into the stands, taking their seats, Sirius next to Harry and the others sitting behind the two. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Just relax and enjoy the show, pup." Harry sighed and nodded. Politics really made no sense whatsoever. Less than a minute after they sat down, Dumbledore strode into the chamber and took a seat in the center chair, with Fudge sitting beside him. He banged a gavel against the podium in front of him and called out, "I call this emergency meeting of the Wizengamot into session. A matter of grave importance has recently come to my attention, which necessitated this meeting. I apologize for the short notice and thank all for their prompt attendance." He paused and cast a grandfatherly gaze at the assembly. Harry just snorted, wondering when the man was going to notice that he was here. "We have convened this morning to discuss the oversight leading to young Harry Potter being cast adrift in our world, and to ensure that it is corrected so that he can be properly guided as befitting all other young wizards among us." Sirius stood and cleared his throat. "Chief Warlock, are you referring to Lord Potter's emancipated status?" Dumbledore nodded with a deep sigh. "Yes, Lord Black, that is exactly what I am referring to. Such a sad state that a fault of our own led to this circumstance. We simply must address this issue." Sirius shrugged. "Well, sure, but if you're so concerned, why didn't you bring it up 2 months ago when it first happened? You were his magical guardian up to that point, weren't you? Surely you received the notification? It wasn't a problem, then, for Lord Potter to take up his seat. Why has this suddenly become an issue requiring the entire Wizengamot?" Dumbledore shifted slightly and frowned at Sirius. His eyes widened as he locked eyes with Harry, and Harry gave the old man a little wave. "I must have missed that notification, Lord Black. I assure you, as soon as I became aware of the occurrence, I immediately moved to convene this body." Sirius grinned. "You must have been pretty busy to not realize for 2 months that your charge wasn't your charge." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, and Sirius charged on. "But I suppose we all might as well hear whatever arguments you have to try and overturn the fully legal means that Lord Potter has obtained his emancipation. Perhaps first we should determine exactly how said emancipation occurred," Dumbledore said. "Surely this technicality must be addressed and corrected." Sirius made a show of rubbing his chin. He turned to look at Harry, and there were a few gasps as several close by people recognized that he was in the stands. Lord Potter, you claimed emancipation because the Minister for Magic's direct representative claimed that only legal adults could participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and they were refusing to allow you to disqualify yourself, yes? And your magical guardian was in the room at the time and said nothing to contradict either point. Harry nodded and stood up. Many more indrawn breaths greeted him as he nodded. "That's correct, Lord Black. When the ministry itself proclaimed that I needed to be recognized as an adult in the magical world in order to compete in the tournament emancipation seemed like the best option. I am rather interested in keeping my magic after all." He sat back down and smirked at the pursed look that Fudge developed. "So, Chief Warlock, Sirius said, cocking his head at Dumbledore. Now that we've cleared up how, shall we hear your counter-arguments? Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly, and he visibly shifted gears, apparently recognizing that he wouldn't be able to get Harry's emancipation thrown out via improper procedures. Once Harry had mentioned losing his magic, he'd more or less won that argument hands down. An adult in our world must be capable of supporting themselves. Mr. Potter. I believe that's Lord Potter in this setting, Chief Warlock, Sirius interjected. Dumbledore pursed his lips and replied, Of course. My mistake. Lord Potter must be capable of supporting himself. He is still a mere schoolboy. He cannot possibly accomplish his studies while maintaining a living. Sirius outright laughed. Really? Chief Warlock, you embarrass yourself. Completely discounting that Lord Potter has full rights to access his own inheritance. He is also the heir black, meaning he has my house's reserves as well. In addition, Professor Babbling still assists in this aspect. Plus, on top of all that, he has successfully started his own business already. I believe he's already associated with Fred and George Weasley's business as well. Perhaps you've heard of either one, Weasley Wizarding Wheezes or Potter Runes. Dumbledore spread his hands beseechingly. Lord Black, a simple schoolyard owl form hardly covers a child's full expenses. Sirius raised his eyebrows and was about to motion for Harry to stand again when Amelia abruptly stood up from her position near Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, she said, Potter Runes has recently supplied their proprietary Silver Spirit rune to the entirety of the Auror department. This alone has greatly increased the ability of the Aurors to control, and if necessary, combat a Dementor. While they were provided at a steep discount, I'm sure it still turned a nice profit for Lord Potter. I've been in talks with him to supply additional types of rune clusters to further increase the Auror's standard arsenal. Harry stood as Amelia sat back down. That's just the first professional contract, Chief Warlock. The prank stones have a high demand, and we're already getting a bit of a backorder on several items. When I get the opportunity to expand, I imagine I'll be making more money than several people in this room. Dumbledore frowned. Be that as it may, you still require a place to reside, Lord Potter. Daphne leaned forward and whispered, Mention your estate and how you've been having it fixed up for a while. Also bring up your Muggle legal guardian status before he attacks you there. Make it a positive, Harry. Harry nodded and turned back to the chamber. Currently, I'm living with my legal guardian, Professor Babbling. Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, but Harry kept talking before he could. She became my guardian in the Muggle world prior to my 3rd year, and has done an excellent job of correcting my previous medical issues and living conditions. Her flat is more than accommodating enough for the two of us, but it isn't necessarily fitting for a noble house. So we've been in talks with the Goblin Nation to restore Potter Manor since I moved in with her. The work is nearly complete and will be ready for inspection sometime during the winter holiday. A flurry of murmuring broke out at that, and Harry saw Dumbledore's frown deepen. Harry sat back down and let Sirius take over again. Dumbledore sighed and said, While Lord Potter's foresight in some matters can be seen, his overall inexperience and lack of wisdom is readily apparent. This is clearly shown in his choice of relationships. Why, just this morning we all read how Lord Potter has entered into a relationship with a woman quite a few years older than himself. Miss Tonks left a stable job with the ministry for no reason, with no warning, and she is far too old for him. That Lord Potter thinks this relationship is acceptable is deeply concerning. Harry growled low, but stilled as Daphne laid a hand on his shoulder, shaking her head. Slightly. She nodded towards Andromeda, and Sirius, both of who had gone rather still. Andromeda leaned in to whisper to Sirius, and the smile he sent Dumbledore afterwards probably lowered the temperature in the room by several degrees. "Chief Warlock," Sirius said, "allow me to address some of those points." Miss Tonks did not leave the Aurors with no reason. She had been consistently sidelined and belittled despite many of her suggestions leading to money-saving alternatives or increased security. In addition, her deductive skills were proven correct several times, one of the primary cases being my own proven innocence. The room again broke out in murmurs. Amelia stood and glared at Dumbledore. I spoke with former Auror Tonks quite extensively about her decision to leave. Her reasons were valid and pervasive. Her complaints brought to light a frankly absurd level of derision and prejudice within the ranks that I am still working to stamp out. Her competence was never once in question, and the simple fact that she was the last protege of Alastair Moody should prove that beyond the shadow of a doubt. If you are implying that Miss Tonks is lacking in employment, you are flat out wrong, since she was working for me up until accepting a post as Lord Potter's personal trainer for the aforementioned tournament, Sirius continued. He's recently gone on record stating that her work with him was one of the primary reasons he survived the task yesterday. Without her training, he would have had to be rescued long before his eventual solution was implemented. A rescue which would have been quite impossible thanks to the last-minute additions to the wards preventing any outside assistance. Harry noticed several people turn direct, annoyed gazes at both Dumbledore and Fudge at Sirius' remark. He wasn't done yet, though. In addition to this, Miss Tonks and Lord Potter have had previous interactions for several years and have come to know each other quite well. Even discounting all this, Nymphadora Tonks is a member of the House of Black through her mother Andromeda Tonks, née Black, my own cousin. Lord Potter has a relation to House Black through his grandmother, Doria Potter, née Black, allowing me to name him my heir. However, this connection is not as strong as my family tends to prefer. Should Heir Black's relationship with Miss Tonks progress to a marriage, it would certainly strengthen the familial ties to a point where the family blood and name would be assured to be pure. Harry frowned at that, but again Daphne leaned in. Don't dispute it, Harry. It's just politics. Your friends all know you didn't start anything with Tonks because of that, but the purebloods in the room will never say anything against either of you if they think that you're basically being set up as a political marriage to strengthen a claim. It's common practice among some of them and gives you even more pull in those circles for having the respect to play their game. Harry sighed and nodded he understood. Dumbledore was straight up scowling at this point. Certainly the boy is too young to be making such decisions. Several people in the audience laughed at this one. Harry waved for Sirius to sit down and stood to defend himself this time. Chief Warlock, was I too young when I fought a professor at 11 to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone? Was I too young when I fought a basilisk at 12 to save a classmate? Was I too young when I fought off hundreds of Dementors at 13 to save my godfather, the head of the DMLE, and more classmates? Was I too young to fight off rioters at the Quidditch World Cup over the summer? Was I too young to enter the Triwizard Tournament? Dumbledore just shook his head. That you have had to face such things despite your age is deeply regrettable, Lord Potter. But surely I have served as your magical guardian for long enough to warrant being reinstated. I understand the unique requirements that come from caring for the boy who lived and can ascertain that all your needs are met without incident. I am the only one who can be trusted with such a burden, Lord Potter. Surely you understand this. Surely you don't wish to take on everything by yourself. Harry narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore. Lord Black, perhaps you'd like to answer this. I don't quite trust myself to maintain my calm. Sirius snorted and stood. Of course, Lord Potter. Chief Warlock, every incident that Lord Potter just stated except the World Cup occurred at Hogwarts under your very nose. Whether these attacks were intentional or not doesn't particularly matter. You were unable to protect him from them while he was at your own school. Murmurs rose in the audience again. You neglected to remove a male ward after he began attending school, preventing Lord Potter from retrieving his correspondences. You neglected to inform Lord Potter about his heritage, inheritance, and his expected duties as an eventual member of this very body. The murmurs rose in volume, and Harry could hear several angry whispers. You were his magical guardian, since his parents were murdered, yet you never checked on him during his time with his magic-hating Muggle guardians. Time spent against the wishes of both his parents, I might add. The whispers increased in volume, and Dumbledore shifted his weight, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Sirius sighed and shook his head, theatrically. This lack of oversight led to neglect, abuse, and malnourishment. Lord Potter has recovered significantly thanks to Professor Babbling, but the process continues. You, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, utterly failed as a magical guardian to Harry Potter. You hold far too many titles: Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Just one of these jobs is supposed to be a full-time position, yet you hold all three. Chief Warlock, you are far too overworked to ever be expected to act as an effective magical guardian. Lord Potter is doing perfectly fine on his own, and he has several advisors and friends to assist him if he ever requires it. Something you might think of doing yourself. Augusta Longbottom stood up nodding. Well said, Lord Black. The Longbottoms have long been allied with the Potters. Had we realized the deplorable conditions that Lord Potter was left in prior to his recovery, I would have made it my mission to see you in a cell for neglect, Chief Warlock. You are lucky that the young woman took charge of the situation before we were forced into that action, and that the young man has recovered. Mr. Bulstrode stood drawing several raised eyebrows. He is also proving to be an extremely good influence at the school. My daughter was thought of as a simple brute, not suited to anything beyond housework, even by my wife and me. She has since taken Lord Potter's attitude and work effort to heart, and has risen to become the third highest scoring Slytherin in her year group. If he can inspire that sort of change in my daughter, I see no reason why he shouldn't be left to his own devices. Dumbledore gave a heavy sigh and sat down in his seat. Shall we cast a vote on this issue? All those in favor of returning Harry Potter to my custody, cast your spell into the white orb. He raised his wand, and a white and black orb appeared in front of him. All those for Harry Potter maintaining his emancipated status, cast your spell into the black orb. Harry couldn't help the large grin that spread over his face as almost the entirety of the Wizengamot members cast their votes into the black orb. Shiva had been right. It was supremely entertaining getting to finally put the aged headmaster in his place. I admit, I expected us to have a bit more trouble than that, Daphne said as the small group left the Wizengamot chambers. Andromeda shrugged. Albus Dumbledore is not used to people questioning him, especially not in a setting he normally controls, such as this. He wasn't prepared for informed, logical arguments. I doubt he was expecting us to actually have been ready for this meeting and to have thought it out beforehand. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Actually, many witches and wizards tend to blindsided when presented with a properly reasoned and logical argument. We really do need to include more Muggleborn in our proceedings. Harry snorted. Agreed. But hey, it worked out for us at the moment, so I'm not complaining right now. They were still so annoyed with Dumbledore that I was able to get Remus as my official proxy without anyone even commenting on him being a werewolf. Remus smiled shyly. I'm still honored that you trust me with this, Harry. Harry shrugged. It's nothing, Remus. Just make sure to ask me about anything big beforehand. The older man nodded, and they all stepped out of the lift onto the floor with the Animagus registration office. I must say, I am looking forward to seeing your transformation close up, Harry. Yeah, pup, I can't wait. Don't get me wrong. You ever do something that foolish again, and Andy? Everyone laughed as Sirius fumbled for an appropriate punishment. Andromeda eventually quieted and turned to Harry grinning. Please ignore my cousin, Harry. He tends to be the one being punished rather than the one doing the punishing. Harry just smiled and shrugged. Don't worry about it. Shiva's got that part covered anyway. I lose apple tart privileges. Amongst other things, Shiva muttered at the raised eyebrows. What? He's got the innocent kid look down pat. You try punishing him with anything long-term, and will how well you do. They were still chuckling as Harry stepped up to the counter and said hello to the wizard behind the desk. The man looked up and nearly fell out of his chair when he saw Harry standing in front of him. My word, Harry Potter as I live and breathe. Oh, I had hoped that you would come while I was on shift. May I have your autograph, young man? Please? It's for my daughter. She's followed your creations and was one of the first on your owl order listing. Harry managed to stop his groan before it left his lips and just nodded his assent. At least he was being praised for something he'd actually done instead of his parents' sacrifice. The wizard quickly grabbed some parchment and slid it across the desk. Her name is Marie, Mr. Potter. Quickly signing the parchment, Harry handed it back to the beaming man and cleared his throat. Can I register my Animagus form now? Oh, certainly. My apologies. Please just step through here. The clerk quickly ushered all 6 into a side room with a large circle outlined in the middle. Stand in the center, Mr. Potter. Now, your Animagus is a panther, yes? Good. We won't need to use the expanded room. Some people's forms are quite large and don't really fit here. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Potter. Harry took a breath and shifted. Once he was on all fours, the clerk stepped forward to peer at him. Harry hesitantly took a small breath. The nearby smells were still strong, but they weren't as bad as back in the Gryffindor common room during the party. One quick sneeze, and he could breathe normally. As the clerk took his notes, Harry's friends all peered at him curiously as well. Sirius gave a low whistle. Still got those green eyes, pup. Maybe I should start using cub. Instead, that is a really beautiful fur coat. I wish my hair was that soft and silky when I transform. Maybe you should bathe more as a dog then. Padfoot, Remus commented amused. Daphne frowned and leaned forward tentatively, reaching out a hand towards Harry's head but stopping halfway. May I? She asked. Harry responded by leaning forward to bump her hand with his head and purred softly as she idly scratched him. Your fur is a bit grayer in this section above your eyes, Harry. Shiva and Andromeda looked where she was pointing, and Shiva nodded. Yeah, she's right. It looks a bit like your scar, actually. Man, kid, you're stuck with that thing even as an animal. Harry did his best to shrug his shoulders. The wizard moved back to Harry's front and tapped the parchment he had been using with his wand. You may change back now, Mr. Potter. Harry shifted, and the man smiled. Anything unique besides the eyes and the slight coloration on your forehead that you know of? I don't think so, Harry said, shrugging. It feels weird, like there's something I'm missing or not doing, but this is only like the third time that I've changed, and I wasn't really paying much attention the first time, so I don't think so. The clerk nodded. Well, there likely isn't anything else. Odd feelings during the first few transformations are common. Should anything strange develop in the future, please keep us posted so we can update your records. I'll make sure a copy of this license is entered into the Hall of Records. It should be automatic, just like trial proceedings, but one can never be too careful. Would you like a copy as well? Harry nodded. Yes, please. Also, can we have one extra copy for Gringotts? Of course, of course. He made the copies and handed them over. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Have a pleasant evening, all of you. As they walked out, Sirius stared at him contemplatively. You said it feels weird, pup? Harry nodded. Weird like too much information, or weird like a thrumming in your bones. Harry considered as the lift started to move. Maybe the latter? I don't know. It's really hard to describe. Could it be a side effect of the ritual? He asked, grimacing slightly. Daphne reached over and squeezed his hand. I checked into that last night. Harry, if there were dangerous side effects, you would have known by now. Shiva and Sirius both nodded their agreement. It's not meant to be done with magical creatures. As the focus, though, Sirius said, shrugging. While a chimera is based largely around the lion body, it is still magical. The ritual really shouldn't have worked using it in place of a regular critter. That it did was a huge stroke of luck, Harry. It's possible that the chimera did end up contaminating your form somewhat, though. Maybe you got a bit of something extra from the deal. Most animagi gain some sense of their animal's instincts while transformed. Whatever is feeling odd about yours, just go with it. See where it leads, what the panther wants. You never know, there might be something awesome at the end of that road. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Okay, thanks for the advice, Sirius. He was still deep in thought as they split up to head their separate ways. Barty watched from the staircase as Potter, Greengrass, and Babbling came back into the castle. He allowed himself a quick glance at the two women before nodding his respect to the boy. While he'd never admitted out loud, he was quickly coming to see why his master was so obsessed with Potter. It took a special kind of blind stubbornness to survive against a chimera. Granted, there had been quite a bit of luck involved, but even the spell chains before he bothered to try the ritual had shown a large amount of promise. The battlefield transfiguration was nothing to slouch at either. Not for a fourth year. It was a true shame they'd be killing the boy at the end of the year. The Dark Lord had said that Potter had impressed him enough that the boy would be offered a duel to allow for a quick, honorable death, but still Crouch started to wonder if they might be able to turn him. He'd make for a powerful asset, and it would greatly demoralize the Light if their savior ended up assisting the Dark Lord. Something to consider, at least. He frowned as his magical eye caught Draco Malfoy slinking up the dungeon staircase. Potter had stopped to tie his Oxfords while his companions continued forward. Draco muttered something below Barty's hearing range and lifted his wand, pointing it at Potter. Snarling slightly, Barty stepped off the stairs. Potter may be the enemy, but he certainly didn't deserve to be cursed in the back by a cowardly little weasel like the Malfoy spawn. Draco managed to get off a spell, but Barty levitated a suit of armor into the path, causing it to ricochet into the ceiling. Potter immediately dropped and rolled while Babbling and Greengrass also drew their wands and turned back towards the entrance hall. Barty just grinned at their reaction times and watched Draco's mouth drop open. He savored it for a moment before flicking his wand, and in the little Malfoy's place was a tiny ferret. Barty laughed at getting to have some fun for once, and kept flicking his wand, bouncing the ferret up and down in the hall a few times. Oh, this should be the common punishment for students. Potter cocked his head and sidled up next to Barty. Thanks for blocking that spell, Professor. Is that ferret Malfoy? Constant vigilance, Potter. Constant vigilance. Imagine if I hadn't been here. He let that lie for a moment as the other two came up, followed shortly by McGonagall. McGonagall uttered a horrified little gasp. Is that a student? Yup. Ferret boy here was trying to curse Potter in the back. I don't know what kind of school you're running here, but that constitutes an attack amongst the Ors. A bit of transfiguration is far easier than I could have been, Barty said. It was true, too. He could have crucioed the little coward. He had to restrain his smile at the thought of torturing the little brat. Lucius had gotten to keep prancing about maintaining his status by just lining a few pockets and abandoning their master. Torturing his spawn a bit seemed like fair play. A bit of a smirk slipped through as he kept bouncing the ferret. Greengrass raised an eyebrow. He's almost cute in this form. Can we just leave him like that? McGonagall gave another strangled noise and pulled out her wand, transforming Draco back to normal. Barty sighed. Such a shame. We do not transfigure students as punishment. Draco looked around, blinking stupidly. The boy looked torn between leaping at Barty and running away. Shiva sighed. Malfoy, get to the hospital wing. Detention tonight. We'll discuss just why you feel it's acceptable to try and curse someone in the back then. And depending on your answers, we'll see just how many more detentions you end up with. Barty shrugged. Well, it wasn't torture, but it was something. At least the woman showed nerve to go along with her appearance. He cursed having chosen to be moody yet again. Looking at women was all well and good, but no one would ever consent to going out with the gnarled old man. Shame Lockhart wasn't still around. That had certainly been an excellent specimen of a man. Andromeda sat down in the chair across from Rita Skeeter, all smiles. The reporter grinned back at her and pulled out a quick quotes quill along with some parchment. If there had been any doubt at all in Andy's mind, that pretty much killed it right there. The despicable little worm couldn't even be bothered to use a real dicta quill. Bitch deserved this. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Ms. Skeeter. Skeeter smiled and waved off her concern. I admit I was a bit surprised. I never expected you to ask to give an interview concerning your daughter's activities, the woman said with a sly little grin. She must have quite frustrated you for you to be willing to reveal the true extent of her time with Mr. Potter. After a fashion, Andy said. She reached for the tea set beside on the table and poured 2 glasses, passing one to Skeeter. Please have some tea. Only the best for my guests. Andy wandlessly vanished her own drink before lifting the cup to her lips. Skeeter smiled and sipped her tea while Andy kept in her snort of amusement. It was simply amazing how often that little trick worked. It was one of the first things her mother had drilled into her. Pour the laced drink, vanish the laced drink, pretend to drink the laced drink. Watch as your rival drinks the laced drink, now assuming it's safe. This is delicious, Mrs. Tonks, Skeeter said. She quickly draining the cup, and Andy nearly didn't manage to cover her urge to face-bomb with a cough. Really, the compulsion charm to drink wasn't even that strong. And the tea was awful. I'm glad you enjoy it. Now shall we get to business? Of course, of course. Skeeter leaned forward with a hungry, slightly glazed look in her eyes. So then, tell me, Ms. Skeeter, what don't you want me to know? Well, I found out that info about your daughter by spying on her, Skeeter said, leaning back with a smile. A moment after she finished speaking, her features morphed into horror, and she glanced down at the teacup. What did you do? Just a touch of Veritaserum in the tea. Really quite simple. I'm honestly a bit disappointed that I didn't have to try anything more complicated. How did you spy on my daughter? Andy asked, waving a hand in dismissal. I'm an unregistered beetle animagus, and I listened on the tree behind them talking. I was hoping to get something juicy on Potter and the villa, but I got something with your daughter instead. Panic crossed her eyes, and she clapped one hand over her mouth, while the other reached for her wand only to find it across the room, being held by a grinning house elf. Winky is good elf. Winky takes bad reporter's wand, as Mistress Mother asked. The elf said, bowing low, Thank you, Winky. Just leave the wand over here, please. And tell Dora I'll have a bit to add to whatever the little Ravenclaw is cooking up. Yes, ma'am. With a pop, the elf had vanished, leaving just the wand sitting beside Andy on the armchair. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. She quickly sent a spell at Rita, forcing the woman's arms onto the couch. So, you were just telling me about you being an unregistered beetle animagus. Have you spied on any others of note with this skill? Yes, Skeeter said through clenched teeth. My boss, 3 of my competitors, the editor for Teen, which weekly, Madame Rosmerta, Crumb, several team members of the Holy Head Harpies, the manager of the Chudley Cannons, the Weird Sisters, the Lease, the Patils, several other trading partners, a few business owners, patrons at the Leaky Cauldron, patrons at Gringotts, Madame Marchbanks, others who I forget. Andy's eyes widened. I admit I'm a bit impressed. That's quite a list. I assume you tried to stay away from anyone who you'd offend too greatly. Yes, Skeeter practically spat out. I didn't screw with the important people because they'd come after me. Well, it's really a shame that you forgot that despite my name change, I am still a black. Andy chuckled. While Dora may be frustrating and annoying at times, I love her dearly. I don't take kindly to people accusing her of being a whore on national news. So, Miss Skeeter, what is your dirtiest secret? Skeeter visibly fought against the potion and the spell shuddering in her seat and clacking her teeth, trying to stop from answering. The fight didn't last very long. "The Carrows," she mumbled, slumping into the chair. "They're my darkest secret." Andy leaned forward, intrigued. "Oh, what about the Carrows?" "Amicus and Alecto are together. Together. A couple. The twins regularly are intimate with each other," Skeeter said, looking away from Andy. "I found out about 2 years ago while I was looking for some juicy gossip. Saw them going at it on the couch. They caught me, offered me a bribe to stay quiet about it. I took it and also made sure that I can join in every once in a while. It's harder to get laid when most of society's suitable people rather despise you or are worried you'll find blackmail on them. And the twins are somewhat attractive." Andy leaned back and couldn't hold in her laughter. "I was hoping for a bit of blackmail or some juicy tidbits to give to the quibbler. I certainly wasn't expected anything this good. My, Rita, you've been a bad girl." She stood still, laughing, and moved over to Skeeter. "Here's the antidote. Drink up." Skeeter hurriedly gulped the potion and glared at Andy. "What do you want?" Andy shrugged. "Honestly, I would have been perfectly content to simply keep blackmailing you with this and have you become our personal attack dog. My daughter's new boyfriend and his other girlfriend, though, were rather insistent that, and I quote, 'we want her destroyed.' So I will deliver this information to your newest adorable little rival and watch the sparks fly." Skeeter's eyes widened. "You can't do that. Please. I'll do anything. I'll report whatever you want. I'll stop reporting. I'll move to another country. Please." Andy sighed and shook her head. "Sorry, Rita. You've succeeded in tickling the sleeping dragon. Harry and his friends can be quite ruthless to those that threaten the people they care about. You've done that. Now, let's erase this conversation, shall we?" Andy pulled out her wand, and a quick obliviate later. Rita was walking back to her desk, annoyed at Andromeda Tonks berating her on lying about Nymphadora Tonks, instead of giving anything useful for the interview. The Writing and Lies of Rita Skeeter, a true Harry Potter story, by Luna Lovegood. Rita Skeeter is widely known as a prolific reporter, primarily writing for the Daily Prophet and Teen Witch Weekly. While her articles are generally interesting and entertaining to read, they very rarely have a basis, in fact, aiming primarily for shock value. They twist kernels of truth into paper-selling stories of lies and scandal. This may sound funny coming from the quibbler, but the truth is often far stranger than fiction. A primary example of Rita's version of the truth concerns one Harry Potter and the most recent article printed about him. Several claims were made by the paper against him, none with any context, and all involving a healthy amount of invented scandalous details and speculation. Let us examine these points on a case-by-case basis with quotes from the boy who lived himself. Hermione Granger. "Hermione has been my best friend since we survived a troll attack together on Halloween, 1991, Harry Potter states. Becoming her friend is one of the only truly good things I can say has ever happened to me on any Halloween ever. Hermione has always supported me no matter what, and she is the most brilliant witch of the age. I'm honored to know her and call her my friend." Harry Potter began dating Hermione Granger in 1993, satisfying a great many personnel in Hogwarts Castle who had been running a pool for when they would make it official. Sadly, this author did not make much money from the pool herself. However, the point is, their relationship was no surprise to anyone who spoke with either for longer than 60 seconds. Fleur Delacour. Hermione and I both met Fleur as she was being assaulted by the Death Eater wannabes at the Quidditch World Cup. Even with a really bad head injury, she was still able to fight back, and she saved both of our lives that night. Fleur may be Vila, but she has more self-control than almost anyone else I've met. One of the reasons we are such good friends is that I'm one of the few people mostly unaffected by her allure, and Hermione is getting better at ignoring it as well. Fleur can be herself around us without needing to worry about whether she's talking to a dumbstruck zombie. It should be noted that the Beauxbatons champion has made many inroads with multiple other Hogwarts students and is quite well liked and respected among both the students and staff. Nymphadora Tonks. Tonks is probably the main reason I'm alive to talk to you today. Without her training, this year, I never would have survived the first task. She also really helped me with clearing the name of my godfather, Sirius Black. Even before all that, Tonks helped me to stay calm when there was an issue with getting to school in my second year. She's been a good friend for years now. And while yes, it's true that we recently started dating, it's not true that Tonks and I have been having an affair. Due to my godfather naming me his heir, I'm expected to have 2 wives eventually. Tonks was against starting anything between us for quite some time due to the age difference, and only the reality of my potential death in these Triwizard tasks has changed her mind. One topic that both Harry Potter and Tonks repeatedly avoid concerns her abilities as a metamorphmagus. While neither will explicitly discuss it, this reporter has been given leave to explain that Harry Potter is only the 3rd male outside the immediate family to never once ask Tonks to take a specific form, and that this was a large factor in their original friendship. Bathsheba Babbling. Professor Babbling is the first adult who I ever trusted. She was the first person to actively try to help me, and probably saved my life and the lives of my classmates by showing me safer ways to work with runes. She's constantly supported me, and as soon as she found out about my living conditions with my relatives, she immediately began acting to try and get me removed from that environment and into someplace safe. After several long discussions, I asked her to be my guardian, as there simply wasn't anyone else I trusted more for the task. I consider Bathsheba Babbling more of a family member than my aunt and uncle ever were. Bathsheba Babbling's first actions as Harry Potter's guardian were to ensure that he obtained inoculations and treatment from St. Mungo's. He had never had a magical physical before, and several problems were corrected and prevented before they could develop into lifelong ailments. In less than 3 years, Miss Babbling has done more for the boy who lived than anyone else in our world other than his late mother and father. Rita Skeeter. This reporter has come into some rather startling information regarding the Rita Skeeter. Many have wondered over the years just how she manages to obtain some of her most inflammatory knowledge. It appears that Miss Skeeter is in fact an animagus. Not just any animagus either, but a beetle animagus. She has used her alternate form over the years to spy on everyone from her own editor to Holyhead Harpies players to patrons inside the walls of Gringotts. These underhanded tactics are severely frowned upon in the reporting community. Bringing a story to light is important, but ethics are also primary, and Rita Skeeter has ignored those principles. Even more disturbing is her depravity. While marriages and relationships involving cousins are very prevalent in our culture, relationships between siblings are less well received. Information has recently come to light about an incestuous relationship between Amicus and Alecto Caro stretching back years. Rita Skeeter has known about this for quite some time and has even leveraged her knowledge of the relationship to join in with the twin siblings on their intimate encounters on multiple occasions. This fact was easily verified during a raid just last night on the Caro siblings. Multiple dark artifacts were recovered from their home, and Veritasrum questioning revealed their relationship, as well as the involvement of Rita Skeeter. Skeeter did well at her chosen profession for years, largely because she was skilled with twisting facts, spying, and making implications. She got away with it because she chose her targets well and was careful to avoid drawing too much attention to herself. Now that her own deep issues and scandals are coming to light, however, one cannot help but wonder just how far can Rita Skeeter fall. Several days after Luna's article had been released, Harry was on cloud 9. His friend had received quite a lot of praise over bringing to light Skeeter's hypocrisy. Privately, Harry and his friends all agreed that both Luna and Andromeda deserved some rather large gift baskets. It was nice finally getting some karmic justice for once. He still may not be able to truly touch Dumbledore or Umbridge with the people protecting them both, but, well, Rita certainly hadn't made very many friends in high places. And now she never would. Last he heard, she was running from a mob of goblins after they found she had spied on their patrons while within the bank's sovereign domain. Things had been going rather well for the past week. He had gotten comfortable enough with his alternate form that he didn't even sneeze most of the time, though he hadn't gotten much closer to tracing that continued odd feeling of something more whenever he changed. He also hadn't named it, yet, since he wanted Hermione and Tonks to be the ones to have that honor. They had both decided to wait until the next Hogsmeade weekend to sit down together and go over options. Normal days were simply too busy with the continued training for the upcoming second task, a task Harry had just been called to learn more about. "Good afternoon, champions," Bagman said, smiling at the group of contestants and judges. Harry completely ignored Umbridge and sat between Fleur and Fred. "Now, about the second task, it will be held the first weekend of December, and the theme is Face Yourself." He spread his hands, obviously expecting some reaction, but raised eyebrows were all that greeted his pronouncement. "Yes, well, so for this task, Mr. Weasley, you won't be able to walk in with those potions you used. While a full rule edition cannot be added until the tournament has ended, it's been decided that your potions should be classified as spellcasting implements and are thus required to be left out of the initial starting ring." Fred shrugged and nodded, having expected that to happen. In addition, this task is somewhat nebulous in nature, being largely dependent on the individuals participating in the event. As such, we have decided to again include the barriers surrounding the arena in order to ensure audience safety. Fleur's hand tightened around Harry's. He made sure his face was completely neutral. Plan B was going to have to be implemented for sure now. In an effort to avoid the risk to the champions present in the first task, this barrier will be modified and tested beforehand to ensure that items and personnel can enter, but not leave the battlefield. Harry let out the breath he'd been holding. That did make it easier, but he wouldn't trust Bagman's words alone. Not when Umbridge was involved in this. Viktor raised his hand and asked, "This task, what do you mean by it is nebulous and based on the individual? Are we not all supposed to face the same sort of obstacle?" "Of course you'll all be facing the same obstacle," Umbridge simpered. "You'll be facing the darkness within you. It will be quite enlightening to see what each of you looks like at your worst, I'm sure. Harry tuned out the rest of the Umbridge's words, focusing instead of the dangerous implications of what she had said. Darkness within you could refer to quite a lot. The idea of having to face more Dementor hordes was predominant in his mind, though he doubted it'd end up being something so simple. Perhaps he'd have to include a silver spirit in his plans, just in case. That could be problematic. He'd been hoping to avoid resorting to using soul runes. They were simply too unpredictable when paired with others. Harry, Daphne said hesitantly, are you really sure about this? I'm sure, he nodded in reply. I know I said we had to go farther, but this wasn't exactly what I had in mind, she said, frowning. I know, but I've been thinking about doing this for years, Daph. I can't do it on my own. I need your help. Wouldn't you prefer to have one of your girlfriends or your mentor doing this? Or at least be here supervising? She asked. Harry sighed. I've already talked about it with Shiva, and she's been against it. Hermione wouldn't be very happy, and Tonks doesn't know enough about runes to feel comfortable with giving her opinion. He set his shoulders and turned to stare hard at Daphne. I need to do this, Daph. If they pull something like the first task, I can't count on another Deus Ex Machina miracle to pull my arse out of the fire. I need to have a backup plan and be prepared. I'll bring Shiva and the others in after I have a proof of concept. Daphne turned away and stared at the wall of the room with her arms crossed for several long, uncomfortable minutes. Finally, she turned to him, with worry etched all across her face. Can we at least start with your left hand? I don't want to risk hurting you. Harry, he sighed and shook his head. It'd be a lot riskier to start with the concussor, Daph. That actually destructive potential. The right hand is just a summoner, nothing dangerous about it. And if I slip, if I miss a mark, if this doesn't work at all and ends up looping the magic back through you, you could lose the hand, Harry. He grimaced but nodded. I know. I can learn to fight with my left hand, though. In 3 weeks, she asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Better that than risking a loop failure with the concussor. Please, Daph, please. Daphne scowled and threw her hands up in the air. Fine. I'll bloody help you. You stupid, Merlin be damned idiot. But I want to know why me. Why not one of the others? And don't give me that bull's height reason you just tried. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot. Well, it's true. I need someone who understands this stuff. He paused, but Daphne waved him on impatiently. And it is true that both Hermione and Shiva don't like the idea, but they'd be willing to help if I spoke to them long enough. It's just the fights that we get into, Daph. It's like you're basically my right hand. Have you noticed how whenever we used to form up you were at my side with Hermione behind me, and the others arrayed out around us? The girl nodded slowly before saying, yes. Partly it was intentional to play up the Slytherin Slayers thing. Partly it was because I'm simply one of the best heavy hitters in our group. A large portion was simply due to intimidation, both my own inherent Ice Queen persona and the sight of a Gryffindor and Slytherin standing shoulder to shoulder. But that's not going to last anymore, Harry. Tonks is with you officially now. She's far more of a fighter than I am. Tonks is a really good fighter, yeah, Harry agreed. But she's also used to fighting either alone or with one or two others. She's better with hit and run tactics or evasion things rather than a true heavy hitter. You're better at straight-up offense, while she's stronger with guerrilla tactics. That was one of the things that Moody drilled into her, and it plays to her metamorph skills. You'll still probably end up being my right hand in major fights, Daphne furrowed her brow and considered her friend for a long moment. You really believe that, don't you? Harry nodded, causing her to sigh. Okay, fine. Consider me satisfied for the moment. I still don't think this is a good idea, but at least I get now why you want me to help. Harry sat down and held out his hand palm up, smiling encouragingly. You can do this, Daph. You're good at this. I hope so. She gingerly took his hand and drew her wand. Now, you're absolutely sure you want an accio instead of a fishing line? There's no going back after this. Harry. The teen nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. The fishing line is great and super useful, but if I lose my wand or something, an accio would be far more effective. Okay, here we go. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Merlin and Morgana, please don't let me screw this up, she muttered as she drew her wand across Harry's palm. Hermione, Tonks, and Shiva met up with Harry and Daphne in the room while it was in a training configuration. The three women looked at each other and all shrugged. Together they turned to Daphne, who softly shook her head and gestured towards Harry. He stepped forward a bit and gulped. Hi, girls. I asked you all to meet up here because I need to show you my backup plan for the second task. I asked Daphne for her help, so please don't get mad at her. It wasn't her idea, it was mine. Tonks frowned. Harry, you're not instilling very many warm and fuzzy feelings here. I know, and I'm sorry. I'm just not really sure how to explain this very well without getting yelled at. Even less good feelings now, kid, Shiva said, narrowing her eyes. Hermione stepped forward and gave Harry a quick hug. Just tell us quickly and get it over with. Harry, unless you're doing blood rituals or sacrificing animals, I promise I will only be angry with you for the night. Daphne raised her eyebrows. Well, that's a new one, she muttered. Harry walked to the center of the girls and slowly turned his right hand over, showing off a rune tattoo along his palm. Shiva reached out and ran her hand over the mark, noting how it felt completely flush against his skin, and she couldn't feel any magic or heat running through it. She frowned and looked up at Harry's face, letting her hand drop to her side. You did it without talking to me, Harry. You promised me we'd talk about this, kid. Tonks was frowning and running her fingers over Harry's hand, while Hermione just peered over his shoulder, curiously. What is it? Tonks asked. It looks like a rune. It is a rune, Harry said, keeping his eyes on the floor. It's a rune for the summoning spell. I considered trying to learn it wandlessly, but everything I've seen says that takes months at minimum and most likely years. Plus, this gives a good proof of concept so that I can take runic tattoos further. I asked Daphne to help me with this one because it's simple and not dangerous, and I can't really draw or write well with my left hand. He grimaced and finally looked up at Shiva. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Shiva, but I needed to do this early enough to get used to the feeling of them on my body prior to the task, and I knew that if I talked to you before showing you it could work, you'd talk me out of it until it was too late. Shiva slowly shook her head and spoke very softly, very calmly. I'm not happy about this, kid. I'm not happy at all. Obviously it's worked, but we've been over how wrong runic tattoos can go. How many more of these do you plan? Where do you plan on putting them? I expect to be here for each and every additional one. This is completely non-negotiable. Harry, do you understand? I understand. Do I need to make you swear an oath that you will call me and get me before adding any more? Shiva asked, still sounding deathly calm. Harry shook his head. No, I promise. I won't do any others without you. I just needed to prove that it could work first. Hermione moved over to quietly talk with Daphne while Harry spoke with Shiva. He roped you into this. The blonde nodded and followed Hermione into the corner. Yeah, I'm sorry for going behind your back. I think he didn't want you to worry. Hermione sighed. As much as I hate to admit it, it was probably a good call. I very much enjoy ancient runes, but I can be far too protective of that boy to sit calmly by while he gives himself a runic tattoo. She paused and narrowed her eyes at Daphne. You were confident you knew what you were doing? Daphne scowled. Do you really think I'd let myself work magic into his skin if I wasn't sure I could do it correctly? Hermione shook her head. No, I don't think you'd be willing to move ahead if you weren't certain. I apologize. She looked back at Harry, who was still nodding at whatever Shiva was saying. There weren't complications. Daphne shrugged. If there were, I haven't seen them. We've been running a few tests for the past hour. I am sorry, Hermione. Don't be, Hermione said, crossing her arms. I'm good at research and spell invention. Your strengths are here, helping him to survive by any means necessary. Thank you for helping him, Daphne. The Slytherin girl looked uncomfortable, but nodded. Hermione sighed and asked, How deep have you two gone? I know you've taught him some of the darker spells, but how far have you taken it? Daphne scowled and turned to Wall, obviously not thinking of the current locale. We've gotten through most of what my father taught me. The worst I've shown him is the Bonebreaker curse. I don't want to teach the blood-boiling one, and I flat out refuse to explain some of the worst ones. I'd prefer to forget they exist entirely, to be honest. Hermione considered that. She nodded and gently squeezed the other girl's arm. Thank you, Daphne. Truly thank you. If you know how to transfigure a person into an animal, show him that as well. If not, I will. It's something that's gray enough we'll all be comfortable with it, but it will still quite effectively remove a combatant from the fight. Daphne turned to her friend and smirked, like what Moody did to Malfoy the other day. I'm not so good at transfiguration, and I never learned that. If you figure it out, though, let me know. I'd like to sit in with Harry on that lesson. I will. Hermione nodded, smiling back. So does it work? Tonks asked loudly. She finally let Harry's hand go and was smiling widely. Come on, let's see it in action, Wonder Boy. That comment drew chuckles from everyone in the room. Harry stepped back with a smile and raised his hand towards a pillar in the other corner of the room. A quick look of concentration, and the pillow on the top of the pillar soared into his hand. With a flourish and a bow, Harry turned to Tonks, handing her the pillow. My lady. Clapping, Tonks took the pillow and sat down on it as the rest smirked and came to sit beside her. That's really cool, Harry, she said. So you just channel magic into it, and it works like a spell? He nodded. Pretty much, yeah. I also have to think about what I'm summoning just like the real spell, but it is just that simple. I want to tattoo either a concussor or a bludgeoning hex into my left hand so that I can cast some offensive spells that way. I'm leaning a bit more towards just a bludgeoner. That way it's less likely to be potentially lethal. Why not just a stunner then? Tonks asked. Well, for one, I have no idea how to make a stunner rune cluster, Harry shrugged. For 2, I honestly don't really believe in stunning someone or something trying to kill me. I know that's what they teach you in the academy, Tonks, but it just doesn't seem smart to simply stun someone when their buddies are right there to wake them back up. If you're going to knock someone out of fight, it should leave them actually out of the fight. That seems a little ruthless, Hermione said, frowning. Harry turned to her and raised an eyebrow. You cast cutting curses when saving Fleur over the summer. Hermione blushed and muttered a retraction to her objection. Harry pulled the brunette into a one-armed hug. I'm not talking about killing people just because they're on the other side. I'm just saying that tying them up or breaking a leg is a far more effective means of taking someone out of a fight than a stunner that can be canceled with a simple charm. At minimum, being able to shoot off a bludgeoner would knock people away from me if I keep the magic channeled pretty low. Tonks cocked her head and picked up his hand again to look at the rune with wide eyes. You can change how much magic is channeled through this. Wow. Harry nodded. Yup, it's not a big deal with this one, but it'll come in handy with some of the others. Hermione peered up at him. What else are you planning? He shrugged. Well, the bludgeoner on the palm of my left hand, a lockpick on the top, a spiker on my left forearm, probably a boomstone on the top of my right hand. I want to put a reflector or an armor cluster onto one of my shoulders, but I can't figure out how to make it project outwards instead of just wrap around a small section of my skin, so those are on hold. I also don't think the freezer would work very well without the stone, and it would be downright dangerous to tattoo on a chain reactor beam or any of the feedback stones. Considering what Bagman said about the next task, I really want to add a silver spirit, but I'm not particularly keen on permanently adding anything with a soul rune onto my body. Shiva nodded. Yes, agreed. Don't do that. We don't even really understand how that one works to begin with. I don't want you putting that onto your skin. Harry nodded. I'm also conflicted about the ninja. If I add that one to my back, then I can... No. For voices rang out, causing Harry to rock back a little. Hermione growled low in her throat and pulled Harry's head around to look her straight in the eyes. That cluster has never once reacted well to any other spells or magic cast on, or near it. How you got it stable enough to work to begin with, I will never understand. But one thing clear beyond a shadow of a doubt is it does not like additional magic. You will not be adding any rune cluster that is unstable around magic to your magic channeling body. Harry Potter. Tonks jerked her flaming red hair towards Hermione. What she said, Harry, it's not a good idea, and if I have any say in the matter, it's not happening. I will certainly not be helping you tattoo that one on. Harry, you have other options, and you can fight without being invisible, Daphne said, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Before Shiva could put in her 2, Nuts Harry held up his hands, warding them all off. Okay. I already said I was conflicted. Geez, I was going to ask for your opinions, people, he grumbled. Hermione let out a loud breath. Good. Well, you have them. Now, about these other runes. Chapter 24. Unforgivable and Unbeatable. Barty watched as the group of Gryffindors and Slytherins walked into his classroom. This was going to be such a fun class. He had been looking forward to this one since he'd started this year. Surprisingly, he'd actually almost enjoyed the teaching thing in general, but this time he'd get to expose them to a bit of the real Barty Crouch Jr. Professor, Why do you have spiders on your desk? Weasley asked with a slight whimper. Barty barely managed to hide his smile. The Weasleys may not rate very high on the Dark Lord's priority list, but the boy was part Pruitt too. And the Pruitts were always fun to play with. Well, Weasley, these volunteers are going to help with today's demonstration, Barty said, grinning. He saw Greengrass' eyes widen and was somewhat impressed that girl had already sussed out his intentions. Or maybe he was giving her too much credit. It didn't matter. Now, today we'll be going over something that the Ministry doesn't like you folk knowing, but times are changing, and if the World Cup was any example, you lot need to know what's coming so that you can properly defend yourself. Who knows what the unforgivable curses are? That comment drew quite a few more indrawn breaths, and Barty saw the Longbottom boy, the Granger girl, and Potter all narrow their eyes. There was a definite growl coming from one of them too. With amusement, he also saw the Davis girl snarling low. Greengrass seemed to have drawn an aura of calm detachment down over herself. Useful skill that. Maybe he could recruit her too. Perhaps if he could grab both her and Potter, he could use the two to turn each other and gain two skilled servants for the master. Professor Moody, I thought the Unforgivables were illegal to use. Granger said. Barty nodded. I that they are. There are some exceptions, such as demonstrations, and during the last Blood War, the Aurors were given leave to use them on Death Eaters resisting arrest. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say. Now, Miss Granger, do you know just why the Unforgivables are classed as unforgivable? If they were going to be put under these spells, they really ought to understand just why they were special after all. Such beautiful, beautiful spells. Well, the use of one immediately confers life in Azkaban, Granger said with a bit of a frown. Yes, but why? What makes them special? What makes them different? A blood-boiling curse is certainly more dangerous than the first. A transfiguration that turns blood to mud is both more painful and more lethal than the second. And there are far more painful ways to kill than the third. So what makes an unforgivable unforgivable? Granger frowned, shook her head, and sat back thinking. Eventually Malfoy raised his hand. Holding back his groan of annoyance, Barty nodded to the boy. Well, speak up, Ferret. Malfoy scowled, and the round of quiet laughter was quite satisfying. They bypass any form of shield, and they target a person's soul instead of the body. Barty grunted. They don't bypass every shield, boy. Just magical shields. What other form of shield is there? Malfoy snarked. Barty tossed out a quick spell at the child, and the boy squawked, falling out of his chair as he rocked out of the way. Barty sent another 2 spells at him until the idiot finally managed to flip his chair to block the spell, which hit it harmlessly. That sort of shield, Ferret. A physical item will block an unforgivable. A Protego doesn't do squat. Your second point was correct, though. The Unforgivables are so classed because of their target. Well, mostly. The Cruaco had originally been a medical spell, but no self-respecting Medowitch would ever bring that up these days. Not since someone had worked out long ago how to ramp it up and make it last longer than a second. Really, who'd want to restart a heart anyway? They were so much better off when they stopped beating. Each unforgivable manipulates the target's soul. One forces the soul to submit, another twists it with unimaginable pain, and the third simply severs the connections with the body. The Ministry rather frowns on touching someone else's soul. They frown on touching your own soul as well, but Most people aren't stupid enough to do that, so there are no laws against it. He saw with some humor Potter shifting uncomfortably. Now, who can name the first unforgivable? How about you, Ferret? Your father has some experience with that one. Malfoy scowled. The Imperius curse. The Imperius takes full control of the victim by forcing them to submit to the caster. A particularly strong will is required to resist. He took out of the spiders from the jar and idly pointed his wand at it. Imperio. The spider stopped trying to scuttle away and instead stayed put. He cast a quick enlargement, making it the size of his hand before sending it off to tap dance around the table. The spider then took a flying leap and landing on Weasley's table, gaining Barty a scream from the redhead. He immediately moved the spider through a few other tables to spread the love before dancing it back to the table and dropped the normal-sized spider back into the jar. Next curse, the Pain one. Longbottom. Longbottom snarled. Oh, the poor boy. Barty might actually have had a bit of a fight on his hands had the child recognized that one of the people who tortured his parents into insanity was standing right in front of him. Cruciatus. It fires every nerve ending and makes the victim wish they died. Good. That is the physical result of twisting the soul of the victim. About 5 minutes continuous exposure will utterly break most minds. A few particular individuals can last a bit longer. Once you start hitting 10 continuous minutes, though, well, it doesn't really matter how strong the mind is because the body starts failing. The heart drops out first most times, but it's been known to rupture arteries throughout the body too. Barty grabbed his second spider, and a quick crucio later. The thing was twitching and jerking all over the desk. He didn't hold it long. He wasn't a monster after all. It's not like he was Bellatrix or one of the Lestrange brothers. Third curse. Potter. Harry sighed and nodded, leaning back. The killing curse. Correct. Avada Kedavra. An interesting fact about this one. It's well known that you need to hate in order to cast it. What isn't as well known is that hate can be self-hatred. So never let your guard down around someone you think doesn't like you, even if you're convinced they can't muster up hating you. They could always try hating themselves and use that to curse you from behind. It's happened before. Constant vigilance. Barty smirked to himself as he caught several of the students with his shout. He drew out the third spider, and a quick green flash later, the spider was gone. Davis raised her hand, and Barty nodded to her. Professor, you said those curses target the soul. But the first task basically proved that most animals don't have one. Or, at least, the chimera doesn't have one. How can the killing curse work on them then? How can any of them work on animals? Barty nodded his approval. This girl was no slouch. They're all hybrid spells. For example, Avada Kedavra is a combination of a livestock killing curse from ancient times tied into the soul targeting one from a millennium or two ago. The two working together are what make it so dangerous. Just the soul targeting, and it wouldn't do very much. Just the livestock one, and it couldn't affect humans. But with both, the initial intent of each spell is twisted and perverted into something that can affect any living animal or person it touches, and instantly separate souls from bodies. The other two are similar corruptions of base spells, allowing them to work on any living target as well. Good question, Davis. 10 points to Slytherin. Barty grinned. Now, let's try resisting the Imperius, shall we? You'll never be able to practice this real world, so might as well do a bit of it now, while we have the chance. And if he could ensure Potter or one of his cohorts was his completely, well, all the better. The rest of the class was an exercise in amusement for Barty. Almost none had been able to put up any sort of defense against his Imperieuse curse. Of course, he was rather skilled with it, but still, it was somewhat disappointing. Malfoy was bouncing around like the ferret Finnegan was quacking like a duck. Weasel kissed a spider. The interesting people finally came with Potter's group. Greengrass was barely under for 2 seconds before she threw the curse off completely. Longbottom was able to wriggle out from his control after about 5 seconds. Granger's organized mind let him in easily enough, but somehow his commands kept getting lost in an internal labyrinth, and she managed to throw him out completely after a few seconds. It was an unusual defense, but privately Barty admitted it was effective. The true surprises, though, had been Potter and Davis. Neither was swayed for even a moment. He had expected some resistance from Potter, especially after learning that he was resistant to Vila, but Davis. Perhaps it had something to do with the rumors about the diary the girl had possessed briefly during her second year. The students left the class, giving Barty something to think on. He'd have to let his master know, of course. The Dark Lord would most likely still want to test Potter himself. Who knew? Maybe the boy would actually end up surviving this next task too, and come even closer to satisfying the Dark Lord's curiosity. The last Hogsmeade weekend before the second task was upon the school, and many were taking advantage of the little bit of leisure offered. Unfortunately, not everyone was looking forward to the day's activities. Daphne and Tracy, for one, were arguing together near the Black Lake. "Oh, so now you want to spend time with me?" Tracy said, glaring at her girlfriend. Daphne rolled her eyes and snorted. "What is that supposed to mean?" "We're dating." "Of course I want to spend time with you." "Are we dating? Are we really dating, Daphne?" Tracy asked. She tossed her head and crossed her arms. "I barely even see you anymore. Even in the dorms, you're always either studying and making notes or just falling right asleep. You spend all your time with him." Daphne gaped for a moment, utterly lost, before her eyes narrowed, and she stood up straighter. "Are you talking about Harry? Seriously?" "Oh, of course I'm talking about Harry. Who bloody else would I be talking about?" "Jealousy is very unbecoming of you, Tracy," Daphne said lowly and crossing her own arms. "You know very well that all I'm doing is trying to keep our friend alive." "Oh, please, don't give me that shite. He's being personally tutored by 2 of the best professors in the school, the youngest Auror of her generation, and Avila in her last year. And not a single one of them know or are willing to teach the things that I do." Daphne yelled back. "He saved your life. Tracy, why are you being like this?" "You both saved my life, Daph." Tracy snarled and turned away. "I feel like I'm losing you to a guy who doesn't even freaking get it." "Tracy, I'm not going anywhere," Daphne said with a heavy sigh. She started to reach out to Tracy, but dropped her hand halfway through the gesture. "I'm also not going to apologize for spending my time with Harry either. There are at least 2, possibly 3 people trying to kill him this year. I have very few true friends, and I refuse to risk losing one because my girlfriend is jealous." "He let you give him those tattoos, Daph," Tracy said softly. "I've looked that up. Done. Wrong. You could have made him a squib, or worse. Do you have any idea how much he trusts you, or are you willfully ignoring it?" "He's my friend, Trace." Daphne moved to stand next to the other girl, both staring out over the lake. I'm not going to abandon you just because I have someone else I care about. We've known each other since we were 5. How can you think I'd just leave? You're avoiding the question. Trace. Whatever. Tracy shook her head and turned on her heel to start walking towards the gates. I think I'll go on this thing alone today. Daphne's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to say something to her friend before slowly shaking her head and deciding against it. Instead, she just started walking slowly after her and slotted into the line to get out of the gates by Fleur, Tonks, Hermione, and Harry. Daphne heard Harry talking emphatically with Tonks and Hermione. I'm sure. You two go. I'll just wander for a bit. I need to pick up some sugar quills and other snacks anyway, and you guys need to hang out alone more if this is going to work between the 3 of us. Tonks rolled her eyes. Well, if you want to miss out on all this hot action between your partners, that's your prerogative, Wonder Boy. She looped an arm through one of Hermione's and waved to the others. I'll take care of the brainy beauty. Harry, don't mope too much. Fleur smirked and stepped up to Harry's side. Would you mind showing me around Z-Town? Harry? I've yet to see this area. Harry shrugged and said, Sure, I can show you a few of the sights. Daphne saw Tonks cast a calculating glance at Fleur before the metamorph shrugged. Have fun, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Harry smirked. So I can pretty much do anything then? Hermione leaned back and playfully smacked the back of his head. Don't be a prat. Harry, no teasing Tonks on date day. Spoil sport. Harry chuckled. He turned to Daphne and frowned as he saw her carefully neutral expression. Daph, Harry said softly, you okay? Why is Tracy up there and you're back here? I thought you guys were going to spend some together today. Daphne smiled at him, admittedly slightly surprised that he had seen through her mask so easily. We had a bit of a fight. She's angry and wanted to be alone for a while. I'll meet up with her later. You should come with us then, Fleur said, nodding to the Slytherin. Daphne cocked her head to the side, considering for a long moment. She was about to say no when Luna walked past the small group. Don't worry, Daphne. I'll keep Tracy company. You go and enjoy the day, the younger girl said with a dreamy smile. Well, okay, sure. Might as well. Will you make sure she's not too depressed or angry for me? Luna nodded. Of course. She crossed the short distance, and Daphne distantly heard Luna comment, Hello, Tracy. I think I should walk with you today. I'd actually rather prefer to be alone at the moment, Luna. I need to think a bit, Tracy said. But you'll never get to think if you are alone while frustrated like that, Luna stated matter-of-factly. It attracts the blibbering humdingers. Once they start chattering, you'll never be able to think easily with the racket they cause. Daphne snorted at the little Ravenclaw's tactic, though she noted with a small grin that Tracy just rolled her eyes and let Luna lead her forward. Trust Luna to brighten the mood. I still find it hard to believe that you are so okay with all this, Hermione, Tonks said, drinking her butterbeer next to the brunette in the 3 broomsticks. The one good thing about the Skeeter fallout had been that she didn't have to try and hide that she was in a relationship with the 2 teens. And how weird was that her mother and cousin had managed to spin it from being weird and creepy into Tonks upholding true pure-blood standards boggled her mind. Politics made no sense whatsoever. Hermione shrugged and sipped her own drink. My parents are rather open-minded. They certainly never expected me to enter into a polyamorous union, but they were remarkably accepting when I brought it up originally. I'm somewhat convinced that they were worried I'd come home magically bound and married before I hit 15. So when I told them I was going to have both a boyfriend and a girlfriend, they were simply far too happy I wasn't married to care about the particulars. Tonks snorted, and her hair shifted colors as she tried to keep her laughter in check. Wow, I think I'm going to like your folks, Hermione. The younger girl grinned. From what Harry said about your mother and Luna's comments about her additions to the Quibbler article, I imagine Andromeda will get along quite well with them too. Oh, Merlin, that's going to be a scary combination. Tonks groaned. She shuddered slightly. 2 dentists and a black daughter. I weep for whoever gets in their way. Us included. Hermione waved it off. We'll just deflect to Sirius. He's a good target for deflection. The 4 of them can get into a mini-war and forget about the rest of us. Tonks laughed. Oh, that is too perfect. You sure you aren't a Slytherin? I might have a bit of Griffin tendencies ever so often, she replied with a smirk. Well, they are adorable to hear, Tonks said. She leaned over and gently kissed Hermione. Both girls pulled back, blushing slightly. You know, you never really did answer my actual comment. I didn't, did I? Hermione paused for a moment and frowned in thought. Honestly, I think it mostly comes down to Harry. I've always been rather independent and headstrong. I used to practically worship books, even my mother's romance novels. I loved those books, but I knew I could never be like the heroines in them. Those women drop everything for their man and tend to be rather subservient. I can't do that. I don't need to be directing everything, but I need a strong say in matters. But Harry, he needs more support than I feel I can give him alone. I can rein him in when he starts going off on tangents or taking his experiments too far. But with how he was raised, I don't feel like I'd be enough. I love that boy, and I want him to be as happy as possible. If I have to share him to ensure that he's happy, I'm fine with that. Hermione blushed deeper and said, It also helps that no matter what form you're in, you are quite attractive, Tonks. I don't mean your body. I mean your mind. I haven't met many women who stand up for themselves and others like you have. It's inspiring. Tonks smiled warmly and looped an arm around Hermione's shoulders. Thanks, Hermione. That's really sweet of you. And if you want, Harry's taken to calling me NYM when we're alone. You can do that too. Hermione leaned into Tonks' side and mumbled something. Say again? Didn't catch that one. Lifting her head slightly, Hermione shyly murmured, I like that, NYM. Call me Meone. Tonks smiled and hugged the younger girl tighter. And this is Sonko's, Harry said, gesturing towards the joke shop. They have some fun stuff, but their inventory never really changes, and apparently it hasn't added more than 1 or 2 new items since Sirius Day. It's part of the reason why Fred and George are expecting to do so well, and why my prank runes are selling so quickly. Together, the 3 of us might end up putting Zonko's out of business if they don't step up their game. Very impressive. Airy, Fleur said, nodding along. She noticed Daphne smiling appreciatively at Harry on his other side. The friendship between the two was rather intriguing to Fleur. Both were attached to others, yet both gravitated to each other as well. Fleur could feel the attraction thanks to her nature, just as she could feel the strained bond between Daphne and Tracy. The whole situation certainly complicated her goals. Harry's budding romance with Tonks hadn't been unexpected. That Fleur hadn't made better progress prior to the official start of the relationship was a little disappointing perhaps, but not disastrous. She still had several months left with which to build her own foundation. She just had to ensure that that foundation now included 3 bases instead of 2. Granted, she was more interested in the 2 teenagers than the metamorphmagus, but Tonks was certainly nice enough herself to maintain Fleur's interest, so it wasn't a deal-breaker. The woman's battle prowess and determination was exceedingly impressive, not to mention the humor she brought to the table. Both Harry and Hermione needed to relax more, so that was probably the best contribution. Fleur could tease all day long, but she knew she rather lacked in the jokes department. Daphne, though, made things far more interesting. If the girl ever decided to make a move, Fleur could easily see herself shunted to the side. She somewhat doubted that Harry would be accepting of 4 women in his life. It would be hard enough to convince him that he was worthy of 3. With the trust and support both showed the other, Fleur had to start seriously considering whether she wanted to ramp up her attempts or simply step aside and encourage the other girl. She seriously didn't see the relationship between the 2 Slytherins lasting much longer, especially not while Luna Lovegood was still available as a shoulder for Tracy to cry on afterwards. Fleur could only hope that when the break finally happened, the 2 still remained friends. Perhaps after the next task was over she would speak to Hermione and get the younger girl's thoughts. Beating around the bush was not going to work much longer, and she needed to know whether the brunette would even be open to it. She'd probably have to speak with Daphne at some point before Yule as well, if only to offer her advice concerning Tracy. If Daphne did prove to be interested, well, perhaps they could both join forces and attempt to convince Harry to accept each of them as consorts. It was certainly a nice dream. And this is Madame Putafoot's tea shop. I'm not taking either of you in there, so don't even bother teasing me, Daph. Harry droned on beside her. Fleur smiled again at the young man. He really was simply adorable. That shop sells some corsets and lots of lingerie plus some other stuff. I'm not entirely sure what, but I do know that it is all supposed to be somewhat adult-oriented. At least I would assume, so since McGonagall has made it clear if she ever catches any student in there we won't be out of detention for months. This building over here is... Fleur's attention snapped back to the moment, and she stopped to peer critically at the clothes shop. Adult-oriented, you say? Fleur said, interrupting Harry. He turned back to her, and she grinned. His little shudder was so cute. Daphne's hungry grin was also rather welcome. I think this shop has promise. Fleur, Daphne said with a note of amusement. From what the older Slytherins say, that shop's other items are of a somewhat more personal use, or at least items meant for use with just a partner. They sell rather unholy things dealing with rubber and leather from what I hear. Fleur's grin widened. Yes, this indeed fit her interests nicely. Even better. Come along, Harry. Wait, what? Harry shouted as both girls grabbed his arms and maneuvered him. I'll wait outside. I'll wait outside. The weekend following the Hogsmeade outing, Harry again sat waiting in the tent prior to starting the second task, sweating and scratching at his new tattoos. The spiker and the knockback were still itching almost 2 weeks after application. Shiva and Madame Pomfrey had taken a look and both insisted that the itching was just in his mind. He wasn't sure if that was supposed to make him feel better. His utility belt was back in the stands with Shiva again, and he was hopeful that he'd actually be able to use it this time. He really wanted to have the silver spirit if he was going to be fighting something that induced depression. The sword would probably work, but using it still scared him, and it was definitely not a distance weapon anyway. Bagman walked into the tent again, all smiles and practically bouncing. One of these days, Harry really was going to end up punching the man. Or Viktor would do it. Viktor was getting increasingly short-tempered with the former Quidditch player. Bagman apparently had been trying to hound the younger champion for playing tips. Harry was privately supremely thankful that the idiot hadn't focused on him, and he and Viktor had shared some butterbeers and a few prank runes over the annoyance. The announcer still had the purple hair induced by the meta-hair Rune Harry had given Viktor earlier in the week. "I hope everyone is excited for the second task," Bagman said. Crickets greeted him. "Yes, well, successful completion of this task will see you given the key to opening your golden egg from the first task afterwards. This time we won't be drawing for opponents. However, we will be drawing for turn order. Miss Delacour, if you please." Fleur ended up with the fourth slot this time, while Harry took third, Viktor took second, and Fred first. A final reminder that you will unable to exit the arena until the task is complete. This event's primary opponent will be an alternate version of yourself. At least that's the idea. I don't know if you've heard of them, but in Australia they've been testing a new device termed the aspect column. This item is a large runic array construct that samples anyone approaching within a certain distance. It will then create a phantom version of that person for them to fight against. The phantom embodies their darker elements and is intended to act both as a training aid and as a tool to assist in personal reflection. I wish you all the best of luck. Show those doppelgangers what for. Still smiling Bagman left them alone, and Harry relaxed ever so slightly. Turning to Fleur, he tried to grin a bit, though he only managed a very slight pull at his lips. Well, at least it's not a horde of Dementors. Harry's forced levity faded as he took in Fleur's extremely worried expression. "Hey, Fleur? Fleur. Fleur." She jerked and shook her head. Turning to him, she let out a sigh. "Sorry, Harry. This task, I do not think I will enjoy this." Harry just grimaced and squeezed her shoulder in support. Viktor shrugged and gave her a salute from the other side of the room. "Well, you made a hydra appear easy. I would think you will better than you expect here. Yeah, it'll be fine. How bad can this be? It's intended to be used as a training and reflection aid. The phantoms shouldn't actually be able to do too much to us, I'd think," Fred said, nodding his agreement. Harry shook his head and ran a hand through his hair. "3 things, Fred. 1, Umbridge is involved. 2, when has anything I'm involved in been simple like that? 3, made in Australia, the country where even the grass can kill you." Fred opened his mouth, closed it, held up his hand, put down, and eventually groaned. "Point taken." The gong sounded, and Fred shrugged. "Well, guess I'll find out in a moment. Good luck, everyone." Fred walked into the battlefield with a smile plastered on his face, a bounce in his step. Even if he was nervous, it wouldn't do to show that before facing the enemy. After contact, all rules went away, but beforehand, appearances were paramount. He saw the perimeter barrier flare into life, and immediately lifted his wand to summon his potions jacket from George. Nodding with a genuinely happy grin, he watched the tools sail through the ward and into his outstretched hand. Casually tossing his jacket on, he strode towards the large pillar in the center of the stage. The meter-diameter pillar had etchings across each of its 8 faces, inscriptions done in both red and black at seemingly random intervals. The whole structure itself was seemingly pure white and slightly translucent, with a dull, fading pulse of light emanating inside. The light illuminated the runes every few seconds in a manner that was partly creepy and partly beautiful. Once Fred got within about 50 meters of the pillar, the light flared briefly, and every visible rune lit up. As the spots in his eyes faded, Fred looked out and narrowed his eyes in confusion. A little ways ahead, directly in front of him, was a man who looked somewhat like Fred. An older Fred, a Fred who had lost quite a bit of hair, the remainder of which had lost a lot of the vibrant red and seemed almost dull. Evil Fred wore glasses and a pinstriped set of robes and was carrying a briefcase in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. He looked exhausted, an impression not helped when he squinted towards Fred and sighed. Setting the briefcase on the ground, Evil Fred rubbing his forehead above his glasses. "Ah, an aspect column. I think I'm supposed to fight you, but there doesn't seem to be much point." Fred frowned and cautiously walked forward. He made a short circle around his doppelganger, finally ending in front of him, and poked the evil twin in the side of mouth. A small grimace and rolled eyes was the only reply. "Who are you?" Fred asked, rather confused. "I'm you. Well, more specifically, I'm what you're afraid you could be," Evil Fred said, simply. "Nah, not buying it. You're hardly an Evil Fred. Maybe a Percy Fred, but not an Evil Fred. Evil Fred would be trying to kill me with a lightning swamp, or a cat got the canary, or a twister in a can. You're an awful Evil Fred," the redhead said, cocking his head to the side. "Did I say I was evil?" "Not so," Evil Fred asked with raised eyebrows in a dull, bored voice. "I said I'm what you're afraid of becoming. I'm you without George. I'm you without Alicia. I'm you without Weasley's wizarding wheezes. I'm the you who lost everyone and just doesn't really care enough to do much of anything anymore. I'm the you that Mum thinks we are. The one who doesn't amount to much of anything and just walks through life letting opportunity after opportunity pass him by." Fred had grown increasingly nervous during the little monologue and had slowly backed away from the double, bringing his wand to bear. "I'd never sink to the depths that you have. I'd find something to be excited about." Evil Fred shrugged. "Why bother? There's no reason to get excited if there's no one to share it with. I lost half myself when George died, and I lost the rest when Alicia left." Fred shook his head, trying to push down the little voice that was nodding along with the clone and wholeheartedly agreeing that it fully understood exactly what the other man was saying. No, I refuse to acknowledge that. Let's get this over with, you pompous prat." He plunged a hand into the left pocket of his jacket and pulled out a squawking growth egg. That'd work nicely as a distraction. Evil Fred just gave a sad grin. "It's been quite a long time since I fought an actual battle, so like I said originally, there's not much point to this. Perhaps we could instead check my report on cauldron thickness over for errors." He hefted the stack of papers in his hand and waved it in Fred's direction. "I've been told by Percy and his assistants that my work could qualify as attempted murder. If you make it all the way through, without quitting, we call it your win." Fred gaped in horror. What could possibly cause him to ever turn into this? He completely forgot about all his tools and potions and prank stones and just cast a powerful reducto at the evil twin. The doppelganger didn't even try to dodge, and as a large hole appeared in the center of his chest, he flicked out of existence, and the light in the aspect column faded away. Shuddering and fighting to avoid hyperventilating, Fred turned on his heel and quickly paced out of the arena. Viktor was feeling slightly anxious over the lack of excited calls and frenzied commentary. The first task had left him with a keen sense of just how dangerous things could get, and he dearly hoped that Fred's task had not been so incredibly deadly that the audience was too shocked to even cry out if he had been killed. Viktor liked the jokester. The man was funny and had a good sense of humor. Not to mention, he appreciated Viktor's attempts to be somewhat more social. He sincerely hoped the man had made it through okay. Walking towards the large white pillar, Viktor paused as it lit up momentarily, blinding him. As his vision cleared, Viktor's eyes widened, and he stumbled back a step, throwing up a hand in front of him and desperately attempting to keep his stomach from rebelling. In front of him, there was a huge, dirty, grotesque mass of flesh. It was sitting down on the ground. The robes covering it were stained all over. Pieces of food and condiments were still openly prevalent in places. The thing had to be over 600 pounds. The mass cocked what must have been its head towards him and spoke. "I forgot I used to be skinny. Do you have any food? Viktor uttered a blood-curdling scream and whipped his wand forward, casting a continuous series of the most destructive curses he could think of. 30 seconds later, the horrid mass in front of the Bulgarian had been wiped from existence, and Viktor ran from the arena desperate for alcohol or someone who could obliviate him. Harry concentrated on his breathing as he stepped into the arena. He felt the perimeter ward flare and stopped to quickly examine the ward stone nearby. Breathing out a quick sigh of relief, he saw it would actually let items and people in this time. Raising his wand, Harry called his utility belt to him and smiled as the rune stone harness flew into his hand. Taking the time to carefully strap it on, Harry turned to the white pillar in the center. He briefly tried to decipher the mass of carvings and etchings on the structure, but shook his head after a few moments. Figuring out how it worked would take too long. The interweaves were just far too intricate to risk carefully dismantling it. Squaring his shoulders, Harry walked forward. The aspect column flared in response, and as the light died, Harry's doppelganger came into view. Evil Harry was dressed all in black, with form-fitting cargo pants and a skin-tight t-shirt. His bare arms were covered in tattoos, and there were several around his eyes and ears as well. The twin had a belt looped around him with dozens of dangling rune stones, and more hung from a harness similar to Harry's draped over his chest, though the twins had far more stones. He wasn't wearing glasses, and his hair had been cut extremely short, barely even qualifying as a buzz cut. Evil Harry grinned, and Harry felt a shiver run up his spine. That was a predator's grin through and through, and it promised pain. "Well, this is interesting." The doppelganger twisted so that he could take in the pillar behind him, and as he turned back to Harry, the grin grew even larger. "So we're supposed to fight, but did you see that transference section?" He hitched a thumb towards one part of the etchings. Harry squinted and just managed to make out a soul rune before redirecting his attention back to his opponent, who had shifted slightly to the side. Nice bit of work there. I can use that. If I'm careful, I might even be able to switch in before I disappear. The shiver of fear turned into an icy spike of pure dread. Switch in, he asked, mouth completely dry. Yeah, switch into you. Have to oust the original soul, though. I think I have. Here we go, Evil Harry purred as he caressed a small rune stone on one of his belts. I haven't used the Soul Rend stone since I killed old Tommy Boy. But let's not jump straight there. I know I'm technically not real yet, but I feel real enough. And I have had so few real challenges for so long. Might as well enjoy this before I claim your body. Harry gulped. It was just a projection, right? It couldn't actually do that. It was a shite. Harry's eyes widened as he caught sight of a pulsing segment of the column higher up. It was supposed to be the safety features, but it didn't look to be strongly tied into anything beyond the banishing cluster. This doppelganger would disappear, sure, but anything it did while still corporeal was fair game. His evil twin looked like he was going to keep monologuing, so Harry used the opportunity to launch into a spell chain. There was no point in limiting his arsenal at all. His spells couldn't get out of the barrier. His evil twin wasn't exactly real, and, most importantly of all, this arse wanted to destroy his soul and take up residence. No mercy was warranted. He sent the most destructive spells he knew at Evil Harry, everything Daphne had grilled into him, all the higher-level items that Fleur had taught, the more dangerous spells that Flitwick showed, and the more explosive varieties of transfiguration that McGonagall had directed him in. For a full minute, Harry launched spell after spell, not pausing even once. Breathing hard, he finally let the arsenal stop and waited for the dust surrounding his target to clear. Not bad. A mirthful voice sounded from the haze, causing Harry's eyes to widen in horror. You're what? A fourth year? That was pretty impressive, actually. A slow clap resounded across the battlefield, and Harry could only stare. His doppelganger stood in the exact same spot he'd been in before, with a glimmering sheen of a shield surrounding him. Some minor pockmarks surrounded his booted feet, but there wasn't a scratch on the man himself. That's not possible, Harry whispered. Some of those were designed to blast apart shields. Evil Harry shrugged. You've been designing the Fortress of Solitude for years. Did you think I'd just sit idle and not have perfected it? Such a useful little thing. He lifted his shirt with that crazy smile evident and lightly fingered a rune cluster tattooed into his stomach. I figured out the movement problem, by the way. So in addition to every attack strengthening my shield, I'm not limited to staying put with it active. Plus, I even managed to build in a modification for my arsenal, so I can attack without having to drop it. You can't touch me. Mini-me while I get impunity to fire off whatever I want. Care to try to guess the password to shut it down? I'll give you one free shot at it. Harry gaped. His evil twin had worked out an even more game-breaking form of the shield from his first real conversation with Shiva. He was screwed. He was going to lose his soul and die. He didn't even know how to finish his own weaker version, let alone how to beat a monster-sized variant. Harry desperately tried to think of what he'd possibly use as a password lock on a personal shield. If his double was going to try and be sporting, then Harry needed to use the opportunity since it was probably going to be the only shot he had at survival. Opening his mouth to start to say his own intended password, Harry quickly snapped it closed and bit off the word before it could form. This version of himself wouldn't use Harry's password. He'd use a perverted form. Stall. He had to stall. Can I ask a question first? Evil Harry shrugged. Sure. Why not? Go ahead. What happened to you? Oh, such a loaded question. His twin smirked and shrugged. Mostly I got tired of dealing with the idiots and hypocrites surrounding me. I got exhausted of being told again and again that I couldn't cut the legs out from under the people torturing me and trying to kill me year after year. When Luna died because they convinced me to hold back, I decided I'd had enough. The school fell the next day. The ministry in under a week. I killed Tommy Boy about 3 days after that. His grin widened, and he started laughing. That was fun, actually. He tried to run from his body. I ate his soul, and wham, Nev and Shiva all said I went too far and turned on me then. I had to kill them before they killed me. Hermione lasted longer. My glorious dark lady stuck with me through the entire time it took to take over Britain, Europe, and Asia. She only decided to betray me when I started to think about how to get rid of magic-hating muggles. Evil Harry frowned and rubbed his chin while Harry just gaped in mind-numbing shock. I still don't get why she had a problem with that. I have nothing against muggles in general. It wasn't like I was going to touch her parents. I just wanted to kill all the people, like the Dursleys. Maybe some politicians too. Whatever. Point is I had to kill her too. I was willing to just let her have the Americas, but she insisted we had to fight. I like to think it was her way of apologizing and ensuring I moved on. He raised an eyebrow. I guess I shouldn't really be all that surprised that Daphne was the only one to stay at my side. It's ironic, really. I was going to give her the fortress tattoo, but the Weasleys got to her the night before. Killed her in her sleep. Evil Harry's eyes darkened. I stopped playing nice then. No more benevolent overlord for me. I went full evil overlord after that. Didn't take much longer to take over everything. Amazing what a bit of logic, practicality, and ruthlessness will do, isn't it? Granted, it helps that I'm functionally immortal, can't be touched by spells, am immune to any and all poisons, and made sure to anchor my soul to my body, so that Gryffindor's sword won't do anything if I accidentally cut myself. Does that answer your question? Harry worked his mouth for a few long moments before violently shaking his head side to side. No, I'd never do that. I'd never do any of that. I'd never hurt them. No. Evil Harry rolled his eyes. Some part of you obviously would. Otherwise, that pathetic thing would never have made me. He gestured to the aspect column. Now, I'd have your guess to my fortress password, so we can get on with this, please. Harry kept shaking his head, trying to think through the voice inside, screaming that the evil twin was wrong, that he would never do what had just been described. He didn't fully succeed. Vader marches on. Evil Harry cocked his head and smirked. Not a bad one. That was one of my first. Changed it after Hermione died, though. His grin turned predatory again. My turn. Harry barely managed to jump to the side as a rock spike nearly 4 feet in diameter flew from his doppelganger's lower arm tattoo. The thing impacted so close to him that Harry felt the wind on his pants leg, and then he was rolling again, dodging a storm of lighting shooting out the man's right hand. Twisting to the side, Harry somehow managed to leap over a stream of bubbling tar that spewed from his twin's other elbow. Harry tried to raise a wall separating them, only to see a small rune stone sailed over it. Eyes wide, Harry quickly lifted the freezer and encased it in a layer of ice. The small grenade rune stone exploded an instant later, showering ice everywhere and leaving Harry with many small bleeding cuts. The wall melted a second after revealing his twin, who had been walking slowly forward with all the speed of a determined Terminator. It was all Harry could do to turn enough to raise his left forearm and send out a spike of his own towards Evil Harry. The twin didn't even bother dodging. He just reached up and flicked a finger, sending the spike ricocheting off into the outer barrier. Cursing, Harry jumped backwards to avoid another lightning strike and tried to send his silver spirit panther towards the doppelganger. Evil Harry let it come, still grinning, and spread his arms wide. Harry watched the silver form crash into the shield surrounding his twin and simply vanished in a bright flash. He let out a scream of pain and collapsed to the ground, clutching his arms around his sides. His body felt like it had just been soaked in water and attached to a live wire. Evil Harry chuckled. To be fair, without the fortress, that actually would have been a good idea. The spirit can't really be blocked easily. Unfortunately for you, as a mostly magical construct, my fortress eats it. As it has a tiny part of you, inside it you feel the pain as it dies. Fun, huh? Harry fought off the urge to vomit and managed to slowly regain his feet, breathing hard. You're doing better than I expected, honestly. I would have thought I'd have at least taken one of your arms or legs by now. Let's keep going. Harry saw his twin lift his arms, bringing them together, and without thinking, Harry lifted his left hand, sending out the most powerful bludgeoner he could. The spell hit the stream of magma that had just started to issue from Evil Harry's hands and sent it straight back over him. Harry ran forward, knowing that wouldn't do much, but figuring he could at least try just straight up beating the guy down. He barely took a single step before shifting into his animagus form and closing the distance on 4 paws. Evil Harry shattered the magma dome that had covered him and grimaced as a burn showed up momentarily on his right side. It flashed. An instant later, the skin was perfectly healed. Harry had just leaped to try and slash the man with his claws, but Evil Harry stepped into the maneuver and caught him, tossing him off to the side. The doppelganger raised his hand, and Harry panicked. With no time to shift or dodge, he lifted his left paw to try and cast the bludgeoner again. Pain lanced down his left front leg, and Harry yowled, falling onto his face. Evil Harry's eyebrows rose. He lowered his hand and started laughing. Harry yowled again and shifted back to human. He could barely even feel his left arm, and he knew he wouldn't be running on it anymore. Was that your first time trying to use an RTAT while shifted? Evil Harry wheezed out between breaths. They alter as your shape does. Idiot. If you want to do that, you need to completely redo any interesting ones on your other form, and avoid using those while human. It's not remotely worth the trouble, mini-me. He finally got his laughing under control and shook his head in amusement. I love to run on 4 legs, but the cat's rather useless for me in a fight when I have all this to use instead, he said, gesturing to encompass his body. Harry grunted and risked a glance into the stands while his evil twin was still distracted. He had figured someone would have tried to get in to help by this point. His eyes widened as he saw most of his main group prowling the edge of the barrier ward and Shiva fiddling with 3 other tournament supervisors with the ward anchor. "Oh, you finally noticed?" Evil Harry asked, sounding surprised. "I added my own anchor while you were hiding from the feedback grenade. No one's interrupting us. I'd really like that body of yours. It's so annoying to not be actually real, you know? Stupid, pathetic pillar can't even pull from alternate universes." With a start, Harry suddenly realized something. Both he and his doppelganger had been ignored the easiest way to win this battle. Well, really the only way for Harry to win this battle. But he wasn't strong or skilled enough to pull it off like a Gryffindor. He'd have to do it like a Slytherin instead, shifting a meter to the side and trying to shake a bit of feeling into his left arm. He managed to grab one of the chain reactor beams from its pouch. "One more dance, then?" Harry asked, trying to display some confidence he definitely wasn't feeling. Evil Harry smirked. "Of course, mini-me. Let's make this sporting again. I can see from here that's one of your single-use stones, so I'll give you one more free shot. I'll even agree to show you my improved version once yours fails." Harry gulped, but raised his hand and charged the stone. Barely a second after he took aim, the chain reactor beam reached cascade failure, and the energies of the feedback loop fed into itself. Each failing rune set had its destructive power directed into the next layer. The final result was a magical beam of war almost 2 feet wide and pure, white streaking across the battlefield towards his evil twin's feet. He had aimed to try and destroy the earth around the double and have him be cut up by the debris. It didn't work very well. The beam only lasted a second or two and ended up doing more tunneling than exploding. Evil Harry nodded towards him and waved a hand at the new crater. That was the original version of the chain reactor, right? Not really your best idea to use that here, but hey, B for effort. Now, he grinned and lifted a rune stone from a pocket. "Here's my version, the Yamato Cannon." Harry watched the orange energy of destruction form on the face of the rune in slow motion. He waited just long enough for the energy's path to be inevitable before leaping to the side. The Yamato Cannon's shot was nearly 6 feet wide and almost pure orange. Instead of a long-lasting beam, though, it was more like a cohesive ball of roiling energy with a flaming tail of power. Harry was rather grateful for that, honestly, since had it been any longer lasting, his doppelganger could have twisted to hit him as he moved. Harry grinned triumphantly as the energy ball smashed into the aspect column behind where Harry had been standing before he dodged. The pillar didn't stand a chance. It exploded in a shower of rock shards and tongues of flame. Evil Harry roared and started to reach for him, before vanishing in a twinkle of light. Harry blinked a few times, making sure it hadn't been just a trick. He could hear the sounds of the audience, gasping again. Nodding to himself, Harry turned towards where Shiva was standing at the ward anchor gaping at him, and started shuffling forward holding his limp left arm. Fleur didn't know exactly why they were taking so long to usher her turn in. She had heard quite a lot of muted explosions and desperate shouting, following by 2 blasts that managed to ruffle the tent. It had been all she could do to avoid rushing out and trying to help, and the final blasts were just too much. By the time the crowd started cheering, she had been standing and reaching for the flap out. Now, 10 minutes later, all she had been told was that Harry had survived his task with a few injuries, and that she would have to wait due to damage to the arena and the need to bring in a replacement column. Finally, the gong sounded for Fleur to start. She wasted no time in rushing out. The sooner she finished this, the sooner she could find her friend and make certain he was all right. Stepping into the battlefield, the barrier flared behind her, and she briskly strode towards the translucent pillar in the center. The aspect column flashed, and Fleur froze solid. In her fears about Harry, she had forgotten just why she was so worried about this specific task. Unfortunately, her cause for concern had not been overstated. In front of Fleur was a mirror version, one that didn't bother with Fleur's self-control, one that not only acknowledged her heritage, but took it to the logical extreme. This doppelganger was clad in form-hugging yoga pants and a skin-tight white top. Neither left anything to the imagination. Her arms were completely covered with feathers, and her face was slightly angular, while her wings had fully formed and were curled against her back regally. In short, the twin made no effort at all to appear remotely normal. She was not human. She was a harpy. Ah, how strange, the harpy said, cocking her head and peering at Fleur, not unlike a bird would do. She felt icy pangs of fear snake through her. This was not good at all. You are me, but not me. You are far too human. Why? My Fazzer was human, Fleur snarled. As is yours if I understand this correctly. The harpy shrugged. Of course I have human blood. All Vila have human blood. We certainly wouldn't be mating with centaurs or goblins, now would we? She shuddered at the thought, and then narrowed her eyes. I was not speaking of blood. I was speaking of mannerisms, sister. Why hide who and what you are? Why cloak yourself in the human deception? Be free. Be strong. You do not know of what you speak. Fleur said. Her hands clenched, and she had to fight to keep her feathers from showing. That would be a rather quick loss of this moral argument. You would ave me constantly broadcast that I am not one them, that I am to be feared. Are you mad? The harpy chuckled, though it held no mirth. But you aren't one of them. You are Vila. You are strong and proud and worthy of their adulation, their devotion, their worship. Take what you want from who you want. You are Vila. I am Fleur Delacour, daughter of Sebastian and Apollon Delacour. I am not defined by my blood. Weak, foolish girl, the harpy said softly, shaking her head. Allow me to show you what a Vila who embraces her nature can do. Fleur's eyes widened, praying that perimeter barrier would not let the harpy do what she obviously intended. Harry's arm was still mostly numb, but at least he had a bit of tingling back in it, and the fingers moved when he tried to wiggle them. It was rather disconcerting to watch his hand moving and not be able to feel it. Shiva and Tonks had stayed with him, while he managed to get the others to head back into the stands and watch Fleur after they had all been satisfied that he wasn't going to collapse into a ball in the corner of the room. That was certainly going to happen, of course. He just thought his nervous breakdown should wait until after Fleur got through her thing was all. Shiva had been sending odd glances his way for the past 10 minutes when Harry felt a wave of desire and love wash over him. Harry gasped as he almost swooned from the need to go to his goddess, to see her, to grovel in front of her, to give her everything he had, and Harry uttered a strangled growl as he wrenched his mind away from the spiral loop of devotion. Holy freaking hellfire! Merlin's balls! That was worse than the Imperius. He turned to look at the others in the tent. Crumb was still out like a light from the dreamless sleep he had insisted on. Fred was looking towards the arena with flickers of comprehension, being repeatedly drowned out with drooling looks of devotion. Pomfrey had sat down with a completely glazed expression. Shiva was grimacing and jerky but gazing towards the field as well. Tonks was breathing hard and squeezing his hand in a death grip. Tonks, NYM, snap out of it, Harry yelled. Tonks' lips curled into a silent grimace, and her hair started shifting colors rapidly. She didn't respond at all otherwise. Harry quickly stood and grabbed the side of her face with his good hand. NYM, Nymphadora, damn it, NYM, bigger shifts, break through. Tonks shuddered, and her body started having little ripples run through the visible skin, evidence of rapid back and forth metamorph changes. None of the changes were large. The last time Harry and Tonks had trained with Fleur, she had said that she usually ended up just making quick shifts between her base body and her current chosen form. Harry assumed that's what she was doing now, though it was a lot faster and more continuous than he had ever seen her do previously. Gasping, Tonks shook her head, and her eyes cleared, her body still rippling. Harry? Well, what the fucking hell is going on? I can barely think. Yeah, you and everyone else. We have to get to the arena. I think Fleur's task is going as bad as mine. Yeah, okay. She stood and immediately stumbled, only being saved from falling by Harry catching her. I can barely walk. I have to keep shifting to keep thinking. Go ahead, I'll catch up. Harry scowled and turned to Shiva. She had lifted a hand towards the arena and was halfway out of her seat, but still looking conflicted. No, I may need someone else to run interference, especially with only one good hand. Hop on my back. He knelt down and beckoned for Tonks to climb up in a piggyback. She looked like she was going to argue, but shook her head and moved to him. Changing slightly so that her form was slimmer and shorter, she wrapped her arms and legs around him. Let me know if my left hand slips. NYM. It's still mostly useless. Just go. Standing up, Harry started running towards the arena. Thankfully, the medical tent was only a short ways from the battlefield proper. As it came into view, Harry very nearly wiped out. Fleur was in the center of the arena, desperately dodging left and right, backwards and forwards. Spells and curses were raining down into the arena from hundreds of places in the stands. She could barely stay ahead of each spell and transfiguration. Some people weren't bothering to toss spells, but were instead throwing anything they could get their hands on at the girl. He saw knives and chairs and quaffles and rocks raining down into the arena. Throughout it all, Fleur's doppelganger stood near the aspect column with a small grin on her face as she glanced between Fleur and the crowd. NYM. Opaque the barrier. Harry, Tonks whispered into his ear. We'd never get close with Queen Fleur controlling the whole fucking crowd. Harry nodded despondently and shifted course to head towards the ward anchor. As he ran, he saw some of the crowd climbing over the stands to get to the battlefield. One had almost jumped over the side when a stunner lashed out and dropped him into unconsciousness. Another ran into a shield and knocked himself out. Giving a quick glance up, Harry saw Daphne and Hermione both moving in fits and spurts, halfway under the thrall of the allure and halfway cognizant. Both were stunning and blocking anyone who looked to be close to entering the arena while they could think straight. He uttered a silent prayer that Queen Fleur wouldn't notice them and turn the crowd against them too. Reaching the ward anchor, he dropped Tonks onto the ground and knelt to examine it. "You sure we should do this? And Wyam?" "Fleur's strong and smart," she said, nodding. He could hear the strain in her voice, though whether that was from the situation, the suggestion, or the effort from so much continuous shifting, he didn't know. "She can handle the harpy bitch on her own, if we can stop the rain of spells and make sure that no innocents get caught inside the damn thing for her to worry about too." Harry started working to modify the necessary segment. "What if one of us is inside when I finish this? Then we could still help." Tonks gasped and clutched her sides. "No, I can't finish the mod, so it would be me in there. And I would be a liability because I can barely move, Harry." She gave a low moan. "Hurry, Wonder Boy." Scowling, Harry moved to the final segment. One man dropped to the ground right in front of him, but immediately fell to the ground unconscious from a stunner cast by Tonks. "Okay, I got it." Harry yelled as the ward barrier flashed, and suddenly dozens of spells and items started ricocheting off the now solid barrier. He slumped a bit as the haze over his thoughts cut off. Tonks groaned and slumped over, but Harry caught her before she could fully collapse. "Nice job, Wonder Boy." "I hope so. Let's hope Fleur's still going to be okay. Trust her. Harry, she can do this." Fleur took a flying leap and managed to just barely get out of the way of something that looked suspiciously like a disemboweling curse. Abruptly, just as fast as they had started, the rain of spells and attacks stopped. Gasping for breath and clutching her side, Fleur cautiously looked around. She saw Harry and Tonks slumped over together near the anchor, and the crowd glancing confusedly between themselves. The harpy's face had devolved into a full avian appearance as she scowled. "That's cheating," the harpy snarled. "They were mine. You took away what was mine. They are their own persons." Fleur tried to yell. It came out as little more than a loud whisper. Her voice was so hoarse from shouting spells and countercurses and shields. "You have no claim to them. I have every claim. They were mine. Everyone is mine. Anyone I want, I take. Anyone who harms me dies. If I want someone to do something, they do it. I am Vila. That is my right." The harpy was practically foaming at the mouth in her rage. "You are insane." Fleur growled. "You would ave my people destroy millennia of progress for your own selfishness." "It is my right," the harpy screamed. "It is your right. You want the boy. You want the girl. Take them. You are Vila." Fleur finally got her breath back. She could not let this go on any longer. The harpy was still too angry to focus properly. She was still too concerned about losing her toys. Fleur didn't even bother responding to the accusations. She shifted. Her wings sprouted as Fleur ran and took a running leap at the harpy. She didn't bother with forming passion fire. It would have taken too long to fully form. The harpy's eyes widened, and her lips pulled back in a snarl. Her arms lifted, and the balls of flame began to form. The harpy had just started to move her right hand forward as Fleur reached the queen bitch. Thrusting ahead with her arm, Fleur hit the harpy's chest at full speed, taloned fingers completely extended. A shriek of rage and pain echoed and abruptly cut off. Fleur's hand speared completely through the harpy, holding the phantom's heart. She growled and squeezed, crushing the useless organ, and pulled her arm back out of her doppelganger's chest. A moment later, the phantom winked out of existence, and the arena barrier dropped. Breathing deeply, Fleur turned and headed to where Harry and Tonks still sat, leaning on each other. She needed to thank both of them for saving her life. Chapter 25. Frank Conversations and Dangerous Decisions. I want them both arrested. Umbridge screamed at the head in Rosmerta's flu. Rosmerta just cringed. Why she had bothered to let the toad woman in escaped her. Head Scrimgeour shut his eyes and shook his head. No. What do you mean no? Oh no. Dolores, I may make many mistakes, but I am not incapable of learning from some of them. The fact that you are calling me immediately after the expected end of the second task in your thrice damned tournament means that, yet again, something has gone horribly wrong. The last time I left to arrest someone as soon as you called, I nearly lost my job for not checking my facts beforehand, Scrimgeour said, scowling. Rosmerta held in her snort. She would have paid good money to have seen that conversation. I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Dolores screamed, her face going red. And your star is falling. Every time this tournament goes belly up, you get another black. Dolores, I have aspirations. I will not let you drag me down with you. What did they even do this time? The toad woman stood up straighter and glared. Potter destroyed ministry property during his task. He is to be arrested and fined at minimum. The French abomination mind-controlled the entire audience into her willing slaves. I will see her arrested and kissed before the evening ends. Scrimgeour made a sound somewhere between a sigh and growl. You idiotic woman. Those columns you had imported were insured by the International Committee due to the likelihood of possible destruction, whether intentional or accidental. The very department you've been overseeing as interim head. 2. Nothing any of the champions does while in the performance of a Triwizard tournament task can be prosecuted. They all have sovereign immunity. Dolores, it's in the damn rules. Read the blasted things before trying to cite them. Umbridge's mouth snapped shut, and she whipped out her wand. Rosmerta surreptitiously grabbed her own. In response, though Umbridge seemed to have forgotten she was in the room. Fine. If you won't do anything, get me Dawlish. Scrimgeour laughed. If you want him, get him yourself, Dolores. I should warn you, though. Amelia has made it perfectly clear to him that one more wrong move, and he's fired as well, so I doubt he'll come running either. I'll be leaving now to speak with Fudge and see if we can head off another international complaint. As the head disappeared from the flue, Umbridge screeched and twirled on her heel, walking out of the pub. Rosmerta heaved a sigh and put her wand away. Last time I ever let that bitch into my pub. I better go find Amelia and Sirius to let them know she's on the warpath. Fleur sat down next to Harry and Tonks with a sigh. She hesitated for only a moment before leaning over and pulling them both into a rib-crushing hug. "Thank you," she whispered, blinking away tears. "Thank you both so much. I couldn't dodge that many, and they were starting to climb in. Thank you." Harry patted her back and murmured soft reassurances, while Tonks just nodded and squeezed her in sympathy. Harry pulled back slightly and said, "Daphne and Hermione helped too. They were trying to stun people before they could run inside. I'm sorry we couldn't jump in to help too. Non, it is better that you did not. I shudder thinking of Aveng to fight both Z Harpy and one of your evil doppelgangers as well. Fleur noticed the wave of revulsion and fear that Harry radiated along with his own full-body shudder before he clamped down on it and nodded. Tonks must have taken notice as well, because she shifted to make sure she was leaning against Harry again and wrapped one arm around him. All three looked up as Dumbledore and Madame Maxime walked up to them, both headmasters wearing contrite expressions and moving slowly. "Miss Delacour, I believe I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said, causing Fleur to raise her eyebrows in response. "We expected the aspect column battles to be unusual, but we never thought that they would be quite so extreme. I also wish to apologize personally for being unable to adjust the ward anchor and prevent interference from the crowd. I was quite affected by the allure of your counterpart, and to my embarrassment, I was unable to fully overcome it." Madame Maxime nodded behind him, "As was I. In fact, the most resistance I saw was a listless stupor. Your aspect was very strong, Fleur." Fleur sighed and nodded. "Yes, that the harpy was. I am not surprised that everyone was so affected." "I admit I am curious," Dumbledore said slowly and frowned down at Tonks and Harry. "Miss Tonks, Harry, just how were the two of you able to resist?" Harry snorted. "You missed too, headmaster." He waved towards the crowd where Hermione and Daphne were hugging Luna and Tracy and speaking with an unnerved Neville, Hannah, and Susan. Hermione and Daphne were able to fight it off somewhat as well. "That does not answer my question." "It's because we've practiced, sir," Harry said, sighing. "Fleur has been subjecting the four of us to increasingly powerful blasts of her allure for over 3 months now to improve our resistance to it. I was practically immune to start with, so while I can feel it, I can also ignore it. Tonks brushes it off through her own method, and Daphne and Hermione use some form of mental discipline and occlumency from what I understand." Fleur nodded. "A lot of Zir resistance comes down to recognizing the foreign feelings and wanting to fight against it. It takes quite a bit of practice and exposure to reach that level. Normally only our mates ever bother to try and learn." "Ah, I see. Well, I am glad they were able to assist before a disaster occurred. Miss Delacour, Harry, if you are both willing, I would like to announce the scores immediately to allow everyone to leave and take stock of themselves," Dumbledore said. Fleur turned to Harry in silent questioning. Physically, she was mostly unharmed, and she would not let the implications or mental stress take hold until she was away from this crowd. The sooner that happened, the better. Harry, though, still looked exhausted and injured from his fight. She could see him still holding his left arm and barely moving it, which was worrying. She could hold herself together longer if it meant he could get more medical attention. Harry just nodded. "Let's get this over with. Viktor is still asleep, though." Karkaroff came up from behind the other 2 headmasters and nodded. "Yes, he is. He granted me permission to give his scores in his absence and inform him of them later." The 3 heads all nodded to each other and started back towards the box while Fleur stood. Harry turned to Tonks before moving. "NYM, do you need help getting back up?" Tonks smirked at him, though Fleur could see the exhaustion and strain in her smile. "Nah, I'm good, Wonder Boy. I'm going to be sore for a week, but now that I can lay off the shifting, I can move again. I'll meet you in common room afterwards, yeah." Harry stood and turned away from them both, but not before each caught the grimace on his face. Fleur winced internally. Whatever Harry had faced must have been as mentally tiring as her own harpy clone. Actually, I think I'd rather skip that. NYM. I would like to talk, though. Tonks nodded, and pushing herself to her feet, she laid a hand on his shoulder. Sure, Harry. Head up to the room after. He nodded. Want me to grab Hermione too? Harry stayed silent for a long moment before turning and considering Fleur. She tried to stay quiet and impassive. He needed his mates. She would make do as she always had. No, tell Hermione to keep Fleur company. Fleur had to fight with everything she had to not drop her mouth open in shock at his words. As it was, she could only stammer in reply. Aye, Harry. He shrugged, and Tonks gave her a small nod. You need someone to lean on and talk to just like me, Fleur. Don't think I haven't noticed that you don't exactly hang out with anyone in Beau's Batons, or that you prefer to be near me or Hermione. I can talk with Tonks while you talk with Hermione. He grinned ruefully. One really cool aspect of having two partners is that we can multitask like that. He took a breath and started to walk towards the center of the arena. Come on, let's get our scores. Fleur just gaped after him, frozen. She heard a light chuckle and felt Tonks move beside her and cross her arms. He's definitely sweet, huh? Fleur just nodded in agreement. No wonder he's getting so many girls to fall for him. I know you're aiming for a consort agreement, Fleur. I was against it originally, but let's just say I'm open to the possibility now. I'm always going to be third, though, when it comes to these things. You convince Hermione, and Harry, I'll go with whatever they decide. She smiled at Fleur before shrugging. Try not to let the queen bitch get to you too bad. That wasn't you any more than the Runic physical god was Harry. I thank you, Tonks, Fleur said softly. Tonks just shrugged again. Only saying the truth. Go, get your scores, and talk to Hermione. I'll have her meet you at the carriage. Tonks gently pushed Fleur to start walking, then headed back to the stands herself. Fleur joined Harry and Fred in the center of the arena. Fred was still looking a bit confused when he turned to address her. So, Evil Queen version, I'm guessing? Fleur nodded, grimacing. It's better than Percy, Fred. Anyone know why Crumb was so freaked out? Both Harry and Fleur shrugged. They hadn't exactly had time yet to find out what had happened with the others. Dumbledore stood and cast a quick sonorous before speaking. Well, this task was certainly not as expected. On behalf of the judges, I apologize for our oversight in administering this task without adequate safety measures in place. We will certainly aim to improve to ensure that audience members are not involved in the future. To facilitate recovery of both contestant and non-entrants, we will be holding the scoring immediately. Madame Umbridge is unfortunately absent, so her scores will be given by fellow ministry worker Percy Weasley, who was in attendance today and works in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Dumbledore paused and looked down into the field. Fred Weasley, you largely maintained your calm throughout, and once the aspect shifted to a battle, ended the confrontation with a single spell. I give you 9 points. Maxime, Karkaroff, and Bagman all gave Fred 9s as well. The only judge who broke the mold was Percy, who glared at his brother. Your aspect asked for a different form of competition where fighting was not necessary. You could have easily taken him up on that offer. I give you a 7 for not even trying to consider the option. Fred snorted as he stepped back into the group and muttered, "You're just annoyed that I killed a crazed version of me acting like you." Crumb received blanket SIXS for seemingly panicking during his task and continuing to cast spells after his doppelganger had been destroyed. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, "your aspect was rather disturbing, and its skills bordered on topics better left unsaid. However, we are here to grade your performance and not your aspects. You were resourceful throughout and attempted to act instead of react. Your initial salvo of spells contained many borderline dark spells, and I would caution you against using those in the future. Your attempted use of your animagus form was intriguing despite its lack of effect and induced injury. Ultimately, your use of your aspect's own attack against him was very impressive. 9 points. Surprisingly, only 2 judges didn't end up giving Harry 9s. Percy scored him 8 for injuring himself, while Karkaroff scored him a 10 for impressive quick thinking skills and using your enemy's overconfidence against him. Finally, it was Fleur's turn, and she stepped forwards with her back straight and her head held high, a confidence radiating from her that she did not remotely feel. Fleur Delacour, Dumbledore sighed. "Again, we are not grading the actions of your aspect. Your skill shown in dodging numerous spells and projectiles from outside interference was exceptional. Your ability to quickly utilize the opening granted when the doppelganger lost her focus was impressive, as was the quick ending shortly thereafter. My only concern is that you did not immediately try to end the battle as soon as you realized what she was going to try and do. I score you 8 points. Fleur blinked in surprise, not expecting anything remotely that high. Yet the same sentiments were repeated by the others, with the only exceptions being Maxime giving her a 10 for exceptional acrobatics and Percy giving her a 9 for a quick resolution when the opportunity presented itself. Stepping back, she caught Harry flashing her a quick thumbs up. That concludes the second task. Champions, as you have all successfully completed this challenge, here are your keys, Dumbledore said as he waved his wand. 3 golden keys floated out from the judge's box and into their hands, while Karkaroff held a 4th for Viktor. These keys will allow you to open the golden egg retrieved during the first task. It contains a clue for your 4th task, while 1 final item will be retrieved during the 3rd task in early February. Good day to all. As the 3 champions walked out of the arena, Harry leaned over to Fleur and whispered, "First and second for us. I suppose that's at least something good considering what we just went through." He smiled at her and gave her a quick one-armed hug before walking back towards the castle. Fleur stayed blushing on the lawn for several seconds before turning to the Beauxbatons carriage. Harry slowly paced in front of the dancing troll's tapestry, opening up the room. Tonks had already arrived and was sprawled across a large queen-size bed with her boots kicked off. Harry hesitated for a moment before deciding that it wasn't worth asking about, and he'd probably be falling asleep here anyway. Lord knew he could certainly use the comfort of drifting off in one of his girlfriend's arms. "Hey, NYM," he said, shutting the door and shambling forward to sit on the edge of the bed with a sigh. "Watch her, Harry," she said. Tonks turned her head and watched him lean down, trying to untie his shoes with his right hand and fumbling with the laces. Frowning, she picked herself up and got off to help him. "Your hand is still that bad? It's been almost 2 hours." Harry just nodded and let her take his shoes and socks off. Eventually, as she slipped back on the bed behind him and wrapped her arms around him, he responded, "It's not as bad as it was. I can somewhat feel things with it now, but it's still mostly numb. Pomfrey said there was some nerve damage, but it should be healed with full feeling back by tomorrow afternoon. I deserve it after being so stupid. I should have known the tattoo would have altered with my shape." Tonks shook her head and kissed his neck. "You were in the middle of a pretty huge battle for your life, Harry. You can't think of everything all the time. I'm just glad it wasn't worse. It could have been. I'm actually rather surprised that the reflector lenses don't have any issues when I shift." "I've been meaning to ask about that, actually," Tonks said. "You can still see fine when you change." Harry nodded. "I think the glasses are included in my eyes during the change. I don't quite get how it works, but Sirius said that the same thing happened with my dad. Cool side benefit is my panther is immune to anything that relies on eye contact to work." "Oh, what did you and Hermione end up naming him, by the way?" Tonks shrugged. "Well, the original option was Blackie, like you apparently tried to name Sirius at first." They both chuckled slightly at that joke. "I voted Shadow, but Hermione rebutted with Midnight. We ended up agreeing on that. It seemed a bit cliché, but appropriate." Harry nodded. "I like it. And why I'm about the tattoos thing. Did you see all the things that he had? Some of those should have driven him insane. He seemed pretty off-kilter to me. Wonder Boy," Tonks said, frowning. Harry shrugged. "Maybe a little. I don't know." "And wham," Harry said in a voice barely above a whisper. Tonks had to strain to hear him, and she was right behind him. "And wham, I think I can understand why he did what he did. Why he went so far. If you guys all started to die because I hesitated to act, I'm scared I might. She squeezed him tighter and lifted one hand to turn his face to hers. "Harry, you are not that twisted version. All of us know that you would never go that far, that you wouldn't start trying to kill us just because we disagree with you. We know you better than that. But nothing. Harry, you are, at your core, a good person. If you weren't, you would have killed the Dursleys long before Shiva took you in. You're probably a better person than me, because I almost definitely would have killed them. That thing in the arena was not you. It was every one of your darkest thoughts and desires given form. It was not you. Everyone has some evil little urges once in a while. Dumbledore and the others were right bastards to make you look right into your own with thousands of people watching," Tonks said. She saw Harry nod, though. He didn't seem to fully believe her. "That thing was a phantom, Harry. It said so itself. It wasn't even drawn from a parallel world. It was just an imaginary construct. A construct that tried to eat my soul," Harry muttered with a snort. Tonks chuckled. "True. And you certainly gave it what for. You should probably send a strongly worded letter or something to the manufacturers, by the way, about that. Bit of a safety hazard, that." "Yeah." Harry actually cracked a bit of a smile at that. "You could say that. That's what happens when you include soul runes in things, though. Damn unpredictable results those give." "Huh? Right you are, Wonder Boy." Tonks shifted back slightly and wiggled her eyebrows. "So are we going to tease Hermione for apparently being a dark lady? Or maybe Daphne for somehow becoming your dark mistress?" Harry full-on laughed at that. "You tease Daphne with the dark mistress title, and she'll try, and hex your lady bits off. Let her try. Tonks grinned and cocked her head in thought. Hey, did you get a good look at any of your evil double's runes? Some of those seemed right useful. Harry shrugged. A few. I'm pretty sure I can remake his Yamato cannon without any issues. I think I might try to do that thing with the lava too, the one that was spread over the back of both hands. That could be useful. I wish I hadn't been in shock when he showed off a bit of the fortress cluster. I've been trying to get that to work since I was 11. Would a pensive help? We could try borrowing one from Bonesy's department. He shook her head. I doubt it. He didn't lift his shirt very far, so I don't think we'd be able to see much that was too useful. Maybe it'd help for some of the others, but honestly, I don't want to include a lot of that anymore. Some of it had been idle thoughts for the future. Yeah, but now I just don't want to have anything to do with something that could do that. He killed you, and YM. He killed Shiva and Nev and Hermione and God knows how many others. I don't want to put things on my body that are going to constantly remind me of him. Tonks nodded and pulled him into a short kiss. I understand, Wonder Boy. Was there anything else you wanted to try and steal, though? Harry gave a scary little grin. Oh, yeah. I am going to figure out what he did to make the sword not work on him. That's half the reason I don't use it. One wrong swipe, I kill myself or any allies because I accidentally nicked you. Now that I know it's possible to safeguard against it, I'm going to reverse engineer it and tattoo it on me, you, Mione, and everyone else I care about. Tonks shook her head good-naturedly. You sure don't aim small, Harry. She winced as her neck cracked and reached up to rub a hand over it. Start of adult content. Harry twisted and narrowed his eyes slightly. How are you, NYM? You looked, pretty bad after the thing with Queen Fleur. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be seriously sore for a while. Normal shifting doesn't do a thing, but I basically had to stay in a constant flux during that. It hurt a lot. It doesn't hurt anymore now that I can stop shifting, but my body still remembers the strain, and magically I'm a bit exhausted. Harry considered that for a long moment before nodding. Lie down on your stomach. Why? Because I'm going to give you a massage to see if I can't make you feel a bit better. That's why. Now lie down, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Oh, a massage, Well, let me just get a bit more comfortable then, she said, smirking. Reaching down, Tonks pulled her shirt over her head, leaving her in just a pair of trousers and a bright blue bra. She was mildly disappointed when Harry didn't even blush. Don't look at me like that, NYM, Harry said, chuckling. I have seen breasts before, you know. Tonks raised an eyebrow. I detect a challenge there. She reached behind her back and unhooked her bra, letting it slip off her shoulders. Smirking in triumph, she saw Harry finally start to blush a bit. She'd made sure that her breasts were just as tanned as the rest of her body before slipping her shirt off, so she knew it was probably a bit different for him already without the tan lines that Hermione likely had. What had almost definitely been the deciding factor, though, would be her piercings. There was no way the brainy beauty had nipple piercings. Granted, they made it a bit hard to play around with her nipples generally, but it was totally worth it sometimes. Especially today, with seeing Harry's reaction. Deciding to tease him a tad, she increased her chest size from AC to DD, and her grin widened even more as Harry's blush spread to his ears. You cheat, he murmured, glancing at his feet before looking back up at her body. Proudly, she said, straightening up and striking a sultry pose. Though don't expect these to stay this size. Big is far more annoying than it's worth. Tried it for a while, when I was 16. Sucks to run in, sucks to exercise in. Too many girls envy you despite not realizing how frustrating they are. All guys want to do is see you undressed. Big sucks. I much prefer A, B to C. Harry's face lost a bit of its redness, and he shifted closer to her. What's your normal size? You mean default? He nodded at her question. Tonks hesitated for a long moment before sighing and letting every usual change she made to herself fade away. Her hair shifted to a dark brown, extending to just above her shoulders. Her breasts reduced to a small C cup. Her face subtly shifted from heart-shaped to a bit more angular, and her body slightly extended to become overall more sinewy and muscular. This is my default. My complete default, she said, quietly avoiding looking at him. Harry nodded and reached out to grab her chin, lifting Tonks' face like she had done to him earlier. Nymphadora, you are beautiful no matter what form you are in. Tonks gave a sad smile and a slight lift of her shoulders. If you say so, Harry. I don't like my natural form very much. It has too many hard edges to feel comfortable in, and it looks too much like my crazy aunt. Plus, I hate my hair. Completely and totally hate my hair. It has no personality like this. Harry shrugged. Tonks, you can be whoever you want when you're with me. Thank you for showing me your default state, but if you don't want to, you don't have to take that form ever again. You know. Tonks smiled and pulled him into her, so that they were crushed together and laid back on the bed with Harry over her, and their mouths pressed together. Several long minutes later they broke the snog, and Tonks brushed some of his hair out his eyes. I think I love you, Harry. I think I love you too, NYM, Harry responded softly, leaning his head down on her chest. Promise you won't leave. I'm not going anywhere, Wonder Boy, she said softly. Good. Harry stayed like that for several minutes, both of them just relaxing and taking comfort in the other. After a while, Harry had an idle thought and said, Can I ask you a question about your shifting? NYM? Shoot. How drastic can you make the changes? He asked. Like, can you look like a obese senior citizen or a scrawny child? Or does it have to be at least somewhat close to your actual body mass? Tonks considered, shaking her head. It has to be close my actual mass, though I can stretch it pretty far. I can actually turn into a guy, also. Harry's eyes widened. He was very thankful she couldn't see his face at that point. Really? He squeaked. Yeah, somewhat functional too. I have to keep concentrating to make the dick work, but it's doable. Bloody weird though, so I don't really like doing that unless a job calls for me to be a man. I'm only fertile as a girl, though, so don't worry about me eventually knocking Hermione up. Right, can we talk about that some other time, maybe? Tonks chuckled. Sure, Wonder Boy. Kinky plays saved for later. Your concept of kinky and my concept of kinky seems somewhat far off, he muttered. You're as bad as Fleur and Daphne. Tonks raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh, that's right. I heard they dragged you into the sex shop in Hogsmeade. Spill, Wonder Boy. How was it? Everything you dreamed about. Harry shuddered, trying to block out the memory of the two girls gushing over some of the toys and trying on the lingerie. It was educational. Oh, come on, you can't leave it at that. Tonks whined. Harry sighed. What do you want me to say, NYM? that I had no idea that girls had so many options to keep themselves entertained without a guy around, that lingerie is apparently far more attractive when there is slightly more material than less, despite it covering more than regular underwear, that it was rather exceedingly awkward for them both to be teasing me for practically an hour while I'm not dating either. He snorted. I'll give you this. Some of the stuff in there was kind of cool, and maybe one day I'll work up the courage to suggest something to you and Mione, but it's going to be a long while away most likely. Tonks laughed. Okay, I'll leave it alone. I might have to ask Fleur, though, which styles you gravitated towards. Harry just groaned. Eventually he realized something and picked his head up, smirking at her. We got distracted. Turn over, woman. I still owe you a massage. Tonks lifted an eyebrow, but did as he commanded. Seems like it would be difficult to massage someone with only one good hand. I'll manage, he said, squatting on her legs and digging his right hand into her back. Yeah, and how are you going to, damn. Wonder Boy, arg right there. She moaned into the pillow as Harry moved his pressure up her spine and over her shoulder blades. Morgana's tits, that's amazing. Where the hell did you learn that? Harry chuckled. It's amazing what some of the books Hermione finds have in them. A little bit of magic correctly channeled through the fingertips, and he demonstrated, pushing ever so slightly into her back and eliciting another small moan from his girlfriend. It's a wonder the results you can get. I am going to thank that girl so badly tomorrow. Tonks mumbled. End of adult content. Hermione casually walked through the doors to the Beauxbatons carriage, ignoring the gaping expressions from some of the girls hanging out in the front entrance. Oh, est-ce trouvé la chambre de Fleur Delacour? She asked. One of the people blinked and pointed down the hall to the left. Merci. Grinning to herself slightly at their reaction, Hermione turned and walked down a little ways. The carriage was intriguing. She'd expected space enlarging charms, but this certainly seemed to stretch the limits of that spell. Finding the door, labeled Delacour, Hermione took a deep, steadying breath and reached out to knock. It opened a moment later, and Fleur blinked out at her in surprise. Stepping back, the Vila girl waved Hermione inside and shut the door, casting silencing, locking, and privacy spells at it. Hermione took in the modest decorations in the room during a slow turn and eventually ended up looking back at Fleur and raising her eyebrows at the older girl's shocked expression. Fleur shook her head and smiled at Hermione. I did not actually expect you to come, Hermione. Why not? Hermione asked, moving forward to give her a short hug before sitting on one of the chairs. You are my friend, Fleur. Tonks and Harry were right. You should have someone you trust to talk to after that disaster earlier. Fleur shrugged, sitting on her bed. It is certainly nice, but this does not change that I did not expect you to leave Harry's side tonight. Hermione sighed. I admit it was a bit hard not to rush to him, but I don't want to be that clingy girl who dissolves into tears every time he gets hurt. I comforted him after the first task. Tonks should be allowed her own time to make him feel better. This is complicated enough, and we all need to have time alone with each other to ensure that none of us develop any feelings of jealousy or entitlement. Fleur frowned. Hermione, relationships should not be approached in such a clinical fashion. I know, Hermione said with a shrug. It's hard to explain. I don't mean it quite like that. and certainly not as detached as it sounds, but I find it easier to talk about it in those types of terms. Well, as long as you all are happy, Fleur said, sighing. She turned and looked out her window with a slight frown. I am happy for you, Hermione. Hermione considered the older girl and examined her own feelings on the matter. Finally, heaving an internal groan of defeat, she moved from the chair to the bed and hugged Fleur. Fleur stiffened for a moment before melting back into the brunette, which, "This is nice." Hermione nodded. "Fleur," she said slowly, "what do you want?" "I don't think I understand the question, Hermione." Fleur responded just as slowly while pulling Hermione's arms tighter around her. "I mean this." Hermione moved her arms slightly. "What do you want from me?" "From Harry? He's as dense as board when it comes to the fairer sex, but even he's noticed something. So what are you looking for from us? We are involved, Tonks after all, and I really don't see that ending anytime soon." "I had meant to speak with you after the task about this anyway," Fleur said, trailing off in a sigh. "The harpy razor distracted me." Hermione nodded. "We can talk about her first if you want." Fleur stayed silent for almost a minute before nodding. "I would like that, Hermione. I have always been slightly afraid of my heritage. It is not always the shining example of love and honor. They villa of old were quite different from today. They were angry and forceful. They first villa were created to be toys for the rich and powerful, experiments for their creators to enjoy at their whim." "I'm sorry, Fleur. I didn't know," Hermione said softly. "We do not speak of it often," Fleur said, shrugging. "It all happened very long ago. This is ancient history. The point is that when my ancestors broke free, Z decided to take whatever Z wanted from whoever Z wanted in repayment. It was a dark time in Z Vila history. It took us many, many years to recover from that time and that image. In some ways, we still have not succeeded in Z effort. Zay Harpy's beliefs and actions were a reflection of Zos expressed long ago." Hermione considered that in silence. Eventually she asked, "Would you really be able to take control of an entire stadium full of people like that?" Fleur shook her head and leaned back. "Non, I am not that strong. There are perhaps 3 or 4 elders who could, but I am not one of them. I could perhaps control Z men like that, but certainly not Z majority of Z women. You know you're nothing like that queen bee version of your fears, right, Fleur? You're a far better person. You would never do what she did." "I would certainly like to think so," Fleur said, shrugging. "I have never truly tested my limits to such an extent anyways. I do not like being reminded that many of the people I interact with could easily fall under my sway should I let my control slip. It makes it very difficult to care for someone when you are wondering if they are only interested in you because you are unconsciously seducing them." "That does sound very difficult," Hermione said. "Is that why you're interested in Harry?" Fleur sighed and nodded. "It was certainly one of Z's things that drew me to you both in Z beginning. Both of you are resistant, so I know I am not swaying either of you. It is wonderful to know that you two are accepting of me, both knowing what I am and without being consumed by Z allure. You said one of the things." Hermione asked softly. "Zay more time I spend with you both. Z more attractive you both are. You are kind and caring, thoughtful and critical. You work hard, but you know your limits. You are not afraid to buck Z system. And most importantly of all, I see a reflection of my own struggles in you both. I don't have many friends outside my family due my heritage. Z women are jealous, and ZE men succumb to ZE allure. Harry has few close friends due to his boy who lived curse. You were isolated due to your intelligence. Even Tonks had few truly close associates because of her abilities. Fleur sighed and leaned her head back against Hermione. I find it hard to express just how good it feels to be able to enjoy Z company of those familiar with Z same type of isolation. Hermione stayed, quiet for a long time, just holding Fleur and thinking. The older girl, for her part, just shut her eyes and enjoyed the embrace while it lasted. Finally, Hermione said, "Fleur, I can truly understand where you are coming from, and I want you to know that we will all always be there for you if you need us. But I really don't think Harry is going to be leaving Tonks." Fleur smiled slightly and stroked Hermione's hand. "You have not done all your research, Hermione." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked, frowning. "Hermione, once I realized that you and Harry were together, I did not expect nor hope to be his wife," Fleur said, chuckling softly while Hermione just looked on even more confused. "I have been hoping to eventually be a consort to you both." "A consort?" "Oui, with a capital C. It is what is the expression in English, akin to having my cake and eating it too." "Fleur, can you please explain just what a consort is?" Hermione said exasperatedly. "Obviously you're implying more than the simple Muggle term denotes." Fleur nodded. "Say consort is a position not often used these days. Say only ones who truly need it are Z purebloods, and in Z countries where it would matter, they tend to be too arrogant to accept Z arrangement most times. Hannah, Susan, and Neville all appear to be more open in that manners on the majority of their counterparts." She shrugged. "In essence, Z consort is a wife without Z title of wife. Z consort has many of the Z same privileges, thus their authority over Z husband's estate does not extend as far. Most importantly, Z consort does not carry on Z husband's line. She carries on her own." Hermione drew in a sharp breath, understanding finally what Fleur had been hinting at. "Oh, there aren't any other Delacours besides your father, mother, and sister are there?" Fleur shook her head. "Non. My father's uncle died several years ago without an heir. My father's line is expected to die with Gabby and me. He, of course, is accepting of this, as he cares far more for his daughters than he ever did for his name, but—" She paused for a long moment before continuing. "I want to marry for love, but if I can ensure that my father's name does not die out, then I would like to do so as well. That was why I was happy that you are Muggle-born. You could carry on Harry's line while I could carry on my own. That I am quickly falling for you both means I also get to enjoy the relationship rather than just the duty. The cake and the eating, no? I suppose I could see that." Hermione said slowly. "But your parents are still somewhat young, aren't they? Couldn't they have another child?" "Even if Z did, it would likely be an Ozer girl," Fleur said. "There are no male Vila, Hermione. Say Vila, we breed true. Any daughter of a Vila will be a Vila. Male births are very rare among my people, since Z male does not carry Z Vila traits beyond being handsome. Oh, Hermione whispered. We really need better books on these things in this country, she muttered to herself, causing Fleur to chuckle lightly. That is adorable when you do that. Hermione blushed. And what about Tonks? You'd really be okay with her too? Fleur nodded. We would need to speak quite a bit more, I think. She did not like me very much at the beginning. We spoke shortly after the tasks off, and she informed me that she had withdrawn her objections. She also said that she would go with whatever you and Harry decided. Hermione frowned and thought about that for a minute. Tonks has been deferring to one of us rather a lot with those types of things. I hadn't noticed before. She shook her head and focused back on the French girl. Fleur, I can promise that I'll talk with Harry and Tonks. I don't think I can promise any more than that, though. It was hard enough to convince him to start dating her, and for her to accept that we were actually okay with it. Of course, Fleur said agreeably. I have no interest in driving a wedge between any of you. I am not Z Harpy. If you would accept me into Z fold, I would have it be because you truly wanted me. Please don't think that I will be condemned to a life of misery or loneliness should you all decide that it is too much. I will accept your decision and adapt as I always have. Hermione snorted. Well, considering I haven't had you move from my lap since we sat down, I'd advise you not to give up hope yet, Fleur. Fleur raised an eyebrow. Oh, don't. Oh, me. You know perfectly well that you've done rather exceptional on the seduction front with both me and with Harry. Hermione sighed and squeezed Fleur slightly, feeling the older girl's heart racing under her arms. Fleur, do you really think I'd be sitting in your room embracing you if I didn't feel at least something for you? Well, I had hoped. Fleur admitted. I am not going to betray Harry or Tonks, though, no matter what, Hermione said quietly. So please don't try to kiss me or anything until I've had a long talk with my partners about this. I do think Harry will be open to it, though. Why? Because, Hermione sighed, he told me to come to you. He might be dense with women, but he's been getting a lot better, and I think he pretends to miss a lot more than he actually does. I can virtually guarantee you that he knew you were basically on a date with him at Hogsmeade, and I am somewhat certain that he fully expected us to be having this talk when he asked me to look after you tonight. Oh, Fleur said in a very quiet voice. Hermione, she asked a bit louder, would you stay with me tonight? I promise I will behave. I just don't want to wake up remembering Z Harpy and not have someone nearby to remind me that she was simply a nightmare. Hermione nodded. I will, Fleur. I will. While Hermione, Fleur, Harry, and Tonks were enjoying their evening, Luna, Daphne, and Tracy were hard at work in the Gryffindor common room. Luna tapped the parchment with her quill and quirked her mouth in concentration. I'm not sure about the title. Tracy shook her head. No, it's good, Luna. The Dark Mirror, and the Queen Bee hits everything we want to address without implying any sort of wrongdoing at all. It'll grab people's attention too, whether they're expecting either a real story about the tournament or just one of the typical Quibbler pieces. Luna slowly nodded. I suppose you're right. It does have a bit of the Quibbler flair to it. Daphne, what did you want to add to the section detailing Harry? Daphne finished reading over their current version and pointed at a part near the beginning. I think this should say something more along the lines of heroically facing off against a callous, unfeeling, evil doppelganger driven insane through the loss of friends and loved ones. And we might want to switch the end to read. Tricked his overconfident, self-consumed aspect into killing itself using its own attack. We want to avoid humanizing evil Overlord Harry. It should help distance the evil version from our friend. Tracy emphatically nodded. Agreed. We definitely should call the Overlord by it, instead of him. Good idea, Daph. Okay, Luna said, making the corrections. Are you two happy with what I put for the end with Fleur? Tracy leaned over. Read it again. Luna held up the paper and read her notes. The French champion stood tall and denounced her evil counterpart's beliefs, triumphing over the horrid, underhanded control forced upon others. She clearly stated that a Vila would have to be insane to even think of performing such actions. Fleur Delacour showed in no uncertain terms that any Vila that tried to exert their will on others would be destroyed by their own people, thus proving herself to be an exemplary representative of her species. Miss Delacour's outstanding moral code was the prime component in forcing her doppelganger off guard enough to ensure the aspect's defeat. The two Slytherins nodded. I like it. Luna, Tracy said, throwing an arm over the former Ravenclaw. I think we have a winner there. Luna blushed, and her smile lit up the room at the praise. Yes, this should be more than enough to combat whatever drivel the prophet puts out, as long as we're first. The first opinion is always the one most will believe the strongest, Daphne said. Oh, we'll be first, Luna said with a confident grin and a chuckle that would send waves of fear at her enemies. Coco gave an odd little sound that the girls swore sounded like the little Snorkack was laughing along with her master. Daddy already has the printing press fired up, and Shiva has agreed to let me use her flu to give the article to him personally rather than wait on an owl. The prophet writers think they have until the morning, since they're only doing the one issue. Ours will run tonight and tomorrow. By the time the prophet hits homes, everyone will be decrying it as absurdly biased. Tracy looked at her younger friend in awe. Luna, do me a favor. If I ever and truly piss you off, give me a heads up, so I can try to run until you cool off for a bit, okay? Luna shrugged. Okay, I doubt it would help much in the long run, but I promise to give you a head start. Daphne cocked her head. Why wouldn't it help much? I am quite determined when I set my mind to something. Also, Luna shrugged. Coco is apparently very good at tracking someone she knows. Daphne and Tracy both looked to the Snorkack, which turned her head to them and gave a little grin. Both Slytherins calmly turned to each other and silently agreed to never cross Luna. Madame Maxime sighed as she set aside her final piece of paperwork. This tournament was becoming far more trouble than it was worth. She was quite thankful that neither Apollon nor Sebastian Delacour had been present to watch this latest mess. The British disliked Vila on principle, so the true extent of the horror could be avoided, and France could likely still maintain some semblance of trade with this country. Had Apollon been there, though, the entire Vila enclave would have gotten involved, and that would have been an unmitigated disaster. A knock sounded on her door, and Maxime waved her wand, letting her visitors in. Her eyes widening in shock, she quickly stood to curtsy and greet the two as they walked in. Monsieur and Madame Fulcanelli, it is an honor. The man rolled his eyes and waved her to sit back down as he and his wife took their own seats. It's Newton, please, he said amicably. His smile was easy and his demeanor quite relaxed. He had on a nice brown tweed suit cut in a style that, when coupled with his mannerisms, seemed carefully designed to blend in with a crowd, whether in the wizarding world or the Muggle one. "And please call me Parasila as well," the woman said. While her dress was also cut to blend in, her expression was a bit harsher than Newton's. Her smile promised danger, should Maxime not tread very carefully. Of course. I honestly did not expect you to come," she said with a hint of nervousness. That these two had deigned to answer her request in person was worrying indeed. "We've been following the news quite closely," Parasila said. She sighed, and the danger inherent in her posture bled out, leaving the woman just looking very tired. "We agree it's quite odd." Newton nodded his agreement. "We were glad you called, Olymp. We were starting to worry that you might be involved in whatever is going on behind the scenes here." Maxime's eyes widened in shock, and she pulled back. "Me? Involved in attempted murder on my own students?" Parasila shrugged. "Wouldn't be the first time." Maxime just fumbled for words, though Parasila continued before she could find any. "So obviously the toad bitch is trying something. Any ideas or guesses as to who's pulling the imbecile strings?" Maxime sighed and rubbed her forehead. "No, I wish I did have one. I wouldn't have had to call you. I know how you both hate to be disturbed." Newton shrugged. "True, but sometimes the situation warrants it. I warn you, Olymp, we have no intention of getting personally involved in whatever this is. We'll see if we can find anything and let you know, but that's it. We're curious and a little worried, but we're not that curious." He paused and sighed. "Mostly we're annoyed that someone from our school is getting caught up in whatever ploy these idiots have concerning the Potter boy." Maxime nodded. "He is doing remarkably well for himself despite the issues." Parasila laughed. "Oh, that he is indeed. We've been watching things surrounding him for a while now. If he survives, we might even meet him in person one day." Maxime almost laughed until she realized the woman was serious, then she just goggled. "Truly, stranger things have happened." Newton chuckled. "Anyway, Olymp, we just wanted to give you notice that we're in the area now. If we see anything, we'll keep you posted." He stood, and his wife joined him. Maxime nodded, still shocked. "Of course. Thank you for stopping in. It's been a pleasure." Parasila waved goodbye as both stepped out. Shaking her head to herself, Maxime laughed softly. "Potter has no idea the waves he causes." Dumbledore took another long drink from his bottle of fire whiskey as he stared morosely at the pensive sitting in front of him with the memory from Harry's task still swirling around inside it. "How could I have been so blind to let it get this far?" he whispered. On his perch to the side, Fawkes perked up and crooned a happy little trill. "Harry has been nearly completely consumed now." Fawkes' song abruptly cut off, but Dumbledore paid it no mind. Those spells used in his original attack were all extremely lethal and many very painful. He did not even try to talk to the aspect. Dumbledore moaned. He simply started attacking immediately, and that aspect itself, it was completely mad, totally consumed with the need for power and control. That Harry has the potential to sink to such depths. Where did I go so wrong? He was supposed to want to sacrifice himself. He was supposed to want to help others. How did I force him into becoming such an unfeeling monster? Dumbledore held his head in his hands as Fawkes sang a sad song. Looking over at his familiar Dumbledore, tried to smile in appreciation. "Thank you, old friend, but it won't help much. I doubt the next task will put him in much danger. It is far too simple thanks to everything that has already occurred. Perhaps we will be able to correctly maneuver things for the fourth, though. Yes. Yes, I will have to see how I can use that one to force the issue. At minimum, if he won't die during it, I can at least show the world his true colors. Dumbledore pulled a long drink from the bottle and nodded to himself, ignoring the angry look from his phoenix. If this task doesn't expose the boy's darkness, then the fourth task certainly will. Fred, can I talk to you for a minute? Ron asked as he walked up to Fred and shuffled his feet uncomfortably. Fred glared at his youngest brother for a long few seconds before sighing and waving to the chair across from him. Yes, Ronald. Beside him, George turned to listen in while Ginny wandered over from the corner of the room where she had been talking with Dean. I was kind of hoping this could be private. Ron, Fred said with a sigh. You said you hoped I'd be maimed and a friend killed in the middle of the Great Hall. I think if you're going to try and apologize, you should at least be able to do so in the common room. Ron winced. I deserve that, I guess. He wrung his hands and looked at his feet for a while before eventually saying softly, I'm really, really sorry about that, Fred. Fred raised an eyebrow. Sorry about what, Ron? You're really not making this easy, Ron muttered as his ears went red. Of course I'm not making it easy, you bloody arse. Fred growled. I fought a freaking dragon, and you didn't say shite. One of my friends was almost killed twice. Another of my friends almost died today, too. If you're going to apologize for losing your temper, then you're going to actually have to apologize for once in your life. George took over while Fred got his breathing back under control. Ron, we understand you are making a big gesture for you. But if you're going to grow up, then you need to learn how to well and truly say you are sorry. The half-arsed things you use to give Mom aren't going to cut it. Now, what are you sorry for? Ron opened his mouth to say something with a scowl on his face, but bit it back and took a few deep breaths instead. Finally, he said softly, I am sorry for being a git. I'm sorry that I said I wished Harry dead. And you hurt, Fred. I was jealous and angry, and I should never have said that to you or to him. I tore things apart time and time again, and the way I've acted over the past few years has brought a lot of shame on the Weasley family when all I wanted to do was to do something big and important. Ron looked down at his feet again. Harry said that I was as bad as Malfoy, and I think he may have been right. I've been acting spoiled and entitled, and when things don't go the way they should in my head, I throw a fit just like he does. I can't promise I'm going to change overnight. I can't promise I'll change this year. I can, however, promise that I'm going to at least try to get better. I'm going to try and think before I speak. I know I screwed up majorly, and I know we'll never be as good as we were, but I do miss my brothers and my sister. I am sorry. I'll probably still be a git at times, but I will try to make sure it doesn't happen often, and that when it does, I apologize for it immediately after. Fred leaned back into the sofa with a grumbling sigh. He looked at George and Ginny, who both shrugged and stared back at him. Fred grumbled louder and nodded to Ron. All right, Ron, I accept your apology. It's good that you're acknowledging the problem and are trying to improve. But seriously, Ron, don't do this again. Getting angry is one thing, but you went way too far earlier. Ron shrugged. I know. You guys aren't completely innocent either, you know. I still have nightmares about that spider thing. George sighed. And have we ever pranked you remotely as bad as that since then, Ron? Ron opened his mouth to reply before frowning, thinking about it, and shaking his head. Exactly. We didn't realize just how terrified of the little beasties you were, and we apologize for that. Ron, like you are doing now, and like we did afterwards with toning down our pranks, we expect you to tone down your outbursts. Fred laid a hand on Ron's leg. Keep yourself under control, little brother, and keep growing up. Think before you act or speak, and we'll be fine. Have a nice night, Ron. Voldemort stared at the darkened mirror in front of him as he stroked Nagini. Barty Slatest. Report was both exciting and worrying. The fact that Harry Potter was shaping up to be a true worthy opponent was unexpected and somewhat welcome. It allowed him to make a stronger claim as to why he was disembodied in the first attempt on the boy's life if Potter was actually an impressive combatant. Yet, the phantom version of him claimed to have essentially taken over on a whim. Voldemort shook his head. The phantom was obviously an exaggeration. Potter himself did not have such power. One day, perhaps, if everything went perfectly right, the boy might gain a bit of that ability. Though if he had even a tenth of the strength displayed. No, recruiting Potter would certainly be entertaining and would likely be one of the single strongest blows he could deliver to the morale of the fools in the light, but it was far too risky. Voldemort was not the only one who could play a long game. If Potter had gotten any ideas from his doppelganger, then he could pretend to follow Voldemort and bide his time. When Voldemort had shared enough knowledge and power, then Potter would strike and remove him. He might be immortal, but as evidenced by the last decade, this version of immortality had its downsides. Potter needed to die, and Voldemort had to be the one to kill him to validate his claim to being the strongest. The boy deserved more than to die like a dog in the night, though. Yes, he'd duel Potter after the ritual. It would clearly show his followers just how powerful he was even newly reborn. And Potter could die a warrior's death. A death the boy's mother should have been granted as well. That's all for class today, McGonagall said as she lowered her wand. Before the students could start to get up and head out, she smiled and kept going. However, one announcement before dinner. This winter holiday, on December 24th, there will a Yule Ball held at Hogwarts. We will be hosting all 3 schools, and there will be dinner, dancing, and music. I have it on good authority that we will be hearing the talents of the Weird Sisters. A small cheer greeted this remark, and she waited for it to die down before finishing. You are all welcome to stay and attend if you wish. If so, I recommend you find a date. In addition, the ball is open to 4th years and up. Younger students may attend if invited by one of the upper years. I hope you all look forward this as much as I do. A small chorus of conversation started as everyone started filing out and talking about the dance. Harry had already turned to Hermione when McGonagall called for him. Hermione rolled her eyes and waved him back towards their teacher. Yes, Professor? Mr. Potter, while I imagine this isn't going to come as a large surprise to you, as a champion you are expected to open the dancing segment with a partner. This means you should expect to attend the ball, and if you don't have experience dancing, you should probably start practicing. Somehow, I doubt finding a date will be much of an issue. Her eyes were smiling even if her mouth wasn't, and she surreptitiously cast a glance at Hermione waiting by the door. Harry laughed. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all, ma'am. Daphne had mentioned it was tradition a while ago, so I've been taking some lessons with her, and Tracy for the past week when we needed a break from regular training. Do I sense I wager on my date again? Again, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked with a hint of amusement. I heard you might have come into some money when I started dating Hermione last year. Harry said, smirking. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Mr. Potter. McGonagall turned back to her desk and shifted some papers. As Harry laughed and walked back to Hermione, McGonagall called over her shoulder, though I would appreciate it if you take Miss Granger or Miss Tonks. After dinner, Shiva had grabbed Harry and practically marched him back to her quarters. Sit down, kid, she said, gesturing to an armchair near her fireplace. Harry grabbed a cup of pumpkin juice from the bar and sat as indicated, shifting nervously. He had been avoiding talking to her for most of the day. The looks she had given him immediately following his duel with the doppelganger had worried him somewhat, and if she was going to be kicking him out of her life, he wanted to push that conversation as long as possible. So far, he'd managed to avoid even thinking about it, but now that worry was rearing up again. It certainly wasn't helping that Shiva had grabbed a bottle of fire whiskey and poured a small amount into 2 glasses, handing one to him. You might need it, kid, Shiva said, staring into the fire and looking determined. That's about equivalent to a single drink, so you're not going to get drunk, and you're not getting any more. So if you want a drink, just sip, that way it lasts. Harry cringed. I'll pack my things after the Yule Ball, he said softly. Shiva frowned and turned to look at him in complete confusion. I haven't even mentioned my idea yet, Har. Oh, for fuck's sake. No. Harry, that is not what I meant. She surged off her chair and pulled him into a rib-cracking hug. Geez, kid, I'm sorry. I suck at these things. Seriously freaking suck. I am not kicking you out. This conversation is going to be bad. But do not think for a second that I am even considering kicking you out. I meant what I said when I took you in. Harry, we are family now, and you are not getting away from me that easily, kid. She pulled back and ruffled his hair, studiously ignoring the watery sheen over his eyes. You don't want me to leave? Harry asked, his hands shaking slightly. Even after what he said. Shiva slowly and deliberately shook her head. That was a version of you so far removed from anything I've seen, Harry, that it might as well have been Tom Riddle. That was not you. That was your darkest fear manifest. A boggart on steroids with its dial cranked to 100 on a 1 to 10 scale. That was not you. I am not going to abandon you, kid. Especially not because some hyped-up pillar decided that you were scared of a callous, broken version of yourself. She smirked and said, Hell, at this point I probably would end up being all alone with Daphne as your final follower if you did decide to take over the world. Harry snorted and wiped at his eyes. That's really not funny. She heaved a huge, dramatic sigh. You're right. I wouldn't be a lowly follower. I'd be the Dark Vizier. Daphne would still be your Dark Mistress, but Hermione and Tonks would definitely still be the prime Dark Ladies. Do you think Fleur would be there as a Dark Mistress too, or would it be appropriate for her to be a Dark Courtesan? Harry groaned, and Shiva just kept going. Sirius could be the Dark Dog, though he might have to share that post with. Remus. Share the post. Neville would probably be your Darth Vader, if we could find a nice helmet for him. I'm not quite sure what titles Susan, Hannah, or Amelia would go for. And Luna would be dark cryptozoologist. Harry asked, shaking his head and swallowing down his pumpkin juice. Seems like the best job for her. I'd say she'd fit as the dark jester too, but a court jester just isn't truly respected enough these days for her to have that job. It would be if I took over everything and gave her the job. Harry finally cracked a bit of a smile. Shiva rubbed her chin and nodded. True. Well, we'll leave it up to her, I suppose. She could probably handle both jobs, or foist one off on a Tracy. I was going to suggest Tracy fit well into the dark announcer, but she'd probably do better as Luna's assistant. Probably, Harry said, shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair and smiled at her. Thanks, Shiva. No problem, kid, she said, standing up and moving back to her chair. No more of this. I'm leaving thing. I started this thing off awfully wrong, sure, but you should know better than to think I was kicking you to the curb after dealing with me for 3.5 years. I should. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing, she said, rolling her eyes. All right, now that misunderstanding is over, let's get on to the real reason why this is going to suck. Harry frowned, but nodded. Okay, here goes. Shiva took a deep breath and grimaced. Harry, what would you say if I asked you to leave after the Yule Ball? Like to go see the manor? Harry asked, confused. No, she said softly, staring into the fire again and fingering her drink. Like leave as in leave Britain. Leave as in disappear to Australia or, you know what, not Australia. If those idiots are making more of those columns, we're staying the hell away. We could go to Canada or Brazil or the United States or Japan or something. But what about your job? Screw my job. I can get a new job. I did like 4 things for Bill over the summer and raked in nearly a third of what I make here. Okay, well, we'd have to come back for the tournament events. I guess Fleur could tell us when they were coming up, but Harry trailed off as he saw Shiva shaking her head. That's not what you're talking about, is it? He asked with dawning comprehension and a bit of fear. Yeah, it's not, she said, clutching her glass like a lifeline. Harry, this tournament is getting more and more dangerous. I'm scared, kid. I don't want you competing in this thing. I don't want to have to bury you by the end of the year. I never planned on having a kid before I hit 30, and I sure as hell never figured that kid would be as mature as you before I even met him. But now that you are part of my family, Harry, I don't want to let you get taken away by this twisted blood sport. I would much prefer to have us both living a muggle life somewhere far away than to have to visit your grave once a year. Shiva. Harry took a sip of the fire whiskey, gagged for a moment, and then left his seat to hug her. Shiva leaned into the embrace and let out a soft sob. I don't want to lose you to this. Harry, dying because Voldemort is targeting you is bad enough. But dying because some ministry bitch has hate on for you and someone else is taking advantage of it is something completely different. If I ask, Harry, will you leave? Will you give up magic and live as a muggle? Harry stayed quiet for a long while just holding her and thinking carefully. Finally he said softly, I would, Shiva, but I don't think I really have that option. You do. You always have a choice, Harry, she said, shaking her head. He pulled back. Not yet, I don't, he said slowly. It's not a real choice. We know that Voldemort is still out there. We know that he's somewhat obsessed with me. We know that Pettigrew escaped and probably went running to him now that the rat doesn't have anywhere else to go. Eventually he's going to come back, and When he does, the first thing he's going to do is try to find and kill me. We could run, Shiva, but I'm willing to bet he'd find us eventually. And then we'd die because, as much as I love you, you're not a match for him. If Dumbledore can't beat him, then you can't either. Neither can you, kid, Shiva said defiantly. You beat a shadow and a memory. The real thing with real spells and a real body is a completely different Quidditch game. We'd certainly stand a better chance, though, if we both had magic. The others could come too. I wasn't completely kidding earlier, Harry. You're magnetic. We'll all follow you if you need us. I don't think it'd be enough, he said, running a hand through his hair. I think there's something bigger happening that we don't know enough about. If it was just when I was a baby and first year, I could ignore it as ridiculous coincidence, but running into Memory Mort second year, there's something bigger, Shiva. It's going to end up being him and me. I hate that. And it scares the hell out of me, but I can't really ignore it. Even if you don't believe that, you can't think that whoever is rigging this tournament through the Umbridge is just going to give up and let us run. Shiva scowled and turned away from him. She took a long pull from her drink and set it down, scowling deeper. Why do you have to make sense? Why can't you just beg to not leave your friends or give up your magic? I had counterarguments for those. I had plans and ideas. I can't argue against goddess-be-damned fate. Harry shrugged. I'm just cursed that way, he said, chuckling somewhat to try and lighten the mood. If it helps, I have kicked the arsehole to curb 3 times in a row now, so I think I've got a good chance. And this tournament hasn't killed me yet. I'll be okay, Shiva. I survive. It's kind of my thing. Worst good luck ever, remember? Well, that and saving people. Shiva stayed silent and stared into the fire. After several minutes of silence, she turned to him. You promise me you are going to survive this year, kid. You promise me no matter how bad this gets or who we end up fighting against, that you will keep going, that you use the messed up luck and come out the other side. I promise, Shiva. He smiled at her and shrugged. Like you said, you're not getting rid of me that easily. Thank you for listening to Part 4 of Harry Potter and the Rune Stone Path. In this chapter of his journey, Harry's growth is no longer just magical, it's deeply personal. Every rune he learns, every truth he uncovers, brings him closer to a power rooted not in prophecy, but in purpose. What moment stood out most to you? Which lesson from the Rune Stone felt the most powerful or dangerous? Let us know in the comments. We love hearing your reflections on this evolving adventure. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with fellow magic lovers. Join the Wizard Army to help us bring even more incredible fanfiction stories to life. Did you know? Temporal Knight blends elements of Norse mysticism, magical realism, and character psychology to create one of the most lore-rich Harry Potter AUs in fanfiction. Thank you again for joining us on the Rune Stone Path. And remember, the deepest magic isn't cast with a wand. It's written in choices. See you soon for Part 5. And until then, keep seeking the hidden runes.